Preface and Advertisement of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. Langstroth. Preface. This treatise on the hive and the honey bee is respectfully submitted by the author to the candid consideration of those who are interested in the culture of the most useful as well as wonderful insect in all the range of animated nature. The information which it contains will be found to be greatly in advance of anything which has yet been presented to the English reader, and, as far as facilities for practical management are concerned, it is believed to be a very material advance over anything which has hitherto been communicated to the Apiarian public. Debarred, by the state of his health, from the more appropriate duties of his office, and compelled to seek an employment which would call him, as much as possible, into the open air, the author indulges the hope that the result of his studies and observations in an important branch of natural history, will be found of service to the community as well as to himself. The satisfaction which he has taken in his researches, has been such that he has felt exceedingly desirous of interesting others, in a pursuit which, without any reference to its pecuniary profits, is capable of exciting the delight and enthusiasm of all intelligent observers. The Creator may be seen in all the works of his hands, but in few more directly than in the wise economy of the honey bee. "What well appointed commonwealths, where each adds to the stock and happiness for all! Wisdom's own forums, whose professors teach eloquent lessons in their vaulted hall. Galleries of art, and schools of industry, stores of rich fragrance, orchestras of song! What marvelous seats of hidden alchemy! How oft, when wandering far and erring long, man might learn truth and virtue from the bee!" Bowring. The attention of clergymen is particularly solicited to the study of this branch of natural history. An intimate acquaintance with the wonders of the beehive, while it would benefit them in various ways, might lead them to draw their illustrations, more from natural objects and the world around them, and in this way to adapt them better to the comprehension and sympathies of their hearers. It was, we know, the constant practice of our Lord and Master, to illustrate his teachings from the birds of the air, the lilies of the fields, and the common walks of life and pursuits of men. Common sense, experience and religion alike dictate that we should follow his example. L. Langstroth, Greenfield, Massachusetts, May 25, 1853. Advertisement. L. Langstroth's Movable Comb Hive, patented October 5, 1862. Each comb in this hive is attached to a separate, movable frame, and in less than 5 minutes, they may all be taken out, without cutting or injuring them, or at all enraging the bees. Weak stocks may be quickly strengthened, by helping them to honey and maturing brood from stronger ones. Queenless colonies may be rescued from certain ruin by supplying them with the means of attaining another queen, and the ravages of the moth effectually prevented, as at any time the hive may be readily examined and all the worms, etc., removed from the combs. New colonies may be formed in less time than is usually required to hive a natural swarm, or the hive may be used as a non-swarmer, or managed on the common swarming plan. The surplus honey may be taken from the interior of the hive on the frames or in upper boxes or glasses, in the most convenient, beautiful, and saleable forms. Colonies may be safely transferred from any other hive to this, at any season of the year, from April to October, as the brood, combs, honey, and all the contents of the hive are transferred with them, and securely fastened in the frames. That the combs can always be removed from this hive with ease and safety, and that the new system, by giving the perfect control over all the combs, effects a complete revolution in practical beekeeping. The subscriber prefers to prove rather than assert. Practical Apiarians, and all who wish to purchase rights and hives, are invited to visit his apiary, where combs, honey, and bees will be taken from the hives, colonies which may be brought to him for that purpose, transferred from any old hive, queens, and the whole process of rearing them constantly exhibited, new colonies formed, and all processes connected with the practical management of an apiary fully illustrated and explained. Those who have any considerable number of bees, will find it to their interest to have at least one movable comb hive in their apiary, from which they may, in a few minutes, supply any colony which has lost its queen, with the means of rearing another. The hive and right will be furnished on the following terms: for an individual or farm right, $5. This will entitle the purchaser to use and construct for his own use on his own premises, as many hives as he chooses. The hives are manufactured by machinery, and can probably be delivered, freight included, at any railroad station in New England or New York, cheaper than they could be made in small quantities on the spot. On receipt of a hive, the purchaser can decide for himself whether he prefers to make them, or to order them of the patentee. For $1, postage paid, the book will be sent free by mail. On receipt of $10, a beautiful hive showing all the combs, with glass on 4 sides, will be sent with right, freight paid to any railroad station in New England or New York, a right and hive which will accommodate 2 colonies, with glass on each side, for $12. For $7, a right and a well-made hive that anyone can construct who can handle the simplest tools. In all cases where the hives are sent out of New England or New York, as the freight will not be prepaid, $1 will be deducted from the above prices. L. Langstroth, Greenfield, Massachusetts. End of Preface and Advertisement. Chapter 1 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. Langstroth. Introduction. Chapter 1. The present condition of practical beekeeping in this country is known to be deplorably low. From the great mass of agriculturists, and others favorably situated for obtaining honey, it receives not the slightest attention, notwithstanding the large number of patent hives which have been introduced. The ravages of the bee moth have increased, and success is becoming more and more precarious. Multitudes have abandoned the pursuit in disgust, while many of the most experienced are fast settling down into the conviction that the so-called improved hives are delusions, and that they must return to the simple box or hollow log, and take up their bees with sulphur, in the old-fashioned way. In the present state of public opinion, it requires no little courage to venture upon the introduction of a new hive and system of management, but I feel confident that a new era in beekeeping has arrived, and invite the attention of all interested, to the reasons for this belief. A perusal of this manual will, I trust, convince them that there is a better way than any with which they have yet been acquainted. They will here find many hitherto mysterious points in the physiology of the honey bee, clearly explained, and much valuable information never before communicated to the public. It is now nearly 15 years since I first turned my attention to the cultivation of bees. The state of my health having compelled me to live more and more in the open air, I have devoted a large portion of my time, of late years, to a careful investigation of their habits, and to a series of minute and thorough experiments in the construction of hives, and the best methods of managing them, so as to secure the largest practical results. Very early in my Apiarian studies, I procured an imported copy of the work of the celebrated Huber, and constructed a hive on his plan, which furnished me with favorable opportunities of verifying some of his most valuable discoveries, and I soon found that the prejudices existing against him were entirely unfounded. Believing that his discoveries laid the foundation for a more extended and profitable system of bee keeping, I began to experiment with hives of various construction. The result of all these investigations fell far short of my expectations. I became, however, most thoroughly convinced that no hives were fit to be used, unless they furnished uncommon protection against extremes of heat, and more especially of cold. I accordingly discarded all thin hives made of inch stuff, and constructed my hives of doubled materials, enclosing a dead air space all around. These hives, although more expensive in the first cost, proved to be much cheaper in the end, than those I had previously used. The bees wintered remarkably well in them, and swarmed early and with unusual regularity. My next step in advance was, while I secured my surplus honey in the most convenient, beautiful and saleable forms, so to facilitate the entrance of the bees into the honey receptacles, as to secure the largest fruits from their labors. Although I felt confident that my hive possessed some valuable peculiarities, I still found myself unable to remedy many of the casualties to which bee keeping is liable. I now perceived that no hive could be made to answer my expectations, unless it gave me the complete control of the combs, so that I might remove any, or all of them, at pleasure. The use of the Huber hive had convinced me that with proper precautions, the combs might be removed without enraging the bees, and that these insects were capable of being domesticated, or tamed, to a most surprising degree. A knowledge of these facts was absolutely necessary to the further progress of my invention, for without it, I should have regarded a hive designed to allow the removal of the combs, as too dangerous in use, to be of any practical value. At first, I used movable slats or bars, placed on rabbets in the front and back of the hive. The bees were induced to build their combs upon these bars, and in carrying them down, to fasten them to the sides of the hive. By severing the attachments to the sides, I was able, at any time, to remove the combs suspended from the bars. There was nothing new in the use of movable bars, the invention being probably, at least, 100 years old, and I had myself used such hives on Bevan's plan, very early in the commencement of my experiments. The chief peculiarity in my hives, as now constructed, was the facility with which these bars could be removed without enraging the bees, and their combination with my new mode of obtaining the surplus honey. With hives of this construction, I commenced experimenting on a larger scale than ever, and soon arrived at results which proved to be of the very first importance. I found myself able, if I wished to it, to dispense entirely with natural swarming, and yet to multiply colonies with much greater rapidity and certainty than by the common methods. I could, in a short time, strengthen my feeble colonies, and furnish those which had lost their queen, with the means of obtaining another. If I suspected that anything was the matter with the hive, I could ascertain its true condition, by making a thorough examination of every part, and if the worms had gained a lodgment, I could quickly dispossess them. In short, I could perform all the operations which will be explained in this treatise, and I now believe that bee keeping could be made highly profitable, and as much a matter of certainty, as any other branch of rural economy. I perceived, however, that one thing was yet wanting. The cutting of the combs from their attachments to the sides of the hive, in order to remove them, was attended with much loss of time to myself and to the bees, and in order to facilitate this operation, the construction of my hive was necessarily complicated. This led me to invest a method by which the combs were attached to movable frames, and suspended in the hives, so as to touch neither the top, bottom, nor sides. By this device, I was able to remove the combs at pleasure, and if desired, I could speedily transfer them, bees and all, without any cutting, to another hive. I have experimented largely with hives of this construction, and find that they answer most admirably all the ends proposed in their invention. While experimenting in the summer of 1851, with some observing hives of a peculiar construction, I discovered that bees could be made to work in glass hives, exposed to the full light of day. The notice, in a Philadelphia newspaper, of this discovery, procured me the pleasure of an acquaintance with Rev. Dr. Berg, pastor of a Dutch Reformed church in that city. From him, I first learned that a Prussian clergyman, in the name of Dzierzon, pronounced Searson, had attracted the attention of crowned heads, by his important discoveries in the management of bees. Before he communicated the particulars of these discoveries, I explained to Dr. Berg my system of management, and showed him my hive. He expressed the greatest astonishment at the wonderful similarity in our methods of management, both of us having carried on our investigations without the slightest knowledge of each other's labors. Our hives he found to differ in some very important respects. In the Dzierzon hive, the combs are not attached to movable frames, but to bars, so that they cannot, without cutting, be removed from the hive. In my hive, which is opened from the top, any comb may be taken out, without at all disturbing the others, whereas in the Dzierzon hive, which is opened from one of the ends, it is often necessary to cut and remove many combs in order to get access to a particular one. Thus, if the 10th comb from the end is to be removed, 9 combs must be first cut and taken out. All this consumes a large amount of time. The German hive does not furnish the surplus honey in a form which could be found most saleable in our markets, or which would admit a safe transportation in the comb. Notwithstanding these disadvantages, it has achieved a great triumph in Germany, and given a new impulse to the cultivation of bees. The following letter from Samuel Wagner, Esq., cashier of the bank in York, Pennsylvania, will show the results which have obtained in Germany by the new system of management, and his estimate of the superior value of my hive to those in use there. York, Pennsylvania, December 24, 1852. Dear Sir, the Dzierzon theory and the system of bee management based thereon, were originally promulgated, hypothetically, in the Eichstatt Bienenzeitung, or Bee Journal, in 1845, and at once arrested my attention. Subsequently, when in 1848, at the instance of the Prussian government, the Reverend Mr. Dzierzon published his Theory and Practice of Bee Culture, I imported a copy, which reached me in 1849, and which I translated prior to January 1850. Before the translation was completed, I received a visit from my friend, the Reverend Dr. Berg, of Philadelphia, and in the course of conversation on beekeeping, mentioned to him the Dzierzon theory and system, as one which I regarded as new and very superior, though I had no opportunity for testing it practically. In February following, when in Philadelphia, I left him with the translation in manuscript, up to which period I doubt whether any other person in this country had any knowledge of the Dzierzon theory. Except to Dr. Berg, I had never mentioned it to any one, save in very general terms. In September 1851, Dr. Berg again visited York, and stated to me your investigations, discoveries, and inventions. From the account Dr. Berg gave me, I felt assured that you had devised substantially the same system as that so successfully pursued by Mr. Dzierzon. But how far your hive resembled his, I was unable to judge from description alone. I inferred, however, several points of difference. The coincidence as to system, and the principles on which it was evidently founded, struck me as exceedingly singular and interesting, because I felt confident that you had no more knowledge of Mr. Dzierzon and his labors, before Dr. Berg mentioned him and his book to you, than Mr. Dzierzon had of you. These circumstances made me very anxious to examine your hives, and induced me to visit your apiary in the village of West Philadelphia, last August. In the absence of the keeper, as I informed you, I took the liberty to explore the premises thoroughly, opening and inspecting a number of the hives, and noticing the internal arrangement of the parts. The result was, that I came away convinced that though your system was based on the same principles as Dzierzon's, yet that your hive was almost totally different from his, in construction and arrangement. That while the same objects substantially are attained by each, your hive is more simple, more convenient, and much better adapted for general introduction and use, since the mode of using it can be more easily taught. Of its ultimate and triumphant success, I have no doubt. I sincerely believe that when it comes under the notice of Mr. Dzierzon, he will himself prefer it to his own. It in fact combines all the good properties which a hive ought to possess, while it is free from the complication, clumsiness, vain whims, and decidedly objectionable features, which characterize most of the inventions which profess to be at all superior to the simple box, or to the common chamber hive. You may certainly claim equal credit with Dzierzon for originality in observation and discovery in the natural history of the honey bee, and for success in deducing principles and devising a most valuable system of management from observed facts. But in invention, as far as neatness, compactness, and adaptation of means to ends are concerned, the sturdy German must yield the palm to you. You will find a case of similar coincidence detailed in the Westminster Review for October 1852, page 267, at sequence. I send you herewith some interesting statements respecting Dzierzon, and the estimate in which his system is held in Germany. Very truly yours, Samuel Wagner. Rev. L. Langstroth. The following are the statements to which Mr. Wagner refers. "As the best test of the value of Mr. Dzierzon's system, it is the results which have been made to flow from it. A brief account of its rise and progress may be found interesting. In 1835 he commenced bee keeping in the common way, with 12 colonies, and after various mishaps, which taught him the defects of the common hives, and the old mode of management, his stock was so reduced that in 1838 he had virtually to begin anew. At this period he contrived his improved hive in its ruder form, which gave him the command over all the combs, and he began to experiment on the theory which observation and study had enabled him to devise. Thenceforward, his progress was as rapid as his success was complete and triumphant. Though he met with frequent reverses, about 70 colonies having been stolen from him, 60 destroyed by fire, and 24 by a flood, yet in 1846 his stock had increased to 360 colonies, and he realized from them that year 6,000 pounds of honey, besides several hundred weight of wax. At the same time most of the cultivators in his vicinity who pursued the common methods, had fewer hives than they had when he commenced. In the year 1848, a fatal pestilence, known by the name of foul brood, prevailed among his bees, and destroyed nearly all his colonies before it could be subdued, only about 10 having escaped the malady, which attacked alike the old stocks and his artificial swarms. He estimates his entire loss that year at over 500 colonies. Nevertheless he succeeded so well in multiplying by artificial swarms the few that remained healthy, that in the fall of 1851 his stock consisted of nearly 400 colonies. He must, therefore, have multiplied his stocks more than threefold each year. The highly prosperous condition of his colonies is attested by the report of the Secretary of the annual Apiarian Convention which met in his vicinity last spring. This convention, the fourth which has been held, consisted of 112 experienced and enthusiastic bee keepers from various districts of Germany and neighboring countries, and among them were some who when they assembled were strong opposers of his system. They visited and personally examined the apiaries of Mr. Dzierzon. The report speaks in the very highest terms of his success, and of the manifest superiority of his system of management. He exhibited and satisfactorily explained to his visitors his practice and principles, and they remarked, with astonishment, the singular docility of his bees, and the thorough control to which they were subjected. After a full detail of the proceedings, the Secretary goes on to say, "Now that I have seen Dzierzon's method practically demonstrated, I must admit that it is attended with fewer difficulties than I had supposed. With his hive and system of management, it would seem that bees become at once more docile than they are in other cases. I consider his system the simplest and best means of elevating bee culture to a profitable pursuit, and of spreading it far and wide over the land, especially as it is peculiarly adapted to districts in which the bees do not readily and regularly swarm. His eminent success in re-establishing his stock after suffering so heavily from the devastating pestilence. In short, the recuperative power of the system demonstrates conclusively that it furnishes the best, perhaps the only means of reinstating bee culture to a profitable branch of rural economy." Dzierzon modestly disclaimed the idea of having attained perfection in his hive. he dwelt rather upon the truth and importance of his theory and system of management." From the Leipzig Illustrated Almanac, Report on Agriculture for 1846. "Bee culture is no longer regarded as of any importance in rural economy." From the same for 1851 and 1853. "Since Dzierzon's system has been made known, an entire revolution in bee culture has been produced. A new era has been created for it, and beekeepers are turning their attention to it with renewed zeal. The merits of his discoveries are appreciated by the government, and they recommend his system as worthy the attention of the teachers of common schools. Mr. Dzierzon resides in a poor sandy district of Middle Silesia, which, according to the common notions of Apiarians, is unfavorable to bee culture. Yet despite of this and of various mishaps, he has succeeded in realizing $900 as the product of his bees in one season. By his mode of management, his bees yield, even in the poorest years, from 10 to 15% on the capital invested, and where the colonies are produced by the Apiarian's own skill and labor, they cost him only about 1/4 the price at which they are usually valued. In ordinary seasons the profit amounts to from 30 to 50%, and in very favorable seasons, from 80 to 100%." In communicating these facts to the public, I have several objects in view. I freely acknowledge that I take an honest pride in establishing my claims as an independent observer, and as having matured by my own discoveries, the same system of bee culture, as that which has excited so much interest in Germany. I desire also to have the testimony of the translator of Dzierzon to the superior merits of my hive. Mr. Wagner is extensively known as an able German scholar. He has taken all the numbers of the Bee Journal, a monthly periodical which has been published for more than 15 years in Germany, and is probably more familiar with the state of Apiarian culture abroad, than any man in this country. I am anxious further to show that the great importance which I attach to my system of management, is amply justified by the success of those who while pursuing the same system with inferior hives, have attained results, which to common bee keepers, seem almost incredible. Inventors are very prone to form exaggerated estimates of the value of their labors, and the American public has been so often deluded with patent hives devised by persons ignorant of the most important principles in the natural history of the bee, and which have utterly failed to answer their professed objects, that they are scarcely to be blamed for rejecting every new hive as unworthy of confidence. There is now a prospect that a Bee Journal will before long be established in this country. Such a publication has long been needed. Properly conducted, it will have a most powerful influence in disseminating information, awakening enthusiasm, and guarding the public against the miserable impositions to which it has so long been subjected. 2 such journals are now published monthly in Germany, one of which has been in existence for more than 15 years, and their wide circulation has made thousands well acquainted with those principles, which must constitute the foundation of any enlightened and profitable system of culture. The truth is, that while many of the principal facts in the physiology of the honey bee have long been familiar to scientific observers, it has unfortunately happened that some of the most important have been widely discredited. In themselves they are so wonderful, and to those who have not witnessed them, often so incredible, that it is not at all strange that they have been rejected as fanciful conceits, or barefaced inventions. Many persons have not the slightest idea that everything may be seen that takes place in a beehive. But hives have for many years been in use, containing only one large comb, enclosed on both sides by glass. These hives are darkened by shutters, and when opened, the queen is exposed to observation, as well as all the other bees. Within the last 2 years, I have discovered that with proper precautions, colonies can be made to work in observing hives, without shutters, and exposed continually to the full light of day, so that observations may be made at all times, without in the least interrupting the ordinary operations of the bees. By the aid of such hives, some of the most intelligent citizens of Philadelphia have seen in my apiary the queen bee depositing her eggs in the cells, and constantly surrounded by an affectionate circle of her devoted children. They have also witnessed, with astonishment and delight, all the steps in the mysterious process of raising queens from eggs, which with the ordinary development would have produced only the common bees. For more than 3 months, there was not a day in which some of my colonies were not engaged in making new queens to supply the place of those taken from them, and I had the pleasure of exhibiting all the facts to beekeepers who never before felt willing to credit them. As all my hives are so made that each comb can be taken out, and examined at pleasure, those who use them, can obtain from them all the information which they need, and are no longer forced to take anything upon trust. May I be permitted to express the hope that the time is now at hand, when the number of practical observers will be so multiplied, that ignorant and designing men will neither be able to impose their conceits and falsehoods upon the public, nor be sustained in their attempts to depreciate the valuable discoveries of those who have devoted years of observation and experiment to promote the advancement of Apiarian knowledge. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 2. The Honey Bee capable of being tamed or domesticated to a most surprising degree. If the bee had not such a necessary and yet formidable weapon both of offense and defense, multitudes would be induced to enter upon its cultivation, who are now afraid to have anything to do with it, as the new system of management which I have devised, seems to add to this inherent difficulty, by taking the greatest possible liberties with so irascible an insect. I deem it important to show clearly, in the very outset, how bees may be managed, so that all necessary operations may be performed in an apiary without incurring any serious risk of exciting their anger. Many persons have been unable to control their expressions of wonder and astonishment, on seeing me open hive after hive, in my experimental apiary, in the vicinity of Philadelphia, removing the combs covered with bees, and shaking them off in front of the hives, exhibiting the queen, transferring the bees to another hive, and, in short, dealing with them as if they were harmless as so many flies. I have sometimes been asked if the bees with which I was experimenting had not been subjected to a long course of instruction, to prepare them for public exhibition, when in some cases, the very hives which I was opening, contained swarms which had been brought only the day before, to my establishment. Before entering upon the natural history of the bee, I shall anticipate some principles in its management, in order to prepare my readers to receive, without the doubts which would otherwise be very natural, the statements in my book, and to convince them, that almost any one favorably situated may safely enjoy the pleasure and profit of a pursuit, which has been most appropriately styled, the poetry of rural economy, and that, without being made too familiar with a sharp little weapon, which can most speedily and effectually convert all the poetry into very sorry prose. The Creator intended the bee for the comfort of man, as truly as he did the horse or the cow. In the early ages of the world, indeed until very recently, honey was almost the only natural sweet, and the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey, had then a significance, the full force of which it is difficult for us to realize. The honey bee was, therefore, created not merely with the ability to store up its delicious nectar for its own use, but with certain properties which fitted it to be domesticated, and to labor for man, and without which, he would no more have been able to subject it to his control, than to make a useful beast of burden of a lion or a tiger. One of the peculiarities which constitutes the very foundation, not merely of my system of management, but of the ability of man to domesticate at all so irascible an insect, has never, to my knowledge, been clearly stated as a great and controlling principle. It may thus be expressed. A honey bee never volunteers an attack, or acts on the offensive, when it is gorged or filled with honey. The man who first attempted to lodge a swarm of bees in an artificial hive, was doubtless agreeably surprised at the ease with which he was able to accomplish it. For when the bees are intending to swarm, they fill their honey bags to their utmost capacity. This is wisely ordered, that they may have materials for commencing operations immediately in their new habitation, that they may not starve if several stormy days should follow their emigration, and that when they leave their hives, they may be in a suitable condition to be secured by man. They issue from their hives in the most peaceable mood that can well be imagined, and unless they are abused, allow themselves to be treated with great familiarity. The hiving of bees by those who understand their nature, could almost always be conducted without the risk of any annoyance, if it were not the case, that some improvident or unfortunate ones occasionally come forth without the soothing supply, and not being stored with honey, are filled with the gall of the bitterest hate against all mankind and animal kind in general, and any one who dares to meddle with them in particular. Such radicals are always to be dreaded, for they must vent their spleen on something, even though they lose their life in the act. Suppose the whole colony, on sallying forth, to possess such a ferocious spirit, no one would ever dare to hive them, unless clad in a coat of mail, at least bee-proof, and not even then, until all the windows of his house were closed, his domestic animals bestowed in some safe place, and sentinels posted at suitable stations, to warn all comers to look out for something almost as much to be dreaded, as a fiery locomotive in full speed. In short, if the propensity to be exceedingly good-natured after a hearty meal, had not been given to the bee, it could never have been domesticated, and our honey would still be procured from the clefts of rocks, or the hollows of trees. A second peculiarity in the nature of the bee, and one of which I continually avail myself with the greatest success, may be thus stated. Bees cannot, under any circumstances, resist the temptation to fill themselves with liquid sweets. It would be quite as easy for an inveterate miser to look with indifference upon a golden shower of double eagles, falling at his feet, and soliciting his appropriation. If then we can contrive a way to call their attention to a treat of running sweets, when we wish to perform any operation which might provoke them, we may be sure that they will accept it, and under its genial influence, allow us without molestation, to do what we please. We must always be particularly careful not to handle them roughly, for they will never allow themselves to be pinched or hurt without thrusting out their sting to resent such an indignity. I will always keep a small watering pot or sprinkler in my apiary, and whenever I wish to operate upon a hive, as soon as the cover is taken off, and the bees exposed, I sprinkle them gently with water sweetened with sugar. They help themselves with the greatest eagerness, and in a few moments, are in a perfectly manageable state. The truth is, that bees managed on this plan are always glad to see visitors, and you cannot look in upon them too often, for they expect at every call to receive a sugared treat by way of a peace offering. I can superintend a large number of hives, performing every operation that is necessary for pleasure or profit, and yet not run the risks of being stung, which must frequently be incurred in attempting to manage, in the simplest way, the common hives. Those who are timid, may, at first, use a bee dress, though they will soon discard everything of the kind, unless they are of the number of those to whom the bees have a special aversion. Such unfortunates are sure to be stung whenever they show themselves in the vicinity of a beehive, and they will do well to give the bees a very wide berth. Apiarians have, for many years, employed the smoke of tobacco for subduing their bees. It deprives them, at once, of all disposition to sting, but it ought never to be used for such a purpose. If the construction of the hives will not permit the bees to be sprinkled with sugar water, the smoke of burning paper or rags will answer every purpose, and the bees will not be likely to resent it, whereas when they recover from the effect of the tobacco, they not unfrequently remember, and in no very gentle way, the operator who administered the nauseous dose. Let all your motions about your hives be gentle and slow. Accustom your bees to your presence. Never crush or injure them in any operation. Acquaint yourself fully with the principles of management detailed in this treatise, and you will find that you have but little more reason to dread the sting of a bee, than the horns of your favorite cow, or the heels of your faithful horse. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 3. The queen or mother bee, the drones, and the workers, with various highly important facts in their natural history. Bees can flourish only when associated in large numbers, as a colony. In a solitary state, a single bee is almost as helpless as a newborn child. It is unable to endure even the ordinary chill of a cool summer night. If a strong colony of bees is examined, a short time before it swarms, 3 different kinds of bees will be found in the hive. First, a bee of peculiar shape, commonly called the queen bee. Second, some hundreds, more or less, of large bees called drones. Third, many thousands of a smaller kind, called workers or common bees, and similar to those which are seen on the blossoms. A large number of the cells will be found filled with honey and bee bread, while vast numbers contain eggs, and immature workers and drones. A few cells of unusual size, are devoted to the rearing of young queens, and are ordinarily to be found in a perfect condition, only in the swarming season. The queen bee is the only perfect female in the hive, and all the eggs are laid by her. The drones are the males, and the workers are females, whose ovaries or egg bags are so imperfectly developed that they are incapable of breeding, and which retain the instinct of females only so far as to give the most devoted attention to feeding and rearing the brood. These facts have all been demonstrated repeatedly, and are as well established as the most common facts in the breeding of our domestic animals. The knowledge of them in their most important bearings, is absolutely essential to all those who expect to realize large profits from an improved method of rearing bees. Those who will not acquire the necessary information, if they keep bees at all, should manage them in the old-fashioned way, which requires the smallest amount either of knowledge or skill. I am perfectly aware how difficult it is to reason with a large class of bee keepers, some of whom have been so often imposed upon, that they have lost all faith in the truth of any statements which may be made by anyone interested in a patent hive, while others stigmatize all knowledge which does not square with their own, as book knowledge, and unworthy the attention of practical men. If any such read this book, let me remind them again, that all my assertions may be put to the test. So long as the interior of a hive was to common observers a profound mystery, ignorant and designing men might assert what they pleased, about what passed in its dark recesses, but now, when all that takes place in it, can, in a few moments, be exposed to the full light of day, and everyone who keeps bees, can see and examine for himself, the man who attempts to palm upon the community, his own conceits for facts, will speedily earn for himself the character both of a fool and an impostor. The queen bee, or as she may be more properly called, the mother bee, is the common mother of the whole colony. She reigns therefore, most unquestionably, by a divine right, as every mother is, or ought to be, a queen in her own family. Her shape is entirely different from that of the other bees. While she is not near so bulky as a drone, her body is longer, and of a more tapering or sugar loaf form than that of a worker, so that she has somewhat of a wasp-like appearance. Her wings are much shorter, in proportion, than those of the drone, or worker. The under part of her body is of a golden color, and the upper part darker than that of the other bees. Her motions are unusually slow and matronly, although she can, when she pleases, move with astonishing quickness. No colony can long exist without the presence of this all-important insect. She is just as necessary to its welfare, as the soul is to the body, for a colony without a queen must as certainly perish, as a body without the spirit hasten to inevitable decay. She is treated by the bees, as every mother ought to be, by her children, with the most unbounded respect and affection. A circle of her loving offspring constantly surround her, testifying, in various ways, their dutiful regard, offering her honey, from time to time, and always, most politely getting out of her way, to give her a clear path when she wishes to move over the combs. If she is taken from them, as soon as they have ascertained their loss, the whole colony is thrown into a state of the most intense agitation. All the labors of the hive are at once abandoned. The bees run wildly over the combs, and frequently, the whole of them rush forth from the hive, and exhibit all the appearance of anxious search for their beloved mother. Not being able anywhere to find her, they return to their desolate home, and by their mournful tones, reveal their deep sense of so deplorable a calamity. Their note, at such times, more especially when they first realize her loss, is of a peculiarly mournful character. It sounds something like a succession of wails on the minor key, and can no more be mistaken by the experienced bee keeper for their ordinary, happy hum, than the piteous moanings of a sick child can be confounded, by an anxious mother, with its joyful crowings when overflowing with health and happiness. I am perfectly aware that all this will sound to many, much more like romance than sober reality. But I have determined in writing this book to state facts, however wonderful, just as they are, confident that they will, before long, be universally received, and hoping that the many wonders in the economy of the honey bee will not only excite a wider interest in its culture, but will lead those who observe them, to adore the wisdom of Him who gave them such admirable instincts. I cannot refrain from quoting here the forcible remarks of an English clergyman, who appears to be a very great enthusiast in bee culture. Quote, "Every bee keeper, if he have only a soul to appreciate the works of God, and an intelligence of an inquisitive order, cannot fail to become deeply interested in observing the wonderful instincts akin to reason, of these admirable creatures, at the same time that he will learn many lessons of practical wisdom from their example. Having acquired a knowledge of their habits, not a bee will buzz in his ear without recalling to him some of these lessons, and helping to make him a wiser and a better man. It is certain that in all my experience, I never yet met with a keeper of bees who was not a respectable, well-conducted member of society, and a moral, if not a religious man. It is evident, on reflection, that this pursuit, if well attended to, must occupy some considerable share of a man's time and thoughts. He must be often about his bees, which will help to counteract the baneful effect of the village inn. Whoever is fond of his bees is fond of his home, is an axiom of irrefragable truth, and one which ought to kindle in everyone's breast a favorable regard for a pursuit which has the power to produce so happy an influence. The love of home is the companion of many other virtues, which, if not yet developed into actual exercise, are still only dormant, and may be roused into wakeful energy at any moment." The fertility of the queen bee has been much underestimated by most writers. It is truly astonishing. During the height of the breeding season, she will often, under favorable circumstances, lay from 2,000 to 3,000 eggs a day. In my observing hives, I have seen her lay at the rate of 6 eggs a minute. The fecundity of the female of the white ant is much greater than this, as she will lay as many as 60 eggs a minute, but then her eggs are simply extruded from her body, to be carried by the workers into suitable nurseries, while the queen bee herself deposits her eggs in their appropriate cells. On the way in which the eggs of the queen bee are fecundated. I come now to a subject of great practical importance, and one which, until quite recently, has been attended with apparently insuperable difficulties. It has been noted, that the queen bee commences laying in the latter part of winter, or early in spring, and long before there are any drones or males in the hive. See remarks on drones. In what way are these eggs impregnated? Huber, by a long course of the most indefatigable observations, threw much light upon this subject. Before stating his discoveries, I must pay my humble tribute of gratitude and admiration to this wonderful man. It is mortifying to every scientific naturalist, and I might add, to every honest man acquainted with the facts, to hear such a man as Huber abused by the veriest quacks and impostors, while others who have appropriated from his labors, nearly all that is of any value in their works, to use the words of Pope, damn with faint praise, assent with civil leer, and without sneering, teach the rest to sneer. Huber, in early manhood, lost the use of his eyes. His opponents imagine that in stating this fact, they have thrown merited discredit on all his pretended discoveries. But to make their case still stronger, they delight to assert that he saw everything through the medium of his servant Francis Burnens, an ignorant peasant. Now this ignorant peasant was a man of strong native intellect, possessing that indefatigable energy and enthusiasm which are so indispensable to make a good observer. He was a noble specimen of a self-made man, and afterwards rose to be the chief magistrate in the village where he resided. Huber has paid the most admirable tribute to his intelligence, fidelity and indomitable patience, energy and skill. It would be difficult to find, in any language, a better specimen of the true Baconian or inductive system of reasoning, than Huber's work upon bees, and it might be studied as a model of the only true way of investigating nature, so as to arrive at reliable results. Huber was assisted in his investigations, not only by Burnens, but by his own wife, to whom he was engaged before the loss of his sight, and who nobly persisted in marrying him, notwithstanding his misfortune, and the strenuous dissuasions of her friends. They lived for more than the ordinary term of human life, in the enjoyment of uninterrupted domestic happiness, and the amiable naturalist scarcely felt, in her assiduous attentions, the loss of his sight. Milton is believed by many to have been a better poet for his blindness, and it is highly probable that Huber was a better Apiarian for the same cause. His active and yet reflective mind demanded constant employment, and he found in the study of the habits of the honey bee, full scope for all his powers. All the facts observed, and experiments tried by his faithful assistants, were daily reported to him, and many inquiries were stated and suggestions made by him, which would probably have escaped his notice, if he had possessed the use of his eyes. Few have such a command of both time and money, as to enable them to carry on, for a series of years, on a grand scale, the most costly experiments. Apiarians owe more to Huber than to any other person. I have repeatedly verified the most important of his observations, and I take the greatest delight in acknowledging my obligations to him, and in holding him up to my countrymen as the Prince of Apiarians. My readers will pardon this digression. It would have been morally impossible for me to write a work on bees, without saying at least as much as this, in vindication of Huber. I return to his discoveries on the impregnation of the queen bee. By a long course of experiments most carefully conducted, he ascertained that, like many other insects, she is fecundated in the open air, and on the wing, and that the influence of this lasts for several years, and probably for life. He could not form any satisfactory conjecture as to the way in which the eggs which were not yet developed in her ovaries, could be fertilized. Years ago, the celebrated Dr. John Hunter, and others, supposed that there must be a permanent receptacle for the male sperm, opening into the passage for the eggs called the oviduct. Dzierzon, who must be regarded as one of the ablest contributors of modern times to Apiarian science, maintains this opinion, and states that he has found such a receptacle filled with a fluid, resembling the semen of the drones. He nowhere, to my knowledge, states that he ever made microscopic examinations, so as to put the matter on the footing of demonstration. In January and February of 1852, I submitted several queen bees to Dr. Joseph Leidy of Philadelphia, for scientific examination. I need hardly to say to any naturalist in this country, that Dr. Leidy has obtained the very highest reputation, both at home and abroad, as a skillful naturalist and microscopic anatomist. No man in this country or Europe, was more competent to make the investigations that I desired. He found in making his dissections, a small globular sac, not larger than a grain of mustard seed, about 1/33 of an inch in diameter, communicating with the oviduct, and filled with a whitish fluid, which when examined under the microscope, was found to abound in spermatozoa, or the animalculae, which are the unmistakable characteristics of the seminal fluid. Later in the season, the same substance was compared with some taken from the drones, and found to be exactly similar to it. These examinations have settled, on the impregnable basis of demonstration, the mode in which the eggs of the queen are vivified. In descending the oviduct to be deposited in the cells, they pass by the mouth of the seminal sac or spermatheca, and receive a portion of its fertilizing contents. Small as it is, its contents are sufficient to impregnate hundreds of thousands of eggs. In precisely the same way, the mother wasps and hornets are fecundated. The females alone of these insects survive the winter, and they begin, single-handed, the construction of a nest, in which, at first, only a few eggs are deposited. How could these eggs hatch, if the females which laid them, had not been impregnated the previous season? Dissection proves them to have a spermatheca similar to that of the queen bee. Of all who have written against Huber, no one has treated him with more unfairness, misrepresentation, and I might almost add, malignity, than Huish. He maintains that the eggs of the queen are impregnated by the drones, after she has deposited them in the cells, and accounts for the fact that brood is produced in the spring, long before the existence of any drones in the hive, by asserting that these eggs were deposited and impregnated late in the previous season, and have remained dormant all winter in the hive. And yet the same writer, while ridiculing the discoveries of Huber, advises that all the mother wasps should be killed in the spring, to prevent them from founding families to commit depredations upon the bees. It never seems to have occurred to him, that the existence of a permanently impregnated mother wasp was just as difficult to be accounted for, as the existence of a similarly impregnated queen bee. Effect of retarded impregnation on the queen bee. I shall now mention a fact in the physiology of the queen bee, more singular than any which has yet been related. Huber, while experimenting to ascertain how the queen was fecundated, confined some of his young queens to their hives, by contracting the entrances, so that they were not able to go in search of the drones, until 3 weeks after their birth. To his amazement, these queens whose impregnation was thus unnaturally retarded, never laid any eggs, but such as produced drones. He tried the experiment again and again, but always with the same result. Some beekeepers, long before his time, had observed that all the brood in a hive were occasionally drones, and of course that such colonies rapidly went to ruin. Before attempting any explanation of this astonishing fact, I must call the attention of the reader, to another of the mysteries of the bee hive. Fertile workers. It has already been remarked, that the workers are proved by dissection to be females, all of which, under ordinary circumstances, are barren. Occasionally, some of them appear to be more fully developed than common, so as to be capable of laying eggs. These eggs, like those of queens whose impregnation has been retarded, always produce drones. Sometimes, when a colony has lost its queen, these drone-laying workers are exalted to her place, and treated with equal respect and affection by the bees. Huber ascertained that these fertile workers were generally reared in the neighborhood of the young queens, and he thought that they received some particles of the peculiar food or jelly on which the queens are reared. See royal jelly. He did not pretend to account for the effect of retarded impregnation. He made no experiments to determine the facts as to the fecundation of these fertile workers. Since the publication of Huber's work, nearly 50 years ago, no light has been shed upon the mysteries of drone-laying queens and workers, until quite recently. Dzierzon appears to have been the first to ascertain the truth on this subject, and his discovery must certainly be ranked as unfolding one of the most astonishing facts in all the range of animated nature. This fact seems, at first view, so absolutely incredible, that I should not dare to mention it, if it were not supported by the most indubitable evidence, and if I had not, as I have already observed, determined to state all important and well ascertained facts, without seeking, by any concealments, to pander to the prejudices of conceited, and often very ignorant beekeepers. Dzierzon advances the opinion that impregnation is not needed in order that the eggs of the queen may produce drones, but that all impregnated eggs produce females, either workers or queens, and all unimpregnated ones, males or drones. He states that he found drone-laying queens in several of his hives, whose wings were so imperfect that they could not fly, and that on examination, they proved to be unfecundated. Hence he concluded that the eggs of the queen bee or fertile worker, had from the previous impregnation of the egg which produced them, sufficient vitality to produce the drone, which is a less highly organized insect, and one inferior to the queen or workers. It had long been known, that the queen deposits drone eggs in the large or drone cells, and worker eggs in the small or worker cells, and that she makes no mistakes. Dzierzon inferred, therefore, that there was some way in which she was able to decide as to the sex of the egg before it was laid, and that she must have a control over the mouth of the seminal sac, so as to be able to extrude her eggs, allowing them to receive or not, just as she pleased, a portion of its fertilizing contents. In this way, he thought she determined the sex, according to the size of the cells in which she laid them. Mr. Samuel Wagner of York, Pennsylvania, has recently communicated to me a very original and exceedingly ingenious theory of his own, which he thinks will account for all the facts without admitting that the queen bee has any special knowledge or will on the subject. He supposes that when she deposits her eggs in the worker cells, her body is slightly compressed by the size of the cells, and that the eggs, as they pass the spermatheca, receive in this manner its vivifying influence. On the contrary, when she is egg-laying in drone cells, this compression cannot take place, the mouth of the spermatheca is kept closed, and the eggs are, necessarily unfecundated. This theory may prove to be true, but at present it is encumbered with some difficulties, and requires further investigation before it can be considered as fully established. Leaving then the question whether the queen exercises any volition in this matter, for the present undecided, I shall state some facts which occurred in the summer of 1852, in my own Apiary, and shall then endeavor to relieve, as far as possible, this intricate subject from some of the difficulties which embarrass it. In the autumn of 1852, my assistant found, in one of my hives, a young queen, the whole of whose progeny was drones. The colony had been formed by removing part of the combs containing bees, brood and eggs, from another hive. It had only a few combs, and but a small number of bees. They raised a new queen in the manner which will hereafter be particularly described. This queen had laid a number of eggs in one of the combs, and the young bees from some of them, were already emerging from the cells. I perceived, at the first glance, that they were drones. As there were none but worker cells in the hive, they were reared in them, and not having space for full development, they were dwarfed in size, although the bees, in order to give them more room, had pieced out the cells so as to make them larger than usual. Size excepted, they appeared as perfect as any other drones. I was not only struck with the singularity of finding drones reared in worker cells, but with the equally singular fact that a young queen, who at first lays only the eggs of workers, should be laying drone eggs at all, and at once conjectured that this was a case of a drone-laying, unimpregnated queen, as sufficient time had not elapsed for her impregnation to be unnaturally retarded. I saw the great importance of taking all necessary precautions to determine this point. The queen was removed from the hive, and carefully examined. Her wings, although they appear to be perfect, were so paralyzed that she could not fly. It seemed probable, therefore, that she had never been able to leave the hive for impregnation. To settle the question beyond the possibility of doubt, I submitted this queen to Dr. Joseph Leidy for microscopic examination. The following is an extract from his report. "The ovaries were filled with eggs, the poison sac was full of fluid, and I took the whole of it into my mouth. The poison produced a strong metallic taste, lasting for a considerable time, and at first, it was pungent to the tip of the tongue. The spermatheca was distended with a perfectly colorless, transparent, viscid liquid, without a trace of spermatozoa." This examination seems perfectly to sustain the theory of Dzierzon, and to demonstrate that queens do not need to be impregnated in order to lay the eggs of males. I must confess that very considerable doubts rested on my mind, as to the accuracy of Dzierzon's statements on this subject, and chiefly because of his having hazarded the unfortunate conjecture that the place of the poison bag in the worker, is occupied in the queen, by the spermatheca. Now this is so completely contrary to fact, that it was a very natural inference that this acute and thoroughly honest observer made no microscopic dissections of the insects which he examined. I consider myself peculiarly fortunate in having enjoyed the benefit of the labors of a naturalist, so celebrated as Dr. Leidy for microscopic dissections. The exceeding minuteness of some of the insects which he has completely figured and described, almost passes belief. On examining this same colony a few days later, I obtained the most satisfactory evidence that these drone eggs were laid by the queen which had been removed. No fresh eggs had been deposited in the cells, and the bees, on missing her, had commenced the construction of royal cells, to rear if possible another queen, a thing which they would not have done if a fertile worker had been present, by which the drone eggs had been laid. Another very interesting fact proves that all the eggs laid by this queen, were drone eggs. 2 of the royal cells were, in a short time, discontinued, and were found to be empty, while a third contained a worm, which was sealed over the usual way, to undergo its changes from a worm to a perfect queen. I was completely at a loss to account for this, as the bees having an unimpregnated drone-laying queen, ought not to have had a single female egg from which they could rear a queen. At first I imagined they might have stolen it from another hive, but when I opened this cell, it contained, instead of a queen, a dead drone. I then remembered that Huber had described the same mistake on the part of some of his bees. At the base of this cell, was an extraordinary quantity of the peculiar jelly or paste, which is fed to the young that are to be transformed into queens. The poor bees in their desperation, appear to have dosed the unfortunate drone to death, as though they expected by such liberal feeding, to produce some hopeful change in his sexual organization. It appears to me that these facts constitute all the links in a perfect chain, and demonstrate beyond the possibility of doubt, that unfecundated queens are not only capable of laying eggs, (this would be no more remarkable than the same occurrence in a hen,) but that these eggs are possessed of sufficient vitality to produce drones. Aristotle, who flourished before the Christian era, had noticed that there was no difference in appearance, between the eggs producing drones, and those producing workers, and he states that drones only are produced in hives, which have no queen. Of course the eggs producing them, were laid by fertile workers. Having now the aid of powerful microscopes, we are still unable to detect the slightest difference in size or appearance in the eggs, and this is precisely what we should expect if the same egg will produce either a worker or a drone, according as it is or is not impregnated. The theory which I propose, will, I think, perfectly harmonize with all the observed facts on this subject. I believe that after fecundation has been delayed for about 3 weeks, the mouth of the spermatheca becomes permanently closed, so that impregnation can no longer be effected, just as the parts of a flower, after a certain time, wither and shut up, and the plant is incapable of fructification. The fertile drone-laying workers are in my opinion, physically incapable of being impregnated. However strange it may appear, or even improbable, that an unimpregnated egg can give birth to a living being, or that the sex can be dependent on impregnation, we are not at liberty to reject facts, because we cannot comprehend the reasons of them. He who allows himself to be guilty of such folly, if he seeks to maintain his consistency, will be plunged, sooner or later, into the dreary gulf of atheism. Common sense, philosophy and religion alike teach us to receive all undoubted facts in the natural and the spiritual world, with becoming reverence, assured that however mysterious to us, they are almost beautifully harmonious and consistent in the sight of Him whose understanding is infinite. There is something analogous to these wonders in the bee, in what takes place in the aphids or green lice, which infest our rose bushes and other plants. We have the most undoubted evidence that a fecundated female gives birth to other females, and they in turn to others still, all of which, without impregnation, are able to bring forth young, until at length, after a number of generations, perfect males and females are produced, and the series starts anew. The unequaled facilities furnished by my hives, have seemed to render it peculiarly incumbent upon me, to do all in my power to clear up the difficulties in this intricate and yet highly important branch of Apiarian knowledge. All the leading facts in the breeding of bees ought to be as well known to the bee keeper, as the same class of facts in the rearing of his domestic animals. A few crude and hasty notions, but half understood and half digested, will answer only for the old-fashioned bee keeper, who deals in the brimstone matches. He who expects to conduct bee keeping on a safe and profitable system, must learn that on this, as on all other subjects, knowledge is power. The extraordinary fertility of the queen bee has already been noticed. The process of laying has been well described by the Rev. W. Dunbar, a Scotch Apiarian. "When the queen is about to lay, she puts her head into a cell, and remains in that position for a second or two, to ascertain its fitness for the deposit which she is about to make. She then withdraws her head, curving her body downwards, inserts the lower part of it into the cell. In a few seconds she turns half round upon herself and withdraws, leaving an egg behind her. When she lays a considerable number, she does it equally on each side of the comb, those on the one side being as exactly opposite to those on the other as the relative position of the cells will admit. The effect of this is to produce the utmost possible concentration and economy of heat for developing the various changes of the brood." Here, as at every step in the economy of the bee, our minds are filled with an admiration as we witness the perfect adaptation of means to ends. Who can blame the warmest enthusiasm of the Apiarian in view of a sagacity which seems scarcely inferior to that of man? The eggs of bees, I quote from the admirable treatise of Bevan, "are of a lengthened oval shape, with a slight curvature, and of a bluish white color, being besmeared at the time of laying with a glutinous substance. They adhere to the bases of the cells, and remain unchanged in figure or situation for 3 or 4 days. They are then hatched, the bottom of each cell presenting to view a small white worm. On its growing so as to touch the opposite angle of the cell, it coils itself up, to use the language of Swammerdam, like a dog when going to sleep, and floats in a whitish transparent fluid, which is deposited in the cells by the nursing bees, and by which it is probably nourished. It becomes gradually enlarged in its dimensions, till the two extremities touch one another and form a ring. In this state it is called a larva or worm. So nicely do the bees calculate the quantity of food which will be required, that none remains in the cell when it is transformed into a nymph. It is the opinion of many eminent naturalists that farina does not constitute the sole food of the larva, but that it consists of a mixture of farina, honey, and water, partly digested in the stomachs of the nursing bees." The larva having derived its support, in the manner above described, for 4, 5, or 6 days, according to the season, the development being retarded in cool weather, and badly protected hives, continues to increase during that period, till it occupies the whole breadth and nearly the length of the cell. The nursing bees now seal over the cell with a light brown cover, externally more or less convex. The cap of a drone cell is more convex than that of a worker, and thus differing from that of a honey cell, which is paler and somewhat concave. The cap of the brood cell appears to be made of a mixture of bee bread and wax. It is not airtight as it would be if made of wax alone, but when examined with a microscope it appears to be reticulated, or full of fine holes, through which the enclosed insect can have air for all necessary purposes. From its texture and shape, it is easily thrust off by the bee when mature, whereas, if it consisted wholly of wax, the young bee would either perish for lack of air, or be unable to force its way into the world. Both the material and shape of the lids, which seal up the honey cells, are different, because an entirely different object was aimed at. They are of pure wax to make them airtight, and thus to prevent the honey from souring or candying in the cells. They are concave or hollowed inwards, to give them greater strength to resist the pressure of their contents. To return to Bevan. "The larva is no sooner perfectly enclosed than it begins to line the cell by spinning round itself, after the manner of the silkworm, a whitish silky film or cocoon, by which it is encased, as it were, in a pod. When it has undergone this change, it has usually borne the name of nymph or pupa. The insect has now attained its full growth, and the large amount of nutriment which it has taken, serves as a store for developing the perfect insect. The working bee nymph spins its cocoon in 36 hours. After passing about 3 days in the state of preparation for a new existence, it gradually undergoes so great a change as not to wear a vestige of its previous form, but becomes armed with a firmer mail, and with scales of a dark brown hue. On its belly 6 rings become distinguishable, by which slipping one over the other, enables the bee to shorten its body whenever it has occasion to do so. When it has reached the 21st day of its existence, counting from the moment the egg is laid, it comes forth a perfect winged insect. The cocoon is left behind, and forms a closely attached and exact lining to the cell in which it was spun. By this means the breeding cells become smaller and their partitions stronger, the oftener they change their tenants, and may become so much diminished in size as not to admit of the perfect development of full-sized bees. Such are the respective stages of the working bee. Those of the royal bee are as follows. She passes 3 days in the egg, and is 5 in a worm. The workers then close her cell, and she immediately begins spinning her cocoon, which occupies her 24 hours. On the 10th and 11th days, and a part of the 12th, as if exhausted by her labor, she remains in complete repose. Then she passes 4 days and a part of the 5th as a nymph. It is on the 16th day, therefore, that the perfect state of queen is attained. The drone passes 3 days in the egg, 6 and a half as a worm, and changes into a perfect insect on the 24th or 25th day after the egg is laid. The development of each species likewise proceeds more slowly when colonies are weak or the air cool, and when the weather is very cold, it is entirely suspended. Dr. Hunter has observed that the eggs, worms, and nymphs all require a heat above 70° of Fahrenheit for their evolution." In the chapter on protection against extremes of heat and cold, I have dwelt, at some length, upon the importance of constructing the hives in such a manner as to enable the bees to preserve, as far as possible, a uniform temperature in their tenement. In thin hives exposed to the sun, the heat is sometimes so great as to destroy the eggs and the larvae, even when the combs escape from being melted; and the cold is often so severe as to check the development of the brood, and sometimes to kill it outright. In such hives, when the temperature out of doors falls suddenly and severely, the bees at once feel the unfavorable change. They are obliged in self-defense to huddle together to keep warm, and thus large portions of the brood comb are often abandoned, and the brood either destroyed at once by the cold, or so enfeebled that they could never recover from the shock. Let every beekeeper, in all his operations, remember that brood comb must never be exposed to a low temperature, so as to become chilled. The disastrous effects are almost as certain, as when the eggs of a setting hen are left, for too long a time, by the careless mother. The brood combs are never safe when taken for any considerable time from the bees, unless the temperature is fully up to summer heat. "The young bees break their envelope with their teeth, and assisted, as soon as they come forth, by the older ones, proceed to cleanse themselves from the moisture and exuviae with which they were surrounded. Both drones and workers on emerging from the cell are, at first gray, soft, and comparatively helpless, so that some time elapses before they take wing. With respect to the cocoons spun by the different larvae, both workers and drones spin complete cocoons, or enclose themselves on every side. Royal larvae construct only imperfect cocoons, open behind, and enveloping only the head, thorax, and first ring of the abdomen; and Huber concludes, without any hesitation, that the final course of their forming only incomplete cocoons is, that they may thus be exposed to the mortal sting of the first hatched queen, whose instinct leads her instantly to seek the destruction of those who would soon become her rivals. If the royal larvae spun complete cocoons, the stings of the queens seeking to destroy their rivals, might be so entangled in their meshes that they could not be disengaged. Such, says Huber, is the instinctive enmity of young queens to each other, that I have seen one of them, immediately on its emergence from the cell, rush to those of its sisters, and tear to pieces even the imperfect larvae. Hitherto philosophers have claimed our admiration of nature for her care in preserving and multiplying the species; but from these facts, we must now admire her precautions in exposing certain individuals to a mortal hazard." End of chapter 3, part 1. Chapter 3 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 3, Part 2. Continued from Part 1. The cocoon of the royal larva is very much stronger and coarser than that spun by the drone or worker, its texture considerably resembling that of the silkworms. The young queen does not come forth from her cell until she is quite mature, and as its great size gives her abundant room to exercise her wings, she is capable of flying as soon as she quits it. While still in her cell, she makes the fluttering and piping noises with which every observant beekeeper is so well acquainted. Some Apiarians have supported that the queen bee has the power to regulate the development of eggs in her ovaries, so that few or many are produced, according to the necessities of the colony. This is evidently a mistake. Her eggs, like those of the domestic hen, are formed without any volition of her own, and when fully developed must be extruded. If the weather is unfavorable, or if the colony is too feeble to maintain a sufficient heat, a smaller number of eggs are developed in her ovaries, just as unfavorable circumstances diminish the number of eggs laid by the hen. If the weather is very cold, egg laying usually ceases altogether. In the latitude of Philadelphia, I opened one of my hives on the 5th day of February, and found an abundance of eggs and brood, although the winter had been an unusually cold one, and the temperature of the preceding month very low. The fall of 1852 was a warm one, and eggs and brood were found in a hive, which I examined on the 21st of October. Powerful stocks in well protected hives contain some brood, at least 10 months in the year. In warm countries, bees probably breed every month in the year. It is highly interesting to see in what way the supernumerary eggs of the queen are disposed of. When the number of workers is too small to take charge of all her eggs, or when there is a deficiency of bee bread to nourish the young, (see chapter on pollen), or when, for any reason, she judges it not best to deposit them in cells, she stands upon a comb, and simply extrudes them from her oviduct, and the workers devour them as fast as they are laid. This I have repeatedly witnessed in my observing hives, and admire the sagacity of the queen in economizing her necessary work after this fashion, instead of laboriously depositing the eggs in cells where they are not wanted. What a difference between her wise management and the stupidity of a hen obstinately persisting to set upon addled eggs, or pieces of chalk, and often upon nothing at all. The workers eat up also all the eggs which are dropped, or deposited out of place by the queen. In this way, nothing goes to waste, and even a tiny egg is turned to some account. Was there ever a better comment upon the maxim? Take care of the pence, and the pounds will take care of themselves. Do the workers who appear to be so fond of a tidbit in the shape of a new laid egg, ever experience a struggle between their appetites and the claims of duty, and does it cost them some self-denial to refrain from making a breakfast on a fresh laid egg? It is really very difficult for one who has carefully watched the habits of bees, to speak of his little favorites in any other way than as though they possessed an intelligence almost, if not quite, akin to reason. It is well known to every breeder of poultry, that the fertility of a hen decreases with age, until at length she becomes entirely barren. It is equally certain that the fertility of the queen bee ordinarily diminishes after she has entered upon her 3rd year. She sometimes ceases to lay worker eggs, a considerable time before she dies of old age. The contents of the spermatheca are exhausted, the eggs can no longer be impregnated, and must therefore produce drones. The queen bee usually dies of old age, some time in her 4th year, although instances are on record of some having survived a year longer. It is highly important to the bee keeper, who would receive the largest returns from his bees, to be able, as in my hives, to catch a queen, and remove her, when she has passed the period of her greatest fertility. In the sequel, full directions will be given as to the proper time and mode of effecting it. Before proceeding farther in the natural history of the queen bee, I shall describe more particularly the other inmates of the hive. The drones or male bees. The drones are, unquestionably, the male bees. Dissection proves that they have the appropriate organs of generation. They are much larger and stouter than either the queen or workers, although their bodies are not quite so long as that of the queen. They have no sting with which to defend themselves, no proboscis which is suitable for gathering honey from the flowers, and no baskets on their thighs for holding the bee bread. They are thus physically disqualified for work, even if they were ever so well disposed to it. Their proper office is to impregnate the young queens, and they are usually destroyed by the bees, soon after this is completed. Dr. Evans, the author of a beautiful poem on bees, thus appropriately describes them. Their short proboscis sips no luscious nectar from the wild thyme's lips. From the lime's leaf no amber drops they steal, nor bear their grooveless thighs the foodful meal. On other toils in pampered leisure thrive, the lazy fathers of the industrious hive. The drones begin to make their appearance in April or May, earlier or later, according to climate and the forwardness of the season, and the strength of the stock. They require about 24 days for their full development from the egg. In colonies which are too weak to swarm, none, as a general rule, are reared. They are not needed, for in such hives, as no young queens are raised, they would be only useless consumers. The number of drones in a hive is often very great, amounting, not merely to hundreds, but sometimes to thousands. It seems, at first, very difficult to understand why there should be so many, especially since it has been ascertained that a single one will impregnate a queen for life. But as intercourse always takes place high in the air, the young queens are obliged to leave the hive for this purpose, and it is exceedingly important to their safety that they should be sure of finding one, without being compelled to make frequent excursions. Being larger than a worker, and less quick on the wing, they are more exposed to be caught by birds, or blown down and destroyed by sudden gusts of wind. In a large apiary, a few drones in each hive, or the number usually found in one, might be amply sufficient. But it must be borne in mind that under these circumstances, bees are not in a state of nature. Before they were domesticated, a colony living in a forest often had no neighbors for miles. Now a good stock in our climate sometimes sends out 3 or more swarms, and in the tropical climates, of which the bee is a native, they increase with astonishing rapidity. At Sydney, in Australia, a single colony is stated to have multiplied to 300 in 3 years. All the new swarms except the first, are led off by a young queen, and as she is never impregnated until after she has been established as the head of a separate family, it is important that they should all be accompanied by a goodly number of drones, and this renders it necessary that a large number should be produced in the parent hive. As this necessity no longer exists, when the bee is domesticated, the production of so many drones should be discouraged. Traps have been invented to destroy them, but it is much better to save the bees the labor and expense of rearing such a host of useless consumers. This can readily be done by the use of my hives. The cells in which the drones are reared, are much larger than those appropriated to the raising of workers. The combs containing them may be taken out, to have their places supplied with workers' cells, and thus the overproduction of drones may easily be prevented. Some colonies contain so much drone comb as to be nearly worthless. I have no doubt that some of my readers will object to this mode of management as interfering with nature, but let them remember that the bee is not in a state of nature, and that the same objection might be urged against killing off the supernumerary males of our domestic animals. In July or August, soon after the swarming season is over, the bees expel the drones from the hive. They sometimes sting them, and sometimes gnaw the roots of their wings, so that when driven from the hive, they cannot return. If not treated in either of these summary ways, they are so persecuted and starved, that they soon perish. The hatred of bees extends even to the young which are still unhatched. They are mercilessly pulled from the cells, and destroyed with the rest. How wonderful that instinct which teaches the bees that there is no longer any occasion for the service of the drones, and which impels them to destroy those members of the colony, which, a short time before, they reared with such devoted attention. A colony which neglects to expel its drones at the usual season, ought always to be examined. The queen is probably either diseased or dead. In my hives, such an examination may be easily made, the true state of the cause ascertained, and the proper remedies at once applied. See chapter on the loss of the queen. The production of so many drones necessary, in a state of nature, to prevent degeneracy from and inbreeding. I have often been able, by the reasons previously assigned, to account for the necessity of such a large number of drones in a state of nature, to the satisfaction of others, but never fully to my own. I have repeatedly queried, why impregnation might not just as well have been effected in the hive, as on the wing, in the open air. Two very obvious and highly important advantages would have resulted from such an arrangement. First, a few dozen drones would have amply sufficed for the wants of any colony, even if, as in tropical climates, it swarmed half a dozen times or oftener, in the same season. Second, the young queens would have been exposed to none of those risks which they now incur, in leaving the hive for fecundation. I was unable to show how the existing arrangement is best, although I never doubted that there must be a satisfactory reason for this seeming imperfection. To suppose otherwise, would be highly unphilosophical, since we constantly see, as the circle of our knowledge is enlarged, many mysteries in nature hitherto inexplicable, fully cleared up. Let me here ask if the disposition which too many students of nature cherish, to reject some of the doctrines of revealed religion, is not equally unphilosophical. Neither our ignorance of all the facts necessary to their full elucidation, nor our ability to harmonize these facts in their mutual relations and dependencies, will justify us in rejecting any truth which God has seen fit to reveal, either in the book of nature, or in His holy word. The man who would substitute his own speculations for the divine teaching, has embarked, without rudder or chart, pilot or compass, upon the uncertain ocean of theory and conjecture. Unless he turns his prow from its fatal course, No sun of righteousness will ever brighten for him the dreary expanse of waters; storms and whirlwinds will thicken in gloom on his voyage of life, and no favoring gales will ever waft his shattered bark to a peaceful haven. The thoughtful reader will require no apology for the moralizing strain of many of my remarks, nor blame a clergyman, in forgetting sometimes to speak as the mere naturalist. He endeavors to find "tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in bees, and God in everything." To return to the point from which I have digressed. A new attempt to account for the existence of so many drones. If a farmer persists in what is called breeding in and in, that is, from the same stock without changing the blood, it is well known that a rapid degeneracy is the inevitable consequence. This law extends, as far as we know, to all animal life, and even man is not exempt from its influence. Have we any reason to suppose that the bee is an exception? Or that ultimate degeneracy would not ensue, unless some provision was made to counteract the tendency to in and in breeding? If fecundation had taken place in the hive, the queen bee must of necessity have been impregnated by drones from a common parent, and the same result must have taken place in each successive generation, until the whole species would have eventually run out. By the present arrangement, the young females, when they leave the hive, often find the air swarming with drones, many of which belong to other colonies, and thus by crossing the breed, a provision is constantly made to prevent deterioration. Experience has proved not only that it is unnecessary to impregnation that there should be drones in the colony of the young queen, but that this may be effected even when there are no drones in the apiary, and none except at some considerable distance. Intercourse takes place very high in the air, perhaps that less risk may be incurred from birds, and this is the more favorable to the continual crossing of stocks. I am strongly persuaded that the decay of many flourishing stocks, even when managed with great care, is to be attributed to the fact that they have become enfeebled by close breeding, and are thus unable to resist the injurious influences which were comparatively harmless when the bees were in a state of high physical vigor. I shall, in the chapter on artificial swarming, explain in what way, by the use of my hives, the stock of bees may be easily crossed, when a cultivator is too remote from other apiaries, to depend upon its being naturally effected. The workers or common bees. The number of workers in a hive varies very much. A good swarm ought to contain 15,000 or 20,000, and in large hives, strong colonies which are not reduced by swarming, frequently number 2 or 3 times as many, during the height of the breeding season. We have well authenticated instances of stocks much more populous than this. The Polish hives will hold several bushels, and yet we are informed by Mr. Dohiogost, that they swarm regularly, and that the swarms are so powerful that they resemble a little cloud in the air. I shall hereafter consider how the size of the hive affects the number of bees that it may be expected to produce. The workers, as has been already stated, are all females whose ovaries are too imperfectly developed to admit of their laying eggs. For a long time, they were regarded as neither males nor females, and were called neuters, but more careful microscopic examinations have enabled us to detect the rudiments of their ovaries, and thus to determine their sex. The accuracy of these examinations has been verified by the well-known facts respecting fertile workers. Riem, a German apiarian, first discovered that workers sometimes lay eggs. Huber, in the course of his investigations on this subject, ascertained that such workers were raised in hives that had lost their queen, and in the vicinity of the royal cells in which young queens were being reared. He conjectured that they received accidentally a small portion of the peculiar food of these infant queens, and in this way, he accounted for their reproductive organs being more developed than those of other workers. Workers reared in such hives are in close proximity to the young queens, and there is certainly much probability that some of the royal jelly may be accidentally dropped into their cells, as, in these hives, the queen cells when first commenced are parallel to the horizon, instead of being perpendicular to it, as they are in other hives. I do not feel confident, however, that they are not sometimes bred in hives which have not lost their queen. The kind of eggs laid by these fertile workers has already been noticed. Such workers are seldom tolerated in hives containing a fertile, healthy queen, though instances of this kind have been known to occur. The worker is much smaller than either the queen or the drone. It is furnished with a tongue or proboscis, of the most curious and complicated structure, which, when not in use, is nicely folded under its abdomen. With this, it licks or brushes up the honey, which is thence conveyed to its honey bag. This receptacle is not larger than a very small pea, and is so perfectly transparent as to appear when filled, of the same color with its contents. It is properly the first stomach of the bee, and is surrounded by muscles which enable the bee to compress it, and empty its contents through her proboscis into the cells. See Chapter on Honey. The hinder legs of the worker are furnished with a spoon-shaped hollow or basket, to receive the pollen or bee bread, which she gathers from the flowers. See Chapter on Pollen. Every worker is armed with a formidable sting, and when provoked, makes instant and effectual use of her natural weapon. The sting, when subjected to microscopic examination, exhibits a very curious and complicated mechanism. "It is moved by muscles which, though invisible to the eye, are yet strong enough to force the sting, to the depth of 1/12 of an inch, through the thick skin of a man's hand. At its root are situated 2 glands by which the poison is secreted. These glands uniting in one duct, eject the venomous liquid along the groove, formed by the junction of the 2 piercers. There are 4 barbs on the outside of each piercer. When the insect is prepared to sting, one of these piercers, having its point a little longer than the other, first darts into the flesh, and being fixed by its foremost beard, the other strikes in also, and they alternately penetrate deeper and deeper, till they acquire a firm hold of the flesh with their barbed hooks, and then follows the sheath, conveying the poison into the wound. The action of the sting," says Paley, "affords an example of the union of chemistry and mechanism; of chemistry in respect to the venom, which can produce such powerful effects; of mechanism as the sting is a compound instrument. The machinery would have been comparatively useless, had it not been for the chemical process, by which the insect's body honey is converted into poison; and on the other hand, the poison would have been ineffectual, without an instrument to wound, and a syringe to inject it. Upon examining the edge of a very keen razor by the microscope, it appears as broad as the back of a pretty thick knife, rough, uneven, and full of notches and furrows, and so far from anything like sharpness, that an instrument, as blunt as this seemed to be, would not serve even to cleave wood. An exceedingly small needle being also examined, it resembled a rough iron bar out of a smith's forge. The sting of a bee, viewed through the same instrument, showed everywhere a polish amazingly beautiful, without the least flaw, blemish, or inequality, and ended in a point too fine to be discerned." The extremity of the sting being barbed like an arrow, the bee can seldom withdraw it, if the substance into which she darts it is at all tenacious. In losing her sting, she parts with a portion of her intestines, and, of necessity, soon perishes. As the loss of the sting is always fatal to the bees, they pay a dear penalty for the exercise of their patriotic instincts. But they always seem ready, except when they have taken a drop too much, and are gorged with honey, to die in defense of their home and treasures; or as the poet has expressed it, they "Deem life itself to vengeance well resigned, Die on the wound, and leave their sting behind." Hornets, wasps, and other stinging insects are able to withdraw their stings from the wound. I have never seen any attempt to account for the exception in the case of the honey bee. But if the Creator intended the bee for the use of man, as He most certainly did, has He not given it this peculiarity, to make it less formidable, and therefore more completely subject to human control? Without a sting, it would have stood no chance of defending its tempting sweets against a host of greedy depredators; but if it could sting a number of times, it would be much more difficult to bring it into a state of thorough domestication. A quiver full of arrows in the hand of a skillful marksman is far more to be dreaded than a single shaft. The defense of the colony against enemies, the construction of the cells, the storing of them with honey and bee bread, the rearing of the young, in short, the whole work of the hive, the laying of eggs excepted, is carried on by the industrious little workers. There may be gentlemen of leisure in the commonwealth of bees, but most assuredly there are no such ladies, whether of high or low degree. The queen herself has her full share of duties, for it must be admitted that the royal office is no sinecure, when the mother who fills it must superintend daily the proper disposition of several thousand eggs. Age of bees. The queen bee, as has been already stated, will live 4, and sometimes, though very rarely, 5 years. As the life of the drones is usually cut short by violence, it is not easy to ascertain its precise limit. Bevan, in some interesting statements on the longevity of bees, estimates it not to exceed 4 months. The workers are supposed by him to live 6 or 7 months. Their age depends, however, very much upon their greater or less exposure to injurious influences and severe labors. Those reared in the spring and early part of summer, and on whom the heaviest labors of the hive must necessarily devolve, do not appear to live more than 2 or 3 months, while those which are bred at the close of summer, and early in autumn, being able to spend a large part of their time in repose, attain a much greater age. It is very evident that the bee, to use the words of a quaint old writer, is a summer bird, and that with the exception of the queen, none live to be a year old. Notched and ragged wings, instead of gray hairs and wrinkled faces, are the signs of old age in the bee, and indicate that its season of toil will soon be over. They appear to die rather suddenly, and often spend their last days, and sometimes even their last hours, in useful labors. Place yourself before a hive, and see the indefatigable energy of these aged veterans, toiling along with their heavy burdens, side by side with their more youthful compeers, and then say if you can, that you have done work enough, and that you will give yourself up to slothful indulgence, while the ability for useful labor still remains. Let the cheerful hum of their industrious old age inspire you with better resolutions, and teach you how much nobler it is to meet death in the path of duty, striving still, as you have opportunity, to do good unto all men. The age which individual members of the community may attain, must not be confounded with that of the colony. Bees have been known to occupy the same domicile for a great number of years. I have seen flourishing colonies which were 20 years old, and the Abbé della Rocca speaks of some over 40 years old. Such cases have led to the erroneous opinion that bees are a long-lived race. But this, as Dr. Evans has observed, is just as wise as if a stranger, contemplating a populous city, and personally unacquainted with its inhabitants, should on paying it a second visit, many years afterwards, and finding it equally populous, imagine that it was peopled by the same individuals, not one of whom might then be living. "Like leaves on trees, the race of bees is found, now green in youth, now withering on the ground. Another race the spring or fall supplies, they droop successive, and successive rise." The cocoons spun by the larvae are never removed by the bees. They stick so closely to the sides of the cells, that the knowing bee well understands that the labor of removal would cost more than it would be worth. In the process of time, the breeding cells become too small for the proper development of the young. In some cases, the bees must take down and reconstruct the old combs, for if they did not, the young issuing from them would always be dwarfs, whereas I once compared with other bees, those of a colony more than 15 years old, and found no perceptible difference. That they do not always renew the old combs, must be admitted, as the young from some old hives are often considerably below the average size. On this account, it is very desirable to be able to remove the old combs occasionally, that their place may be supplied with new ones. It is a great mistake to imagine that the brood combs ought to be changed every year. In my hives, they might, if it were desirable, be easily changed several times in a year. But once in 5 or 6 years is often enough. Oftener than this requires a needless consumption of honey to replace them, besides being for other reasons undesirable, as the bees are always in winter colder in new comb than in old. Inventors of hives have too often been most emphatically men of one idea, and that one, instead of being a well-established and important fact in the physiology of the bee, has frequently, like the necessity for a yearly change of the brood combs, been merely a conceit, existing nowhere but in the brain of a visionary projector. This is all harmless enough, until an effort is made to impose such miserable crudities upon an ignorant public, either in the shape of a patented hive, or worse still, of an unpatented hive, the pretended right to use which is fraudulently sold to the cheated purchaser. For want of proper knowledge with regard to the age of bees, huge bee palaces, and large closets in garrets or attics, have been constructed, and their proprietors have vainly imagined that the bees would fill them, however roomy, for they can see no reason why a colony should not continue to increase indefinitely, until at length it numbers its inhabitants by millions or billions. As the bees can never at one time equal, still less exceed the number which the queen is capable of producing in one season, these spacious dwellings have always an abundance of spare rooms. It seems strange that men can be thus deceived, when often in their own apiary, they have healthy stocks which have not swarmed for a year or more, and which yet in the spring are not a whit more populous than those which have regularly parted with vigorous swarms. It is certain that the Creator has for some wise reason set a limit to the increase of numbers in a single colony, and I shall venture to assign what appears to me to have been one reason for His so doing. Suppose that He had given to the bee a length of life as great as that of the horse, or the cow, or had made each queen capable of laying daily some hundreds of thousands of eggs, or had given several hundred queens to each hive, then from the very nature of the case, a colony must have gone on increasing, until it became a scourge rather than a benefit to man. In the warm climates of which the bee is a native, they would have established themselves in some cavern or capacious cleft in the rocks, and would there have quickly become so powerful as to bid defiance to all attempts to appropriate the avails of their labors. It has already been stated, that none, except the mother wasps and hornets, survive the winter. If these insects had been able, like the bee, to commence the season with the accumulated strength of a large colony, long before its close, they would have proved a most intolerable nuisance. If, on the contrary, the queen bee had been compelled, solitary and alone, to lay the foundations of a new commonwealth, the honey harvest would have disappeared before she could have become the parent of a numerous family. In the laws which regulate the increase of bees, as well as in other parts of their economy, we have the plainest proofs that the insect was formed for the special service of the human race. The process of rearing the queen more particularly described. If in the early part of the season, the population of a hive becomes uncomfortably crowded, the bees usually make preparations for swarming. A number of royal cells are commenced, and they are placed almost always upon those edges of the combs which are not attached to the sides of the hive. These cells somewhat resemble a small ground nut or pea nut, and are about an inch deep, and 1/3 of an inch in diameter. They are very thick, and require a large quantity of material for their construction. They are seldom seen in a perfect state, as the bees nibble them away after the queen has hatched, leaving only their remains, in the shape of a very small acorn cup. While the other cells open sideways, these always hang with their mouth downwards. Much speculation has arisen as to the reason for this deviation. Some have conjectured that their peculiar position exerted an influence upon the development of the royal larvae, while others, having ascertained that no injurious effect was produced by turning them upwards, or placing them in any other position, have considered this deviation as among the inscrutable mysteries of the bee hive. So it always seemed to me, until more careful reflection enabled me to solve the problem. The queen cells open downwards, simply to save room! The distance between the parallel ranges of comb being usually less than half an inch, the bees could not have made the royal cells to open sideways, without sacrificing the cells opposite to them. In order to economize space to the very utmost, they put them upon the unoccupied edges of the comb, as the only place where there is always plenty of room for such very large cells. The number of royal cells varies greatly. Sometimes there are only 2 or 3. Ordinarily there are 5 or 6, and I have occasionally seen more than a dozen. They are not all commenced at once, for the bees do not intend that the young queens shall all arrive at maturity at the same time. I do not consider it as fully settled how the eggs are deposited in these cells. In some few instances, I have known the bees to transfer the eggs from common to queen cells, and this may be their general method of procedure. I shall hazard the conjecture that the queen deposits her eggs in cells on the edges of the comb, in a crowded state of the hive, and that some of these are afterwards enlarged and changed into royal cells by the workers. Such is the instinctive hatred of the queen to her own kind, that it does not seem to me probable that she is entrusted with even the initiatory steps for securing a race of successors. That the eggs from which the young queens are produced, are of the same kind with those producing workers, has been repeatedly demonstrated. On examining the queen cells while they are in progress, one of the first things which excites our notice, is the very unusual amount of attention bestowed upon them by the workers. There is scarcely a second in which a bee is not peeping into them, and just as fast as one is satisfied, another pops its head in, to examine if not to report progress. The importance of their inmates to the bee community might easily be inferred from their being the center of so much attraction. Royal Jelly. The young queens are supplied with a much larger quantity of food than is allotted to the other larvae, so that they seem almost to float in a thick bed of jelly, and there is usually a portion of it left unconsumed at the base of the cells, after the insects have arrived at maturity. It is different from the food of either drones or workers, and in appearance, resembles a light quince jelly, having a slightly acid taste. I submitted a portion of the royal jellies for analysis, to Dr. Charles M. Wetherill, of Philadelphia. A very interesting account of his examination may be found in the Proceedings of the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences, for July 1852. He speaks of the substance as, "truly a bread-containing albuminous compound." I hope in the course of the coming summer to obtain from this able analytical chemist an analysis of the food of the young drones and workers. A comparison of its elements with those of the royal jelly may throw some light on subjects as yet involved in obscurity. The effects produced upon the larvae by this peculiar food and method of treatment are very remarkable. For one, I have never considered it strange that such effects should be rejected as idle whims, by nearly all except those who have either been eye witnesses to them, or have been well acquainted with the character and opportunities for accurate observation. of those on whose testimony they have received them. They are not only in themselves most marvelously strange, but on the face of them, so entirely opposed to all common analogies, and so very improbable, that many men when asked to believe them, feel almost as though an insult were offered to their common sense. The most important of these effects I shall now proceed to enumerate. First, the peculiar mode in which the worm designed to be reared as a queen, is treated, causes it to arrive at maturity about 1/3 earlier than if it had been bred a worker, and yet it is to be much more fully developed, and according to ordinary analogy, ought to have had a slower growth. Second, its organs of reproduction are completely developed so that it is capable of fulfilling the office of a mother. Third, its size, shape, and color are all greatly changed. See page 32. Its lower jaws are shorter, its head rounder, and its legs have neither brushes nor baskets, while its sting is more curved, and 1/3 longer than that of a worker. Fourth, its instincts are entirely changed. Reared as a worker, it would have been ready to thrust out its sting upon the least provocation, whereas now, it may be pulled limb from limb without attempting to sting. As a worker, it would have treated a queen with the greatest consideration, whereas now, if placed under a glass with another queen, it rushes forthwith to mortal combat with its rival. As a worker, it would frequently have left the hive, either for labor or exercise. As a queen, after impregnation, it never leaves the hive except to accompany a new swarm. Fifth, the term of its life is remarkably lengthened. As a worker, it would have lived not more than 6 or 7 months at farthest. As a queen, it may live 7 or 8 times as long. All these wonders rest on the impregnable basis of complete demonstration, and instead of being witnessed by only a select few, may now, by the use of my hive, be familiar sights to any bee keeper, who prefers to acquaint himself with facts, rather than to cavil and sneer at the labors of others. When provision has been made, in the manner described, for a new race of queens, the old mother always departs with the first swarm, before her successors have arrived at maturity. Artificial rearing of queens. The distress of the bees when they lose their queen, has already been described. If they have the means of supplying her loss, they soon calm down, and commence forthwith the necessary steps for rearing another. The process of rearing queens artificially, to meet some special emergency, is even more wonderful than the natural one, which has already been described. Its success depends on the bees having worker eggs or worms not more than 3 days old. If older, the larva has been too far developed as a worker to admit of any change. The bees nibble away the partitions of 2 cells adjoining a third, so as to make one large cell out of the 3. They destroy the eggs or worms in 2 of these cells, while they place before the occupant of the third, the usual food of the young queens, and build out its cell, so as to give it ample space for development. They do not confine themselves to the attempt to rear a single queen, but to guard against failure, start a considerable number, although the work on all except a few is usually soon discontinued. In 12 or 14 days, they are in possession of a new queen, precisely similar to one reared in the natural way, while the eggs which were laid at the same time in the adjoining cells, and which have been developed in the usual way, are nearly a week longer in coming to maturity. I will give in this connection a description of an interesting experiment. A large hive which stood at a distance from any other colony, was removed in the morning of a very pleasant day, to a new place, and another hive containing only empty comb, was put upon its stand. Thousands of workers which were out in the fields, or which left the old hive after its removal, returned to the familiar spot. It was affecting to witness their grief and despair. They flew in restless circles about the place which once contained their happy home, entered and left the new hive continually, expressing, in various ways, their lamentations over their cruel bereavement. Towards evening, they ceased to take wing, and roamed in restless platoons, and in and out of the hive, and over its surface, acting all the time, as though in search of some lost treasure. I now gave them a piece of brood comb, containing worker eggs and worms, taken from a second swarm, which being just established with its young queen, in a new hive, could have no intention of rearing young queens that season. Therefore, it cannot be contended that this piece of comb contained what some are pleased to call royal eggs. What followed the introduction of this brood comb, took place much quicker than it can be described. The bees which first touched it, raised a peculiar note, and in a moment, the comb was covered with a dense mass. Their restless motions and mournful noises ceased, and a cheerful hum at once attested to their delight. Despair gave place to hope, as they recognized in this small piece of comb, the means of deliverance. Suppose a large building filled with thousands of persons, tearing their hair, beating their breasts, and by piteous cries, as well as frantic gestures, giving vent to their despair. If now someone should enter this house of mourning, and by a single word, cause all these demonstrations of agony to give place to smiles and congratulations, the change could not have been more wonderful and instantaneous, than that produced when the bees received the brood comb. The Orientals called the honey bee, Deborah, "she that speaketh." Would that this little insect might speak, and in words more eloquent than those of man's device, to the multitudes who allow themselves to reject the doctrines of revealed religion, because, as they assert, they are, on their face so utterly improbable, that they labor under an a priori objection strong enough to be fatal to their credibility. Do not nearly all the steps in the development of a queen, from a worker egg, labor under precisely the same objection? And have they not, for this very reason, always been regarded by a great number of bee keepers, as unworthy of credence? If the favorite argument of infidels and errorists will not stand the test when applied to the wonders of the beehive, can it be regarded as entitled to any serious weight when employed in framing objections against religious truths, and arrogantly taking to task the infinite Jehovah for what he has been pleased to do or to teach? Give me the same latitude claimed by such objectors, and I can easily prove that a man is under no obligation to receive any of the wonders in the economy of the beehive, although he is himself an intelligent eyewitness that they are all substantial verities. I shall quote, in this connection, from Huish, an English Apiarian of whom I have already spoken, because his objections to the discoveries of Huber remind me so forcibly of both the spirit and principles of the great majority of those who object to the doctrines of revealed religion. If an individual, with the view of acquiring some knowledge of the natural history of the bee, or of its management, consults the works of Bagster, Bevan, or any of the periodicals which casually treat upon the subject, will he not rise from the study of them with his mind surcharged with falsities and mystification? Will he not discover through the whole of them, a servile acquiescence in the opinions and discoveries of one man, however at variance they may be with truth or probability, and if he enter upon the discussion with his mind free from prejudice, will he not experience that an outrage has been committed upon his reason, in calling upon him to give assent to positions and principles, which at best are merely assumed, but to which he is called upon dogmatically to subscribe his acquiescence as the indubitable results of experience, skill, and ability? The editors of the works above alluded to, should boldly and indignantly have declared, that from their own experience in the natural economy of the insect, they were able to pronounce the circumstances as related by Huber, to be directly impossible, and the whole of them based on fiction and imposition." Let the reader change only a few words in this extract, for "the natural history of the bee or its management," let him write "the subject of religion," for "the works of Bagster Bevan," let him put "the works of Moses Paul," etc., for "their own experience in the natural economy of the insect," let him substitute "their own experience in the nature of man," and for "circumstances as related by Huber," let him insert "as related by Luker John," and it will sound almost precisely like a passage from some infidel author. I resume the quotation from Huish. "If we examine the account which Huber gives of his invention, of the royal jelly, the existence and efficiency of which are fully acquiesced in by the aforesaid editors, to what other conclusions are we necessarily driven, than that they are the dupes of a visionary enthusiast, whose greatest merit consists in his inventive powers, no matter how destitute those powers may be of all affinity with truth or probability? Before, however, these editors bestowed their unqualified assent on the existence of this royal jelly, did they stop to put themselves to the following questions? By what kind of bee is it made? Whence is it procured? Is it a natural or elaborated substance? If natural, from what source is it derived? If elaborated, in what stomach of the bee is it to be found? How is it administered? What are its constituent principles? Is its existence optional or definite? Whence does it derive its miraculous power of converting a common egg into a royal one? Will any of the aforesaid editors publicly answer these questions? And ought they not to have been able to answer them, before they so unequivocally expressed their belief in its existence, its powers and administration?" How puerile does all this sound to one who has seen and tasted the royal jelly! And permit me to add, how equally unmeaning do the objections of infidels seem, to those who have an experimental acquaintance with the divine hopes and consolations of the Gospel of Christ. Chapter 4. of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee, by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 4. Comb. Wax is a natural secretion of the bees. It may be called their oil or fat. If they are gorged with honey, or any liquid sweet, and remain quietly clustered together, it is formed in small wax pouches on their abdomen, and comes out in the shape of very delicate scales. Soon after a swarm is hived, the bottom board will be covered with these scales. "Thus filtered through yon flutter's folded mail, clings the cooled wax, and hardens to a scale. Swift, at the well-known call, the ready train, for not a buzz boon nature breathes in vain, spring to each falling flake, and bear along their glossy burdens, to the builder throng. These with sharp sickle or with sharper tooth, pare each excrescence, and each angle smooth, till now, in finished pride, two radiant rows Of snow-white cells, one mutual base disclose. 6 shining panels gird each polished round, The door's fine rim, with waxen fillet bound, While walls so thin, with sister walls combined, Weak in themselves, a sure dependence find." Evans. Huber was the first to demonstrate that wax is a natural secretion of the bee, when fed on honey or any saccharine substance. Most Apiarians before his time supposed that it was made from pollen or bee bread, either in a crude or digested state. He confined a new swarm of bees in a hive placed in a dark and cool room, and on examining them, at the end of 5 days, found several beautiful white combs in their tenement. These were taken from them, and they were again confined and supplied with honey and water, and a second time new combs were constructed. 5 times in succession their combs were removed, and were in each instance replaced, the bees being all the time prevented from ranging the fields, to supply themselves with bee bread. By subsequent experiments he proved that sugar answered the same end with honey. He then confined a swarm, giving them no honey, but an abundance of fruit and pollen. They subsisted on the fruit, but refused to touch the pollen, and no combs were constructed, nor any wax scales formed in their pouches. These experiments are conclusive, and are interesting, not merely as proving that wax is secreted from honey or saccharine substances, but because they show in what a thorough manner the experiments of Huber were conducted. Confident assertions are easily made, requiring only a little breath or a drop of ink, and the men who deal most in them have often a profound contempt for observation and experiment. To establish even a simple truth on the solid foundation of demonstrated facts, often requires the most patient and protracted toil. A high temperature is necessary for comb building, in order that the wax may be soft enough to be molded into shape. The very process of its secretion helps to furnish the amount of heat which is required to work it. This is a very interesting fact, which seems never before to have been noticed. Honey or sugar is found to contain by weight, about 8 pounds of oxygen to 1 of carbon and hydrogen. When changed into wax, these proportions are entirely reversed. The wax contains only 1 pound of oxygen to more than 16 pounds of hydrogen and carbon. Now as oxygen is the grand supporter of animal heat, the consumption of so large a quantity of it, aids in producing the extraordinary heat which always accompanies comb building, and which is necessary to keep the wax in the soft and plastic state requisite to enable the bees to mold it into such exquisitely delicate and beautiful shapes. Who can fail to admire the wisdom of the Creator in this beautiful instance of adaptation? The most careful experiments have clearly established the fact, that at least 20 pounds of honey are consumed in making a single pound of wax. If any think that this is incredible, let them bear in mind that wax is an animal oil secreted from honey, and let them consider how many pounds of corn or hay they must feed to their stock, in order to have them gain a single pound of fat. Many Apiarians are entirely ignorant of the great value of empty comb. Suppose the honey to be worth only 15 cents per pound, and the comb when rendered into wax, to be worth 30 cents per pound, the bee master who melts a pound of comb, loses nearly $3 by the operation, and this, without estimating the time which the bees have consumed in building the comb. Unfortunately, in the ordinary hives, but little use can be made of empty comb, unless it is new, and can be put into the surplus honey boxes. But by the use of my movable frames, every piece of good worker comb may be used to the best advantage, as it can be given to the bees, to aid them in their labors. It has been found very difficult to preserve comb from the bee moth, when it is taken from the bees. If it contains only a few eggs of this destroyer, these, in due time, will produce a progeny sufficient to devour it. The comb, if it is attached to my frames, may be suspended in a box or empty hive, and thoroughly smoked with sulfur. This will kill any worms which it may contain. When the weather is warm enough to hatch the eggs of the moth, this process must be repeated a few times, at intervals of about a week, so as to insure the destruction of the worms as they hatch, for the sulfur does not seem always to destroy the vitality of the eggs. The combs may now be kept in a tight box or hive, with perfect safety. Combs containing bee bread are of great value, and if given to young colonies, which in spring are frequently destitute of this article, they will materially assist them in early breeding. Honey may be taken from my hives in the frames, and the covers of the cells sliced off with a sharp knife. The honey can then be drained out, and the empty combs returned to be filled again. A strong stock of bees, in the height of the honey harvest, will fill empty combs with wonderful rapidity. I lay it down as one of my first principles in bee culture, that no good comb should ever be melted. It should all be carefully preserved and given to the bees. If it is new, it may be easily attached to the frames, or the honey receptacles, by dipping the edge into melted wax, pressing it gently until it stiffens, and then allowing it to cool. If the comb is old, or the pieces large and full of bee bread, it will be best to dip them into melted rosin, which, besides costing much less than wax, will secure a much firmer adhesion. When comb is put into tumblers or other small vessels, the bees will begin to work upon it the sooner, if it is simply crowded in, so as to be held in place by being supported against the sides. It would seem as though they were disgusted with such unworkmanlike proceedings, and they cannot rest until they have taken it into hand, and endeavored to make a job of it. If the beekeeper in using his choicest honey will be satisfied to dispense with looks, and will carefully drain it from the beautiful comb, he may use all such comb again to great advantage, not only saving its intrinsic value, but greatly encouraging his bees to occupy and fill all receptacles in which a portion of it is put. Bees seem to fancy a good start in life, about as well as their more intelligent owners. To this use all suitable drone comb should be put, as soon as it is removed from the main hive. See remarks on drones. Ingenious efforts have been made, of late years, to construct artificial honeycombs of porcelain, to be used for feeding bees. No one, to my knowledge, has ever attempted to imitate the delicate mechanism of the bee so closely, as to construct artificial combs for the ordinary uses of the hive. Although for a long time, I have entertained the idea as very desirable, and yet as barely possible, I am at present engaged in a course of experiments on this subject, the results of which, in due time, I shall communicate to the public. While writing this treatise, it has occurred to me that bees might be induced to use old wax for the construction of their combs. Very fine parings may be shaved off with glass, and if given to the bees, under favorable circumstances, it seems to me very probable that they would use them, just as they do the scales which are formed in their wax pouches. Let strong colonies be deprived of some of their combs, and after the honey harvest is over, and supplied abundantly with these parings of wax. Whether nature abhors a vacuum, or not, bees certainly do, when it occurs among the combs of the main hive. They will not use the honey stored up for winter use, to replace the combs taken from them. They can gather none from the flowers, and I have strong hopes that necessity will with bees as well as men, prove the mother of invention, and lead them to use the wax, as readily as they do the substitutes offered them for pollen. See chapter on pollen. If this conjecture should be verified by actual results, it would exert a most powerful influence in the cheap and rapid multiplication of colonies, and would enable the bees to store up most prodigious quantities of honey. A pound of beeswax might then be made to store up 20 pounds of honey, and the gain to the beekeeper would be the difference in price between the pound of wax and the 20 pounds of honey, which the bees have consumed in making the same amount of comb. Strong stocks might thus during the dull season, when no honey can be procured, be most profitably employed in building spare comb, to be used in strengthening feeble stocks, and for a great variety of purposes. Give me the means of cheaply obtaining large amounts of comb, and I have almost found the philosopher's stone in beekeeping. The building of comb is carried on with the greatest activity in the night, while the honey is gathered by day. Thus no time is lost. If the weather is too forbidding to allow the bees to go abroad, the combs are very rapidly constructed, as the labor is carried on both by day and by night. On the return of a fair day, the bees gather unusual quantities of honey, as they have plenty of room for its storage. Thus it often happens, that by their wise economy of time, they actually lose nothing, even if confined for several days to their hive. "How doth the little busy bee improve each shining hour?" The poet might with equal truth have described her as improving the gloomy days and the dark nights in her useful labors. It is an interesting fact, which I do not remember ever to have seen particularly noticed by any writer, that honey gathering and comb building go on simultaneously, so that when one stops, the other ceases also. I have repeatedly observed, that as soon as the honey harvest fails, the bees intermit their labors in building new comb, even when large portions of their hive are unfilled. They might enlarge their combs by using some of their stores, but then they would incur the risk of perishing in the winter, by starvation. When honey no longer abounds in the fields, it is wisely ordered that they should not consume their hoarded treasures, in expectation of further supplies, which may never come. I do not believe that any other safe rule could have been given them, and if honey gathering was our business, with all our boasted reason, we should be obliged to adopt the very same course. Wax is one of the best non-conductors of heat, so that when it is warmed by the animal heat of the bees, it can more easily be worked, than if it parted with its heat too readily. By this property, the combs serve also to keep the bees warm, and there is not so much risk of the honey candying in the cells, or the combs cracking with frost. If wax was a good conductor of heat, the combs would often be icy cold, moisture would condense and freeze upon them, and they would fail to answer the ends for which they are intended. The size of the cells, in which workers are reared, never varies. The same may substantially be said of the drone cells, which are very considerably larger. The cells in which honey is stored, often vary exceedingly in depth, while in diameter, they are of all sizes from that of the worker cells to that of the drones. The cells of the bees are found perfectly to answer all the most refined conditions of a very intricate mathematical problem. Let it be required to find what shape a given quantity of matter must take, in order to have the greatest capacity and the greatest strength, requiring at the same time the least space and the least labor in its construction. The problem has been solved by the most refined process of the higher mathematics, and the result is the hexagonal or six-sided cell of the honey bee, with its 3 four-sided figures at the base. The shape of these figures cannot be altered, ever so little, except for the worse. Besides possessing the desirable qualities already described, they answer as nurseries for the rearing of the young, and as small air-tight vessels, in which the honey is preserved from souring or candying. Every prudent housewife who puts up her preserves in tumblers, or small glass jars, and carefully pastes them over, to keep out the air, will understand the value of such an arrangement. Quote, "There are only 3 possible figures of the cells," says Dr. Reed, "which can make them all equal and similar, without any useless spaces between them. These are the equilateral triangle, the square, and the regular hexagon. It is well known to mathematicians that there is not a 4th way possible, in which a plane may be cut into little spaces that shall be equal, similar and regular, without leaving any interstices." An equilateral triangle would have made an uncomfortable tenement for an insect with a round body, and a square would not have been much better. At first sight a circle would seem to be the best shape for the development of the larvae, but such a figure would have caused a needless sacrifice of space, materials, and strength, while the honey which now adheres so admirably to the many angles or corners of the 6-sided cell, would have been much more liable to run out. I will venture to assign a new reason for the hexagonal form. The body of the immature insect, as it undergoes its changes, is charged with a superabundance of moisture, which passes off through the reticulated cover which the bees build over its cell. A hexagon, while it approaches so nearly the shape of a circle, as not to incommode the young bee, furnishes in its 6 corners the necessary vacancies for its more thorough ventilation. So invariably uniform in size, as well as perfect in other respects, are the cells in which the workers are bred, that some mathematicians have proposed their adoption, as the best unit for measures of capacity to serve for universal use. Can we believe that these little insects unite so many requisites in the construction of their cells, either by chance, or because they are profoundly versed in the most intricate mathematics? Are we not compelled to acknowledge that the mathematics must be referred to the Creator, and not to His puny creature? To an intelligent, candid mind, a piece of honeycomb is a complete demonstration that there is a great first cause; for on no other supposition can we account for so complicated a shape, and yet the only one which can possibly unite so many desirable requisites. "On books deep poring, ye pale sons of toil, Who waste in studious trance the midnight oil, Say, can ye emulate with all your rules, Drawn or from Grecian or from Gothic schools, This artless frame, instinct her simple guide, A heaven taught insect baffles all your pride. Not all yon marshalled orbs, that ride so high, Proclaim more loud a present Deity, Than the nice symmetry of these small cells, Where on each angle genuine science dwells." Evans. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 5. Propolis, or Bee Glue. This substance is obtained by the bees, from the resinous buds and limbs of trees, and when first gathered, it is usually of a bright golden color, and is exceedingly sticky. The different kinds of poplars furnish a rich supply. The bees bring it on their thighs, just as they do bee bread, and I have caught them as they were entering with a load, and taken it from them. It adheres so firmly that it is difficult to remove it. "Huber planted in spring some branches of the wild poplar, before the leaves were developed, and placed them in pots near his apiary. The bees alighting on them, separated the folds of the largest buds with their forceps, extracted the varnish in threads, and loaded with it, first one thigh, and then the other, for they convey it like pollen, transferring it by the first pair of legs to the second, by which it is lodged in the hollow of the third." The smell of the propolis is often precisely similar to that of the resin from the poplar, and chemical analysis proves the identity of the two substances. It is frequently gathered from the alder, horse chestnut, birch, and willow, and as some think, from pines and other trees of the fir kind. I have often known bees to enter the shops where varnishing was being carried on, attracted evidently by the smell, and Bevan mentions the fact of their carrying off a composition of wax and turpentine, from trees to which it had been applied. Dr. Evans says that he has seen them collect the balsamic varnish which coats the young blossom buds of the hollyhock, and has known them to rest at least 10 minutes on the same bud, molding the balsam with their forefeet, and transferring it to the hinder legs, as described by Huber. "With merry hum the willow's copse they scale, the fir's dark pyramid, or poplar pale, scoop from the alder's leaf its oozy flood, or strip the chestnut's resin-coated bud, skim the light tear that nips narcissus ray, or round the hollyhock's hoar fragrance play, soon tempered to their will through eve's low beam, and linked in airy bands the viscous stream, they waft their nut-brown loads exulting home, that form a fretwork for the future comb, caulk every chink where rushing winds may roar, and seal the circling ramparts to the floor." Evans. A mixture of wax and propolis is used by the bees to strengthen the attachments of the combs to the top and sides of the hive, and serves most admirably for this purpose, as it is much more adhesive than wax alone. If the combs, as soon as they are built, are not filled with honey or brood, they are beautifully varnished with a most delicate coating of this material, which adds exceedingly to their strength. But as this natural varnish impairs their delicate whiteness, they ought not to be allowed to remain in the surplus honey receptacles, accessible to the bees, unless when they are actively engaged in storing them with honey. The bees make a very liberal use of this substance to fill up all the crevices about their premises; and as the natural summer heat of the hive keeps it soft, the bee moth selects it as a proper place of deposit for her eggs. For this reason, the hive should be made of sound lumber, entirely free from cracks, and thoroughly painted on the inside as well as outside. When glass is used, there is no risk that the bee moth will find a place in which she can insert her ovipositor and lay her eggs. The corners of the hive, which the bees always fill with propolis, should have a melted mixture of 3 parts rosin, and 1 part beeswax run into them, which remains hard during the hottest weather, and bids defiance to the moth. The inside of the hive may be coated with the same mixture, put on hot with a brush. The bees find it difficult to gather the propolis, and equally so to remove it from their thighs, and to work so sticky a material. For this reason, it is doubly important to save them all unnecessary labor in amassing it. To men, time is money; to bees, it is honey; and all the arrangements of the hive should be such as to economize it to the very utmost. Propolis is sometimes put to a very curious use by the bees. "A snail having crept into one of M. Reaumur's hives early in the morning, after crawling about for some time, adhered by means of its own slime to one of the glass panes. The bees having discovered the snail, surrounded it and formed a border of propolis round the verge of its shell, and fastened it so securely to the glass that it became immovable." "Forever closed the impenetrable door, it naught avails that in his torpid veins, year after year, life's loitering spark remains." Evans. "Maraldi, another eminent Apiarian, has related a somewhat similar instance. He states that a snail without a shell, or slug, as it is called, has entered one of his hives, and that the bees, as soon as they observed it, stung it to death; after which being unable to dislodge it, they covered it all over with an impervious coat of propolis." "For soon in fearless ire, their wonder lost, Spring fiercely from the comb the indignant host, Lay the pierced monster breathless on the ground, And clap in joy their victor pinions round, While all in vain concurrent numbers strive, To heave the slime-girt giant from the hive; Sure not alone by force instinctive swayed, But blessed with reason's sole directing aid. Alike in man or bee, they haste to pour, Thick hardening as it falls, the flaky shower. Embalmed in shroud of glue the mummy lies, No worms invade, no foul miasmas rise." Evans. "In these cases who can withhold his admiration of the ingenuity and judgment of the bees? In the first case, a troublesome creature gained admission to the hive, which, from its unwieldiness, they could not remove, and which, from the impenetrability of its shell, they could not destroy. Here then their only recourse was to deprive it of locomotion, and to obviate putrefaction, both which objects they accomplished most skillfully and securely, and as is usual with these sagacious creatures, at the least possible expense of labor and materials. they applied their cement where alone it was required, round the verge of the shell. In the latter case, to obviate the evil of decay, by the total exclusion of air, they were obliged to be more lavish in the use of their embalming material, and to case over the slime-girt giant, so as to guard themselves from his noisome smell. What means more effectual could human wisdom have devised under similar circumstances?" "If in the insect season's twilight ray sheds on the darkling mind a doubtful day, plain is the steady light her instincts yield, to point the road over life's unvaried field. If few these instincts to the destined goal, with surer course their straitened currents roll." Evans. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee, by L. L. Langstroth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Chapter 6. Pollen, or Bee Bread. This substance is gathered by the bees from the flowers, or blossoms, and is used for the nourishment of their young. Repeated experiments have proved that no brood can be raised in a hive, unless the bees are supplied with it. It contains none of the elements of wax, but is rich in what chemists call nitrogenous substances, which are not contained in honey, and which furnish ample nourishment for the development of the growing bee. Dr. Hunter dissected some immature bees, and found their stomachs to contain farina, but not a particle of honey. We are indebted to Huber for the discovery of the use made by the bees of pollen. That it did not serve as food for the mature bees, was evident from the fact that large supplies are often found in hives whose inmates have starved to death. It was this fact which led the old observers to conclude that it was gathered for the purpose of building comb. After Huber had demonstrated that wax is secreted from an entirely different substance, he was soon led to conjecture that the bee bread must be used for the nourishment of the embryo bees. By rigid experiments he proved the truth of this supposition. Bees were confined to their hive without any pollen, after being supplied with honey, eggs, and larvae. In a short time the young all perished. A fresh supply of brood was given to them, with an ample allowance of pollen, and the development of the larvae then proceeded in the natural way. When a colony is actively engaged in carrying in this article, it may be taken for granted that they have a fertile queen, and are busy in breeding. On the contrary, if any colony is not gathering pollen where others are, the queen is either dead, or diseased, and the hive should at once be examined. In the backward spring of 1852, I had an excellent opportunity of testing the value of this substance. In one of my hives, was an artificial swarm of the previous year. The hive was well protected, being double, and the situation was warm. I opened it on the 5th of February, and although the weather, until within a week of that time, had been unusually cold, I found many of the cells filled with brood. On the 23rd, the combs were again examined, and found to contain neither eggs, brood, nor bee bread. The bees were then supplied with bee bread taken from another hive. The next day, this was found to have been used by them, and a large number of eggs had been deposited in the cells. When this supply was exhausted, egg laying ceased, and was again renewed when more was furnished them. During all the time of these experiments, the weather was unpromising, and as the bees were unable to go out for water, they were supplied at home with this important article. Dzierzon is of opinion that the bees are able to furnish food for the young, without the presence of pollen in the hive, although he admits that they can do this only for a short time, and at a great expense of vital energy, just as the strength of an animal nursing its young is rapidly reduced, when for want of proper food, the very substance of its own body as it were, is converted into milk. My experiments do not corroborate this theory, but tend to confirm the views of Huber, and to show the absolute necessity of pollen to the development of brood. The same able contributor to Apiarian science, thinks that pollen is used by the bees when they are engaged in comb building, and that unless they are well supplied with it, they cannot rapidly secrete wax, without very severely taxing their strength. But as all the elements of wax are found in honey, and none of them in pollen, this opinion does not seem to me to be entitled to much weight. That bees cannot live upon pollen without any honey, is proved by the fact, that large stores of it are often found, in hives whose occupants have died of starvation. That they can live without it, is equally well known, but that the full grown bees make some use of it in connection with honey, for their own nourishment, I believe to be highly probable. The bees prefer to gather fresh bee bread, even when there are large accumulations of old stores in the cells. Hence, the great importance of being able to make the surplus of old colonies supply the deficiency of young ones. See number 28 in the chapter, on the advantages which ought to be found in an improved hive. If both honey and pollen can be obtained from the same flower, then a load of each will be secured by the industrious insect. Of this, any one may convince himself, who will dissect a few pollen gatherers at the time when honey is plenty. He will generally find their honey bags full. The mode of gathering is very interesting. The body of the bee appears, to the naked eye, to be covered with fine hairs. To these, when the bee alights on a flower, the farina adheres. With her legs, she brushes it off from her body, and packs it in 2 hollows or baskets, one on each of her thighs. These baskets are surrounded by stouter hairs, which hold the load in its place. When the bee returns with pollen, she often makes a singular, dancing or vibratory motion, which attracts the attention of the other bees, who at once nibble away from her thighs what they want for immediate use, the rest she deposits in a cell for future need, where it is carefully packed down, and often sealed over with wax. It has been observed that a bee, in gathering pollen, always confines herself to the same kind of flower on which she begins, even when that is not so abundant as some others. Thus if you examine a ball of this substance taken from her thigh, it is found to be of one uniform color throughout. The load of one will be yellow, another red, and a third brown, the color varying according to that of the plant from which it was obtained. It is probable that the pollen of different kinds of flowers would not pack so well together. It is certain that if they flew from one species to another, there would be a much greater mixture of different varieties than there now is, for they carry on their bodies the pollen or fertilizing principle, and thus aid most powerfully in the impregnation of plants. This is one reason why it is so difficult to preserve pure the different varieties of the same vegetables whose flowers are sought by the bee. He must be blind indeed, who will not see, at every step in the natural history of this insect, the plainest proofs of the wisdom of its Creator. I cannot resist the impression that the honey bee was made for the especial service and instruction of man. At first the importance of its products, when honey was the only natural sweet, served most powerfully to attract his attention to its curious habits, and now since the cultivation of the sugar cane has diminished the relative value of its luscious sweets, the superior knowledge which has been obtained of its instincts, is awakening an increasing enthusiasm in its cultivation. Virgil in the 4th book of his Georgics, which is entirely devoted to bees, speaks of them as having received a direct emanation from the divine intelligence, and many modern Apiarians are almost disposed to rank the bee for sagacity, as next in the scale of creation to man. The importance of pollens to the nourishment of the brood, has long been known, and of late, successful attempts have been made to furnish a substitute. The bees in Dzierzon's apiary were observed by him, early in the spring before the time for procuring pollen, to bring rye meal to their hives from a neighboring mill. It is now a common practice in the continent of Europe, where beekeeping is extensively carried on, to supply the bees, in early spring, with this article. Shallow troughs are set in front of the apiaries, which are filled, about 2 inches deep, with finely ground, dry, unbolted rye meal. Thousands of bees resort eagerly to them when the weather is favorable, roll themselves in the meal, and return heavily laden to their hives. In fine, mild weather, they labor at this work with astonishing industry, and seem decidedly to prefer the meal to the old pollen stored in their combs. By this means, the bees are induced to commence breeding early, and rapidly recruit their numbers. The feeding is continued till the bees cease to carry away the meal, that is, until the natural supplies furnish them with a preferable article. The average consumption of each colony is about 2 pounds of meal. At the last annual Apiarian Convention in Germany, a cultivator recommended wheat flour as an excellent substitute for pollen. He says that in February 1852, he used it with the best results. The bees forsook the honey which had been set out for them, and engaged actively in carrying in large quantities of the wheat flour, which was placed about 20 paces in front of the hives. The construction of my hives permits the flour to be placed, at once, where the bees can take it, without being compelled to waste their time in going out for it, or to suffer for the want of it, when the weather confines them at home. The discovery of this substitute removes a serious obstacle to the successful culture of bees. In many districts, there is a great abundance of honey for a few weeks in the season, and almost any number of colonies, which are strong when the honey harvest commences, will, in a good season, lay up sufficient stores for themselves, and a large surplus for their owners. In many of these districts, however, the supply of pollen is often so insufficient, that the new colonies of the previous year are found destitute of this article in the spring, and unless the season is early, and the weather unusually favorable, the production of brood is most seriously interfered with. Thus, the colony becomes strong too late to avail itself to the best advantage of the superabundant harvest of honey. See remarks on the importance of having strong stocks early in the spring. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 7. On the advantages which ought to be found in an improved hive. In this chapter I shall enumerate certain very desirable, if not necessary, qualities of a good hive. I have neither the taste nor the time for the invidious work of disparaging other hives. I prefer inviting the attention of beekeepers to the importance of these requisites, some of which, as I believe, are contained in no hive but my own. Let them be most carefully examined, and if they commend themselves to the enlightened judgment and good common sense of cultivators, let them be employed to test the comparative merits of the various kinds of hives in common use. 1. A good hive should give the Apiarian a perfect control over all the combs, so that any of them may be taken out at pleasure, and this, without cutting them, or enraging the bees. This advantage is possessed by no hive in use, except my own, and it forms the very foundation of an improved and profitable system of bee culture. Unless the combs are at the entire command of the Apiarian, he can have no effectual control over his bees. They swarm too much or too little, just as it suits themselves, and their owner is almost entirely dependent upon their caprice. 2. It ought to afford suitable protection against extremes of heat and cold, sudden changes of temperature, and the injurious effects of dampness. In winter, the interior of the hive should be dry, and not a particle of frost should ever find admission, and in summer, the bees should not be forced to work to disadvantage, in a pent and almost suffocating heat. See these points discussed in the chapter on protection. 3. It should permit all necessary operations to be performed without hurting or killing a single bee. Most hives are so constructed that it is impossible to manage them, without at times injuring or destroying some of the bees. The mere destruction of a few bees would not, except on the score of humanity, be of much consequence, if it did not very materially increase the difficulty of managing them. Bees remember injuries done to any of their number, for some time, and generally find an opportunity to avenge them. 4. It should allow everything to be done that is necessary in the most extensive management of bees, without incurring any serious risk of exciting their anger. See chapter on the anger of bees. 5. Not a single unnecessary step or motion ought to be required of a single bee. The honey harvest, in most locations, is of short continuance, and all the arrangements of the hive should facilitate, to the utmost, the work of the busy gatherers. Tall hives, therefore, are all such as compel them to travel with their heavy burdens through densely crowded combs, are very objectionable. The bees in my hive, instead of forcing their way through thick clusters, can easily pass into the surplus honey boxes, not only from any comb in the hive, but without traveling over the combs at all. 6. It should afford suitable facilities for inspecting, at all times, the condition of the bees. When the sides of my hive are of glass, as soon as the outer cover is elevated, the Apiarian has a view of the interior, and can often at a glance determine its condition. If the hive is of wood, or if he wishes to make a more thorough examination, in a few minutes every comb may be taken out and separately inspected. In this way, the exact condition of every colony may always be easily ascertained, and nothing left, as in the common hives, to mere conjecture. This is an advantage, the importance of which it would be difficult to overestimate. See chapters on the loss of the queen, and on the bee moth. 7. While the hive is of a size adapted to the natural instincts of the bee, it should be capable of being readily adjusted to the wants of small colonies. If a small swarm is put into a large hive, they will be able to concentrate their animal heat, so as to work to the best advantage, and will often become discouraged, and abandon their hive. If they are put into a small hive, its limited dimensions will not afford them suitable accommodations for increase. By means of my movable partition, my hive can, in a few moments, be adapted to the wants of any colony however small, and can, with equal facility, be enlarged from time to time, or at once restored to its full dimensions. 8. It should allow the combs to be removed without any jarring. bees manifest the utmost aversion to any sudden jar, for it is in this way that their combs are loosened and detached. However firmly fastened the frames may be in my hive, they can all be loosened in a few moments, without injuring or exciting the bees. 9. It should allow every good piece of comb to be given to the bees, instead of being melted into wax. See chapter on comb. 10. The construction of the hive should induce the bees to build their combs with great regularity. A hive which contains a large proportion of irregular comb, can never be expected to prosper. Such comb is only suitable for storing honey, or raising drones. This is one reason why so many colonies never flourish. A glance will often show that a hive contains so much drone comb, as to be unfit for the purposes of a stock hive. 11. It should furnish the means of procuring comb to be used as a guide to the bees, in building regular combs in empty hives, and to induce them more readily to take possession of the surplus honey receptacles. It is well known that the presence of comb will induce bees to begin work much more readily than they otherwise would. This is especially the case in glass vessels. 12. It should allow the removal of drone combs from the hive, to permit the breeding of too many drones. See remarks on drones. 13. It should enable the Apiarian, when the combs become too old, to remove them, and supply their place with new ones. No hive can, in this respect, equal one in which, in a few moments, any comb can be removed, and the part which is too old, to be cut off. The upper part of a comb, which is generally used for storing honey, will last without renewal for many years. 14. It ought to furnish the greatest possible security against the ravages of the bee moth. Neither before nor after it is occupied, ought there to be any cracks or crevices in the interior. All such places will be filled by the bees with propolis or bee glue, a substance which is always soft in the summer heat of the hive, and which forms a most congenial place of deposit for the eggs of the moth. If the sides of the hive are of glass, and the corners are run with a melted mixture, 3 parts rosin and 1 part beeswax, the bees will waste but little time in gathering propolis, and the bee moth will find but little chance for laying her eggs, even if she should succeed in entering the hive. My hives are so constructed, that if made of wood, they may be thoroughly painted inside and outside, without being so smooth as to annoy the bees, for they travel over the frames to which the combs are attached, and thus whether the inside surface is glass or wood, it is not liable to crack, or warp, or absorb moisture, after the hive is occupied by the bees. If the hives are painted inside, it should be done some time before they are used. If the interior of the wooden hive is brushed with a very hot mixture of the rosin and beeswax, the hives may be used immediately. 15. It should furnish some place accessible to the Apiarian, where the bee moth can be tempted to deposit her eggs, and the worms, when fully grown, to wind themselves in their cocoons. See remarks on the bee moth. 16. It should enable the Apiarian, if the bee moth ever gains the upper hand of the bees, to remove the combs and expel the worms. See bee moth. 17. The bottom board should be permanently attached to the hive, for if this is not done, it will be inconvenient to move the hive when the bees are in it, and next to impossible to prevent the depredations of moths and worms. Sooner or later, there will be crevices between the bottom board and the sides of the hive, through which the moths will gain admission, and under which the worms, when fully grown, will retreat to spin their webs, and to be changed into moths, to enter in their turn, and lay their eggs. Movable bottom boards are a great nuisance in the Apiary, and the construction of my hive, which enables me entirely to dispense with them, will furnish a great protection against the bee moth. There is no place where they can get in, except at the entrance for the bees, and this may be contracted or enlarged, to suit the strength of the colony, and from its peculiar shape, the bees are enabled to defend it against intruders, with the greatest advantage. The bottom board should slant towards the entrance, to assist the bees in carrying out the dead and other useless substances, to aid them in defending themselves against robbers, to carry off all moisture, and to prevent the rain and snow from beating into the hive. As a farther precaution against this last evil, the entrance ought to be under a covered way, which should not, at once lead into the interior. 19. The bottom board should be so constructed, that it may be readily cleared of dead bees in cold weather, when the bees are unable to attend to this business themselves. If suffered to remain, they often become moldy, and injure the health of the colony. If the bees drag them out, as they will do if the weather moderates, they often fall with them on the snow, and are so chilled that they never rise again, for a bee generally retains its hold in flying away with the dead, until both fall to the ground. 20. No part of the interior of the hive should be below the level of the place of exit. If this principle is violated, the bees must, at great disadvantage, drag their dead and all the refuse of the hive, uphill. Such hives will often have their bottom boards covered with small pieces of comb, bee bread, and other impurities, in which the moth delights to lay her eggs, and which furnished her progeny with a most congenial nourishment, until they are able to get access to the combs. 21. It should afford facilities for feeding the bees both in warm and cold weather. In this respect, my hive has a very unusual advantage. 60 colonies in warm weather may, in an hour, be fed a quart each, and yet no feeder be used, and no risk incurred from robbing bees. See chapter on feeding. 22. It should allow of the easy hiving of a swarm, without injuring any of the bees, or risking the destruction of the queen. See chapter on natural swarming and hiving. 22. It should admit of the safe transportation of the bees to any distance whatever. The permanent bottom board, the firm attachment of the combs, each to a separate frame, and the facility with which, in my hive, any amount of air can be given to the bees when shut up, most admirably adapted to this purpose. 24. It should furnish the bees with air when the entrance is shut, and the ventilation for this purpose ought to be unobstructed, even if the hives should be buried in 2 or 3 feet of snow. See chapter on protection. 25. A good hive should furnish facilities for enlarging, contracting, and closing the entrance, so as to protect the bees against robbers, and the bee moth, and when the entrance is altered, the bees ought not to lose valuable time in searching for it, as they must do in most hives. See chapters on ventilation and on robbing. 26. It should give the bees the means of ventilating their hives, without enlarging the entrance too much, so as to expose them to moths and robbers, and to the risk of losing their brood by a chill and sudden changes of weather. See chapter on ventilation. To secure this end, the ventilators must not only be independent of the entrance, but they must owe their efficiency mainly to the cooperation of the bees themselves, who thus have a free admission of air only when they want it. To depend on the opening and shutting of the ventilators by the beekeeper is entirely out of the question. 27. It should furnish facilities for admitting, at once, a large body of air, so that in winter, or early spring, when the weather is at any time unusually mild, the bees may be tempted to fly out and discharge their feces. See chapter on Protection. If such a free admission of air cannot be given to hives which are thoroughly protected against the cold, the bees may lose a favorable opportunity of emptying themselves, and thus be more exposed than they otherwise would, to suffer from diseases resulting from too long confinement. A very free admission of air is also desirable when the weather is exceedingly hot. 28. It should enable the Apiarian to remove the excesses of bee bread from old stocks. This article always accumulates in old hives, so that in the course of time, many of the combs are filled with it, thus unfitting them for the rearing of brood and the reception of honey. Young stocks, on the other hand, will often be so deficient in this important article, that in the early part of the season, breeding will be seriously interfered with. By means of my movable frames, the excess of old colonies may be made to supply the deficiency of young ones, to the mutual benefit of both. See chapter on Pollen. 29. It should enable the Apiarian, when he has removed the combs from a common hive, to place them with the bees, brood, honey, and bee bread, in the improved hive, so that the bees may be able to attach them in their natural positions. See directions for transferring bees from an old hive. 30. It should allow of the easy and safe dislodgment of bees from the hive. This requisite is especially important to secure the union of colonies, when it becomes necessary to break up some of the stocks. See remarks on the union of stocks. 31. It should allow the heat and odor of the main hive, as well as of the bees themselves, to pass in the freest manner to the surplus honey receptacles. In this respect, all the hives with which I am acquainted, are more or less deficient. The bees are forced to work in receptacles difficult of access, and in which, especially in cool nights, they find it impossible to keep up the animal heat necessary for comb building. Bees cannot, in such hives, work to advantage in glass tumblers, or other small vessels. One of the most important arrangements of my hive, is that by which the heat ascends into all the receptacles for storing honey, as naturally and almost as easily as the warmest air ascends to the top of a heated room. 32. It should permit the surplus honey to be taken away, in the most convenient, beautiful, and saleable forms, at any time, and without any risk of annoyance from the bees. In my hives, it may be taken in tumblers, glass boxes, wooden boxes, small or large, earthen jars, flower pots; in short, in any kind of receptacle which may suit the fancy or the convenience of the bee keeper; or all these may be dispensed with, and the honey may be taken from the interior of the main hive by removing the frames with loaded combs, and supplying their place with empty ones. 33. It should admit of the easy removal of all the good honey from the main hive, that its place may be supplied with an inferior article. Bee keepers who have but few colonies, and who wish to secure the largest yield, may remove the loaded combs from my hive, slice off the covers of the cells, drain out the honey, and restore the empty combs, into which, if the season of gathering is over, they can first pour the cheap foreign honey for the use of the bees. 34. It should allow, when quantity, not quality, is the object, the largest amount of honey to be gathered, so that the surplus of strong colonies may, in the fall, be given to those which have not a sufficient supply. By surmounting my hive with a box of the same dimensions, the combs may all be transferred to this box, and the bees, when they commence building, will descend and fill the lower frames, usually using the upper box, as the brood is hatched out, for storing honey. In this way, the largest possible yield of honey may be secured, as the bees always prefer to continue their work below, rather than above the main hive, and will never swarm, when allowed in season, ample room in this direction. The combs in the upper box, containing a large amount of bee bread and being of a size adapted to the breeding of workers, will be all the better for aiding weak colonies. 35. It should compel, when desired, the force of the colony to be mainly directed to raising young bees, so that brood may be on hand to form new colonies and strengthen feeble stocks. See chapter on Artificial Swarming. 36. It ought, while well protected from the weather, to be so constructed, that in warm, sunny days in early spring, the influence of the sun may be allowed to penetrate and warm up the hive, so as to encourage early breeding. See chapter on Protection. 37. The hive should be equally well adapted to be used as a swarmer or non-swarmer. In my hives, bees may be allowed, if their owner chooses, to swarm just as they do in common hives, and be managed in the usual way. Even on this plan, the great protection against the weather which it affords, and the command over all the combs, will be found to afford great advantages. See Natural Swarming. Non-swarming hives managed in the ordinary way are liable, in spite of all precautions, to swarm very unexpectedly, and if not closely watched, the swarm is lost, and with it the profit of that season. By having the command of the combs, the queen in my hives can always be caught and deprived of her wings. Thus she cannot go off with a swarm, and they will not leave without her. 38. It should enable the Apiarian, if he allows his bees to swarm, and wishes to secure surplus honey, to prevent them from throwing more than one swarm in a season. Second and third swarms must be returned to the old stock, if the largest quantities of surplus honey are to be realized. It is troublesome to watch them, deprive them of their queens, and restore them to the parent hive. They often issue with new queens again and again, and waste, in this way, both their own time and that of the keeper. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In my hives, as soon as the first swarm has issued, and been hived, all the queen cells except one, in the hive from which it came, may be cut out, and thus all after swarming will very easily and effectually be prevented. See chapter on Artificial Swarming, for the use to which these supernumerary queens may be put. When the old stock is left with but one queen, she runs no risk of being killed or crippled in a contest with rivals. By such contests, a colony is often left without a queen, or in possession of one which is too much maimed to be of any service. See chapter on the loss of the queen. 39. A good hive should enable the Apiarian, if he relies on natural swarming, and wishes to multiply his colonies as fast as possible, to make vigorous stocks of all his small after swarms. Such swarms contain a young queen, and if they can be judiciously strengthened, usually make the best stock hives. If hived in a common hive, and left to themselves, unless very early, or in very favorable seasons, they seldom thrive. They generally desert their hives, or perish in the winter. If they are small, they cannot be made powerful, even by the most generous feeding. There are too few bees to build comb, and take care of the eggs which a healthy queen can lay, and when fed, they are apt to fill with honey, the cells in which young bees ought to be raised, thus making the kindness of their owners serve only to hasten their destruction. My hives enable me to supply all such swarms at once with combs containing bee bread, honey, and brood almost mature. They are thus made strong, and flourish as well, nay, often better than the first swarms which have an old queen, whose fertility is generally not so great as that of a young one. 40. It should enable the Apiarian to multiply his colonies with a certainty and rapidity which are entirely out of the question if he depends upon natural swarming. See chapter on Artificial Swarming. 41. It should enable the Apiarian to supply destitute colonies with the means of obtaining a new queen. Every Apiarian would find it, for this reason, if for no other, to his advantage to possess, at least, one such hive. See chapters on Physiology and Loss of Queen. 42. It should enable him to catch the queen, for any purpose, especially to remove an old one whose fertility is impaired by age, that her place may be supplied with a young one. See chapter on Artificial Swarming. 43. While a good hive is adapted to the wants of those who desire to enter upon beekeeping on a large scale, or at least to manage their colonies on the most improved plans, it ought to be suited to the wants of those who are too timid, too ignorant, or for any reason indisposed, to manage them in any other than the common way. 44. It should enable a single individual to superintend the colonies of many different persons. Many would like to keep bees, if they could have them taken care of, by those who would undertake their management, just as a gardener does the gardens and grounds of his employers. No person can agree to do this with the common hives. If the bees are allowed to swarm, he may be called in a dozen different directions, and if any accident, such as the loss of a queen, happens to the colonies of his customers, he can apply no remedy. If the bees are in non-swarming hives, he cannot multiply the stocks when this is desired. On my plan, gentlemen who desire it, may have the pleasure of witnessing the industry and sagacity of this wonderful insect, and of gratifying their palates with its delicious stores, harvested on their own premises, without incurring either trouble or risk of injury. 45. All the joints of the hive should be watertight, and there should be no doors or slides which are liable to shrink, swell, or get out of order. The importance of this will be sufficiently obvious to any one who has had the ordinary share of vexatious experience in the use of such fixtures. 46. It should enable the beekeeper entirely to dispense with sheds and costly apiaries, as each hive when properly placed, should alike defy heat or cold, rain or snow. See chapter on Protection. 47. It should allow the contents of a hive, bees, combs and all, to be taken out, so that any necessary repairs may be made. This may be done, with my hives, in a few minutes. A stitch in time saves 9. Hives which can be thoroughly overhauled and repaired, from time to time, if properly attended to, will last for generations. 48. The hive and fixtures should present a neat and attractive appearance, and should admit, when desired, of being made highly ornamental. 49. The hives ought not to be liable to be blown down in high winds. My hives, being very low in proportion to their other dimensions, it would require almost a hurricane to upset them. 50. It should enable an Apiarian who lives in the neighborhood of human pilferers, to lock up the precious contents of his hives in some cheap, simple, and efficient way. A couple of padlocks with some cheap fixtures will suffice to secure a long range of hives. 51. A good hive should be protected against the destructive ravages of mice in winter. It seems almost incredible that so puny an animal should dare to invade a hive of bees, and yet not infrequently they slip in when the bees are compelled by the cold to retreat from the entrance. Having once found admission, they build themselves a nest in their comfortable abode, eat up the honey, and such bees as are too much chilled to make any resistance, and fill the premises with such an abominable stench, that on the approach of warm weather, the bees often in a body abandon their desecrated home. As soon as the cold weather approaches, all my hives may have their entrances either entirely closed, or so contracted that a mouse cannot gain admission. 52. A good hive should have its alighting board constructed so as to shelter the bees against wind and wet, and thus to facilitate to the utmost their entrance when they come home with their heavy burdens. If this precaution is neglected, much valuable time and many lives will be sacrificed, as the colony cannot be encouraged to use to the best advantage the unpromising days which so often occur in the working season. I have succeeded in arranging my alighting board in such a manner that the bees are sheltered against wind and wet, and are able to enter the hive with the least possible loss of time. 53. A well-constructed hive ought to admit of being shut up in winter, so as to consign the bees to darkness and repose. Nothing can be more hazardous than to shut up closely an ill-protected hive. Even if the bees have an abundance of air, it will not answer to prevent them from flying out, if they are so disposed. As soon as the warmth penetrating their thin hives tempts them to fly, they crowd to the entrance, and if it is shut, multitudes worry themselves to death in trying to get out, and the whole colony is liable to become diseased. In my hives, as soon as the bees are shut up for winter, they are most effectually protected against all atmospheric changes, and never desire to leave their hives, until the entrances are again open, on the return of suitable weather. Thus they pass the winter in a state of almost absolute repose. They eat much less honey than when wintered on the ordinary plan. A much smaller number die in the hives, none are lost upon the snow, and they are more healthy, and commence breeding much earlier than they do in common hives. As some of the holes into the protector are left open in winter, any bee that is diseased and wishes to leave the hive can do so. Bees when diseased, have a strange propensity to leave their hives, just as animals when sick seek to retreat from their companions, and in summer such bees may often be seen forsaking their home to perish on the ground. If all egress from the hive in winter is prevented, the diseased bees will not be able to comply with an instinct which urges them to leave their country for their country's good. 54. It should possess all these requisites without being too costly for common beekeepers, or too complicated to be constructed by anyone who can handle simple tools. And they should also be so combined that the result is a simple hive, which anyone can manage who has ordinary intelligence on the subject of bees. I suppose that the very natural conclusion from reading this long list of desirables, would be that no single hive can combine them all, without being exceedingly complicated and expensive. On the contrary, the simplicity and cheapness with which my hive secures all these results, is one of its most striking peculiarities, the attainment of which has cost me more study than all the other points besides. As far as the bees are concerned, they can work in this hive with even greater facility than in the simple old-fashioned box, as the frames are left rough by the saw, and thus give an admirable support to the bees when building their combs, and they can enter the spare honey boxes with even more ease than if they were merely continuations of the main hive. These are a few desirables to which my hive makes not the slightest pretensions. It promises no splendid results to those who purchase it, and yet are too ignorant or too careless to be entrusted with the management of bees. In beekeeping, as in other things, a man must first understand his business, and then proceed to the good old maxim, that the hand of the diligent maketh rich. It possesses no talismanic influence by which it can convert a bad situation for honey into a good one, or give the Apiarian an abundant harvest whether the season is productive or otherwise. It cannot enable the cultivator rapidly to multiply his stocks, and yet to secure, in the same season, surplus honey from his bees. As well might the breeder of poultry pretend that he can, in the same year, both raise the greatest number of chickens, and sell the largest number of eggs. Worse than all, it cannot furnish the many advantages enumerated, and yet be made in as little time, or quite as cheap as a hive which proves, in the end, to be a very dear bargain. I have not constructed my hive in accordance with crude theories, or mere conjectures, and then insisted that the bees must flourish in such a fanciful contrivance; but I have studied, for many years, most carefully, the nature of the honey bee, and have diligently compared my observations with those of writers and practical cultivators, who have spent their lives in extending the sphere of Apiarian knowledge, and as the result, have endeavored to adapt my hive to the actual wants and habits of the bee, and to remedy the many difficulties with which I have found its successful culture to be beset. And more than this, I have actually tested by experiments long continued and on a large scale, the merits of this hive, that I might not deceive both myself and others, and add another to the many useless contrivances which have deluded and disgusted a credulous public. I would, however, most earnestly repudiate all claims to having devised a perfect beehive. Perfection can belong only to the works of the great Creator, to whose omniscient eye, all causes and effects, with all their relations, were present, when He spake, and from nothing formed the universe and all its glorious wonders. For man to stamp upon any of his own works the label of perfection, is to show both his folly and presumption. It must be confessed that the culture of bees is at a very low ebb in our country, when thousands can be induced to purchase hives which are in most glaring opposition not only to the true principles of Apiarian knowledge, but often to the plainest dictates of simple common sense. Such have been the losses and disappointments of deluded purchasers, that it is no wonder that they turn from everything offered in the shape of a patent beehive, as a miserable humbug, if not a most barefaced cheat. I do not hesitate to say that those old-fashioned beekeepers, who have most steadily refused to meddle with any novelties, and who have used hives of the very simplest construction, or at least such as are only one remove from the old straw hive or wooden box, have, as a general thing, realized by far the largest profits in the management of bees. They have lost neither time, money, nor bees, in the vain hope of obtaining any unusual results from hives, which, in the very nature of the case, can secure nothing really in advance of what can be accomplished by a simple box hive with an upper chamber. A hive of the simplest possible construction, is only a close imitation of the abode of bees in a state of nature, being a mere hollow receptacle in which they are protected from the weather, and where they can lay up their stores. An improved hive is one which contains, in addition, a separate apartment in which the bees can be induced to lay up the surplus portion of their stores, for the use of their owner. All the various hives in common use are only modifications of this latter hive, and, as a general rule, they are bad, exactly in proportion as they depart from it. Not one of them offers any remedy for the loss of the queen, or indeed for most of the casualties to which bees are exposed. They form no reliable basis for any new system of management, and hence the cultivation of bees is substantially where it was, 50 years ago, and the Apiarian is entirely dependent as ever, upon all the whims and caprices of an insect which may be completely subject to his control. No hive which does not furnish a thorough control over every comb, can be considered as any substantial advance on the simple improved or chamber hive. Of all such hives, the one which with the least expense, gives the greatest amount of protection, and the readiest access to the spare honey boxes, is the best. Having thus enumerated the tests to which all hives ought to be subjected, and by which they should stand or fall, I submit them to the candid examination of practical, common sense beekeepers, who have had the largest experience in the management of bees, and are most conversant with the evils of the present system, and who are therefore best fitted to apply them to an invention, which, if I may be pardoned for using the enthusiastic language of an experienced Apiarian on examining its practical workings, introduces, not simply an improvement, but a revolution in beekeeping. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 8. Protection against extremes of heat and cold, sudden and severe changes of temperature, and dampness in the hives. I specially invite a careful perusal of this chapter, as the subject, though of the very first importance in the management of bees, it is one to which but little attention has been given by the majority of cultivators. In our climate of great and sudden extremes, many colonies are annually injured or destroyed by undue exposure to heat or cold. In summer, thin hives are often exposed to the direct heat of the sun, so that the combs melt, and the bees are drowned in their own sweets. Even if they escape utter ruin, they cannot work to advantage in the almost suffocating heat of their hives. But in those places where the winters are both long and severe, it is much more difficult to protect the bees from the cold than from the heat. Bees are not, as some suppose, in a dormant or torpid condition in the winter. It must be remembered that they were intended to live in colonies, in winter as well as summer. The wasp, hornet, and other insects which do not live in families in the winter, lay up no stores for cold weather, and are so organized as to be able to endure in a torpid state, a very low temperature, so low it would be certain death to a honey bee, which, when frozen, is as surely killed as a frozen man. As soon as the temperature of the hives falls too low for their comfort, the bees gather themselves into a more compact body, to preserve to the utmost their animal heat, and if the cold becomes so great that this will not suffice, they keep up an incessant, tremulous motion, accompanied by a loud humming noise; in other words, they take active exercise in order to keep warm. If a thermometer is pushed up among them, it will indicate a high temperature, even when the external atmosphere is many degrees below zero. When the bees are unable to maintain the necessary amount of animal heat, an occurrence which is very common with small colonies in badly protected hives, then, as a matter of course, they must perish. Extreme cold, when of long continuance, very frequently destroys colonies in thin hives, even when they are strong both in bees and honey. The inside of such hives is often filled with frost, and the bees, after eating all the food in the combs in which they are clustered, are unable to enter the frosty combs, and thus starve in the midst of plenty. The unskillful bee keeper who finds an abundance of honey in the hives, cannot conjecture the cause of their death. If the cold merely destroyed feeble colonies, or strong ones only now and then, it would not be so formidable an enemy, but every year it causes many of the most flourishing stocks to perish by starvation. The extra quantity of food which they are compelled to eat, in order to keep up their heat in their miserable hives, is often the turning point with them, between life and death. They starve, when with proper protection, they would have had food enough and to spare. But some one may say, what possible difference can the kind of hives in which bees are kept, make in the quantity of food which they will consume? Enough, I would reply, in some single winters, to pay the difference between a good hive and a bad one. I cannot move my finger or wink my eyelids without some waste of muscle, however small; for it is a well ascertained law in our animal economy, that all muscular exertion is attended with a corresponding waste of muscular fiber. Now this waste must be supplied by the consumption of food, and would it be as unreasonable to expect constant heat from a stove, without fresh supplies of fuel, as incessant muscular activity from an insect, without a supply of food proportioned to that activity? If then we can contrive any way to keep our bees in almost perfect quiet during the winter, we may be certain that they will need much less food than when they are constantly excited. In the cold winter of 1851 to 1852, I kept 2 swarms in a perfectly dry and dark cellar, where the temperature was remarkably uniform, seldom varying 2 degrees from 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and I found that the bees ate very little honey. The hives were of glass, and the bees, when examined from time to time, were found clustered in almost death-like repose. If these bees had been exposed in thin hives in the open air, they would, in all probability, have eaten 4 times as much; for whenever the sun shone upon them, or the atmosphere was unusually warm, they would have been roused to injurious activity, and the same would have been the case, when the cold was severe. Exposed to sudden changes and severe cold, they would have been in almost perpetual motion, and must have been compelled to consume a largely increased quantity of food. In this way, many colonies are annually starved to death, which if they had been better protected, would have survived to gladden their owner with an abundant harvest. This protection, as a general thing, must be given to them in the open air, for it is a very rare thing to meet with a cellar which is dry enough to prevent the combs from molding, and the bees from becoming diseased. Bees never, unless diseased, discharge their feces in the hive, and the want of suitable protection, by exciting undue activity, and compelling them to eat more freely, causes their bodies to be greatly distended with accumulated feces. On the return of warm weather, bees in this condition being often too feeble to fly, crawl from their hives, and miserably perish. I must notice another exceedingly injurious effect of insufficient protection, in causing the moisture to settle upon the cold top and sides of the interior of the hive, from whence it drips upon the bees. In this way, many of their number are chilled and destroyed, and often the whole colony is infected with dysentery. Not unfrequently, large portions of the comb are covered with mold, and the whole hive is rendered very offensive. This dampness, which causes what may be called rot among the bees, is one of the worst enemies with which the Apiarian in a cold climate has to contend, as it weakens or destroys many of his best colonies. No extreme of cold ever experienced in latitudes where bees flourish, can destroy a strong colony well supplied with honey, except indirectly, by confining them to empty combs. They will survive our coldest winters in thin hives raised on blocks to give a freer admission of air, or even in suspended hives without any bottom board at all. Indeed, in cold weather, a very free admission of air is necessary in such hives, to prevent the otherwise ruinous effects of frozen moisture, and hence the common remark that bees require as much or more air in winter than in summer. When bees, in unsuitable hives, are exposed to all the variations of the external atmosphere, they are frequently tempted to fly abroad if the weather becomes unseasonably warm, and multitudes are lost on the snow, at a season when no young are bred to replenish their number, and when the loss is most injurious to the colony. From these remarks, it will be obvious to the intelligent cultivator, that protection against extremes of heat and cold, is a point of the very first importance. And yet this is the very point, which, in proportion to its importance, has been most overlooked. We have discarded, and very wisely, the straw hives of our ancestors, but such hives, with all their faults, were comparatively warm in the winter, and cool in the summer. We have undertaken to keep bees, where the cold of winter and the heat of summer are alike intense, and where sudden and severe changes are often fatal to the brood, and yet we blindly persist in expecting success under circumstances in which any marked success is well nigh impossible. That our country is eminently favorable to the production of honey cannot be doubted. Many of our forests abound with colonies which are not only able to protect themselves against all their enemies, the dreaded bee moth not excepted, but which often amass prodigious quantities of honey. Nor are such colonies found merely in new countries. They exist frequently in the very neighborhood of cultivators whose hives are weak and impoverished, and who impute to a decay of the honey resources of the country, the inevitable consequences of their own irrational system of management. It will not be without profit to consider briefly under what circumstances these wild colonies flourish, and how they are protected against sudden and extreme changes of temperature. Snugly housed in the hollow of a tree whose thickness and decayed interior are such admirable materials for excluding atmospheric changes, the bees in winter are in a state of almost absolute repose. The entrance to their abode is generally very small in proportion to the space within, and let the weather out of doors vary as it may, the inside temperature is very uniform. These natural hives are dry, because the moisture finds no cold or icy top, or sides, on which to condense, and from which it must drip upon the bees, destroying their lives, or enfeebling their health, by filling the interior of their dwelling with mold and dampness. As they are very quiet, they eat but little, and hence their bodies are not distended and diseased by accumulated feces. Often they do not stir from their hollows from November until March or April. and yet they come forth in the spring strong in numbers, and vigorous in health, if at any time in the winter season, the warmth is so great as to penetrate their comfortable abodes, and tempt them to fly. When they venture out, they find a balmy atmosphere in which they may disport with impunity. In the summer, they are protected from the heat, not merely by the thickness of the hollow tree, but by the leafy shade of overarching branches, and the refreshing coolness of a forest home. The Russian and Polish beekeepers, living in a climate whose winters are much more severe than our own, are among the largest and most successful cultivators of bees, many of them numbering their colonies by hundreds, and some even by thousands. They have, with great practical sagacity, imitated as closely as possible the conditions under which bees are found to flourish so admirably in a state of nature. We are informed by Mr. Dohiogost, a Polish writer, that his countrymen make their hives of the best plank, and never less than 1.5 inches in thickness. The shape is that of an old-fashioned churn, and the hive is covered on the outside, half way down, with twisted rope cordage, to give it greater protection against extremes of heat and cold. The hives are placed in a dry situation, directly upon the hard earth, which is first covered with 1 inch or 2 of clean dry sand. Chips are then heaped up all around them, and covered with earth banked up in a sloping direction to carry off the rain. The entrance is at some distance above the bottom, and is a triangle, whose sides are only 1 inch long. In the winter season, this entrance is contracted so that only one bee can pass at a time. Such a hive, with us, as it does not furnish the honey in convenient, beautiful, and saleable forms, would not meet the demands of our cultivators. Still, there are some very important lessons to be learned from it, by all who keep bees in regions of cold winters and hot summers. It shows the importance which some of the largest Apiarians in the world, attach to protection, practical, common sense men, whose heads have not been turned, as some would express it, by modern theories and fanciful inventions. They cultivate their bees almost in a state of nature, and their experience on what we would term a gigantic scale, ought to convince even the most incredulous of the folly of pretending to keep bees in the miserably thin and unprotected hives to which we have been accustomed. But how, it will be asked, can bees live in winter in a hive so closely shut up as the Polish hive? They do live in such hives, and prosper, just as they do in hollow trees, with only one small entrance. It is well known that bees have flourished when their hives were buried in winter, and under circumstances in which but a very small amount of air could possibly gain admission to them. Bees, when kept in a dry place, in properly protected hives, and in a state of almost perfect repose, need only a small supply of air; and the objection that those cultivators among us, who shut up their colonies very closely in winter, are almost sure to lose them, is of no weight, because the majority of our hives are so deficient in protection, that if they are too closely shut up, the breath of the bees, condensing and freezing upon the inside, and afterwards thawing, causes the combs to mold, and the bees to become diseased, just as many substances mold and perish when kept in a close, damp cellar. We are now prepared to discuss the question of protection in its relations to the construction of hives. We have seen how it is furnished to the bees in the Polish hives, and in the decayed hollows of trees. If the Apiarian chooses, he can imitate this plan by constructing his hives of very thick plank, but such hives would be clumsy, and with us, expensive; or he may much more effectually reach the same end, by making his hives double, so as to enclose an air space all around, which in winter may be filled with charcoal, plaster of Paris, straw, or any good non-conductor, to enable the bees to preserve with the least waste their animal heat. I prefer to pack the air space with plaster of Paris, as it is one of the very best non-conductors of heat, being used in the manufacture of the celebrated salamander fire-proof safes. Hives may be constructed in this way, which without great expense, may be much better protected, than if they were made of 6-inch plank. As the price of glass is very low, I prefer to construct the inside of my doubled hives of this material. When a number of hives are to be made, as the lowest price glass will answer every purpose, I can furnish a given amount of protection cheaper with glass than wood, while the glass possesses some most decided advantages over any other material. The hives are lighter and more compact than when made of doubled wood, and can be more easily moved, while the Apiarian can gratify his rational curiosity, and inspect at all times the condition of his stocks. The very interest inspired by being able to see what they are doing, will go far to protect them from that indifference and neglect which is so often fatal to their prosperity. The way in which I make my hives, not only protects the bees against extremes of heat and cold, but it guards them very effectually against the injurious and often fatal effects of condensed moisture. By means of my movable frames, the combs are prevented from being attached to the sides, top, or bottom of the hive. They are in fact suspended in the air. If now the dampness can be prevented from condensing anywhere, over the bees, so that it may not drip upon their combs, and if it can be easily discharged from the hive wherever it may collect, it cannot, under any circumstances, seriously annoy them. Such are the arrangements in my hives, but that very little moisture forms in them, and all that does, is deposited on the sides in preference to any other part of the interior, just as it is upon the colder walls or windows, rather than the ceiling of a room. But as the combs are kept away from the sides, this moisture cannot annoy the bees, nor can it penetrate the glass as it does unpainted wood or straw, thus causing a more protracted dampness. It must run down their smooth surfaces, and fall upon the bottom board, from whence it can be easily discharged from the hive. By packing in winter the necessary amount of protection is secured for the top and sides of the hive, and the very worst property of glass, its parting so rapidly with heat, is changed into one of the very best for the purposes of a beehive. I prefer not only to make the sides of my hives of glass, but of double glass, with an air space of about an inch between the two panes of glass. The extra cost of this construction will be amply repaid by the additional protection given to the bees. It will be absolutely impossible for any frost ever to penetrate through this air space, and the packing between the outside case and the main hive. The combs in such a hive cannot be melted down, even if the hive is exposed to the reflected and concentrated heat of a blazing sun. The same construction which secures them against the cold of winter, equally protecting them from the heat of summer. There is one disadvantage to which all well protected hives of the ordinary construction are exposed. In the spring of the year, it is exceedingly desirable that the warmth of the sun should penetrate the hives, to encourage the bees in early breeding. But the very arrangement which protects them from the cold, often interferes with this. A beehive is thus like a cellar, warm in winter, and cool in summer, but often unpleasantly cool in the early spring, when the atmosphere out of doors is warm and delightful. In my hive, this difficulty is easily remedied. In the spring, as soon as the bees begin to fly, on warm, sunshiny days, the upper part of the outside case is removed, so that the genial heat of the sun can penetrate to every part of the hive. The cover must be replaced while the sun is still shining, so that the hives may be shut up while they are warm. The labor of doing this need occupy only a few minutes daily, and as soon as warm weather fairly sets in, it may be dispensed with. It may be performed without any risk, by a woman or a boy. If the hive is of glass, it will warm up all the better, and as the combs are on frames, they cannot be melted or injured by the heat. It is a serious objection to most covered apiaries, that they do not permit the hives to receive the genial heat of the sun, at a period of the year, when instead of injuring the bees, it exerts a most powerful influence in developing their brood. This is one among many reasons why I have discarded them, and why I prefer to construct my hives in such a manner that they need no extra covering, but stand exposed to the full influence of the sun. I have known strong colonies which have survived the winter in thin hives, to increase rapidly and swarm early, because of the stimulating effect of the sun, while others, deprived of this influence, in dark bee houses and well protected hives, have sometimes disappointed the hopes of their owners. Although my glass hives are very beautiful, and most admirably protected, still hives of doubled wood may often be built to better advantage by those who construct their own hives, and they can be made to furnish any desirable amount of protection. Enclosed apiaries are at best but nuisances. They soon become lurking places for spiders and moths, and after all the expense wasted on their construction, afford but little protection against extreme cold. I have been thus particular on the subject of protection, in order to convince every beekeeper who exercises common sense, that thin hives ought to be given up, if either pleasure or profit is sought from his bees. Such hives an enlightened Apiarian could not be persuaded to purchase, and he would consider them too expensive in their waste of honey and bees, to be worth accepting even as a gift. Many strong colonies which are lodged in badly protected hives, often consume in extra food, in a single hard winter, more than enough to pay the difference between the first cost of a good hive over a bad one. In the severe winter of 1851 to 1852, many cultivators lost nearly all their stocks, and a large part of those which survived were too much weakened to be able to swarm. And yet these same miserable hives, after accomplishing the work of destruction on one generation of bees, are reserved to perform the same office for another, and this some call economy. I am well aware of the question which many of my readers have for some time been ready to ask of me. Can you make one of your well-protected hives as cheaply as we construct our common hives? I would remind such questioners that it is hardly possible to build a well-protected house as cheaply as a barn. And yet by building my hives in solid structures, 3 together, I am able to make them for a very moderate price, and still to give them even better protection than when they are constructed singly. If they are not built of doubled materials, they can be made for as little money as any other patent hive, and yet afford much greater protection. As the combs touch neither the top, bottom, nor sides of the hive. I recommend however a construction, which although somewhat more costly at first, is yet much cheaper in the end. Such is the passion of the American people for cheapness in the first cost of an article, even at the evident expense of dearness in the end, that may, I doubt not, will continue to lodge their bees in thin hives, in spite of their conviction of the folly of so doing. just as many of our shrewdest Yankees built thin wooden houses in the cold climate of New England, or plaster their stone or brick ones directly on the wall, when the extra cost of fuel to warm them far exceeds the interest on the additional expense which would be necessary to give them the requisite protection, to say nothing of the doctor's bills and fatal diseases which can be traced often to the dreary barns or damp vaults which they build and call houses. Protector. I attach very great importance to the way in which I give the bees effectual protection against extremes of heat and cold, and sudden changes of temperature, without removing them from their stands, or incurring the expense and disadvantages of a covered bee house. This I accomplish by means of what I shall call a Protector, which is constructed substantially as follows. Select a dry and suitable location for the bees, where they will not be disturbed, or prove an annoyance to others. If possible, let it be in full sight of the sitting room, so that they may be seen in case of swarming, and let it face the southeast, and be well protected from the force of strong winds. Dig a trench about 2 feet deep. Its length should depend upon the number of hives to be accommodated, and its breadth should be such that, when it is properly walled up, it should measure from the outside top of one wall to another, just sufficient to receive the bottom of the hive. The walls may be built of refuse brick or stones, and should be about 4 feet high from the foundation, the upper 6 inches being built of good brick, and the back wall about 2 inches higher than the front one, so as to give the bottom board of the hives the proper slant towards the entrance. At one end of this protector, a wooden chimney should be built, and if the number of hives is great, there should be at one end, admitting air in winter, and yet excluding rain and snow. The earth which is thrown out in digging, should be banked up against the walls as high as the good brick, and in a slope which, when grassed over, may be easily mowed with a common scythe. The slope on the back should be more perpendicular than in front, so as not to be in the way when operating upon the hives. The bottom may be covered with an inch or two of clean sand, and in winter with straw. In summer, the ends are left open, so that a free current of air may pass through, while in winter, they are properly banked up, and straw, evergreen boughs, or any other material suitable for excluding frost, may, if necessary, be placed all around the outside of the protector. Such an arrangement will be found very cheap, when compared with a bee house or covered apiary, and be made both neat and highly ornamental. It may be constructed of wood by those who desire something still cheaper, and any one who can spare a spade, hammer, plane and saw, can make for himself a structure on which 100 hives may stand, at less expense than would be necessary to build a covered apiary for 10. As the ventilators of the hive open into this protector, the bees are, in summer, supplied with a cool and refreshing atmosphere, as closely possible resembling that which they find in a forest home, while in winter, the external entrances of the hives may be safely closed, and they will receive a supply of air remarkably uniform and never much below the freezing point. As the hives themselves are double, no frost can penetrate through them, and thus their interior will almost always be perfectly dry. When the weather suddenly moderates, and the bees in the common hives fly out, and are lost on the snow, those arranged in the manner described, will not know that any change has taken place, but will remain quiet in their winter quarters, unless the weather is so warm that the owner judges it safe to open the entrances, so that the warmth may penetrate their hives, and tempt them to fly, and discharge their feces. Let it be remembered that the object of this arrangement is not to warm up the hives by artificial heat, but merely to enable the bees to retain to the utmost their own animal heat, to secure the advantages set forth in this chapter on protection. Once or twice during the winter, the blocks which regulate the entrances to my hives should be removed, and as the frames are kept about half an inch from the bottom board, by means of a stick or wire, all the dead bees and filth may, in a few moments, be removed; or, as the entrance of the hives, by removing the blocks, may be so enlarged as to offer no obstruction to its introduction or removal, an old newspaper can be kept on the bottom board, and drawn out from time to time, with all its contents. A movable board of the same thickness and length with the bottom boards of the hive, and about 6 inches wide, separates the hives from each other, as they stand upon the Protector. I have made numerous observations upon the temperature of a Protector made substantially on the plan described, and find that it is wonderfully uniform. The lowest range of the thermometer during the months of January and February, 1853, in the Protector, was 28 degrees in the open air, 14 degrees below zero. The highest in the Protector 32 degrees, in the open air 56 degrees. It will thus be seen that while the thermometer out of doors had a range of 70 degrees, in the Protector it had a range of only 4 degrees. While bees in common hives during some warm days, flew out and perished in large numbers on the snow, the bees over the Protector were perfectly quiet. To this arrangement I attach an importance second only to my movable frames, and believe that, combined with double hives, it removes the chief obstacle to successful cultivation of bees in cold latitude. In the coldest regions where bees can find supplies in summer, they may during a winter that lasts from November to May, and during which the mercury congeals, be kept as comfortable as in climates which seem much more propitious for their cultivation. The more snow the better, as it serves more effectually to exclude the cold from the Protector. However long and dreary the winter, the bees in their comfortable quarters feel none of its injurious influences, and actually consume less, than those which are kept where the winters are short, and so mild that the bees are often tempted to fly, and are in a state of almost continual excitement. It is in precisely such latitudes, in Poland and Russia, that bees are kept in the largest numbers, and with the most extraordinary success. In the chapter on pasturage, I shall show that some of the coldest places in New England, and the Middle States, are among the most favored spots for obtaining the largest supplies of the very purest honey. Having thoroughly tested the practicability of affording the bees by my Protector, complete protection against heat and cold, at a very small expense, and in a way which may be highly ornamental, the proper steps will be taken to secure a patent right for the same, although no extra charge will be made for this, or for any other subsequent improvement, to those who purchase the right to use my hive. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Chapter 9. Ventilation of the Hive. If a populous hive is examined on a warm summer day, a considerable number of bees will be found standing on the alighting board, with their heads turned towards the entrance, the extremity of their bodies slightly elevated, and their wings in such rapid motion, that they are almost as indistinct as the spokes of a wheel, in swift rotation on its axis. A brisk current of air may be felt proceeding from the hive, and if a small piece of down be suspended by a thread, it will be blown out from one part of the entrance, and drawn in at another. What are the bees expecting to accomplish, that they appear so deeply absorbed in their fanning occupation, while busy numbers are constantly crowding in and out of the hive? And what is the meaning of this double current of air? To Huber, we owe the first satisfactory explanation of these curious phenomena. These bees plying their rapid wings in such a singular attitude, are performing the important business of ventilating the hive, and this double current is composed of pure air rushing in at one part, to supply the place of the foul air forced out at another. By a series of the most careful and beautiful experiments, Huber ascertained that the air of a crowded hive is almost, if not quite, as pure as the atmosphere by which it is surrounded. Now, as the entrance to such a hive is often, more especially in a state of nature, very small, the interior air cannot be renewed without resort to some artificial means. If a lamp is put into a close vessel with only one small orifice, it will soon exhaust all the oxygen, and go out. If another small orifice is made, the same result will follow. But if by some device a current of air is drawn out from one, an equal current will force its way into the other, and the lamp will burn until the oil is exhausted. It is precisely on this principle, of maintaining a double current by artificial means, that the bees ventilate their crowded habitations. A body of active ventilators stands inside of the hive, as well as outside, all with their heads turned towards the entrance, and by the rapid fanning of their wings, a current of air is blown briskly out of the hive, and an equal current drawn in. This important office is one which requires great physical exertion on the part of those to whom it is entrusted, and if their proceedings are carefully watched, it will be found that the exhausted ventilators are, from time to time, relieved by fresh detachments. If the interior of the hive will admit of inspection, in very hot weather, large numbers of these ventilators will be found in regular files, in various parts of the hive, all busily engaged in their laborious employment. If the entrance at any time is contracted, a speedy accession will be made to the numbers, both inside and outside; and if it is closed entirely, the heat of the hive will quickly increase, the whole colony will commence a rapid vibration of their wings, and in a few moments will drop lifeless from the combs, for want of air. It has been proved by careful experiments that pure air is necessary not only for the respiration of the mature bees, but that without it, neither the eggs can be hatched, nor the larvae developed. A fine netting of air vessels covers the eggs, and the cells of the larvae are sealed over with a covering which is full of air holes. In winter, as has been stated in the chapter on protection, bees, if kept in the dark, are neither too warm nor too cold, are almost dormant, and seem to require but a small allowance of air; but even under such circumstances, they cannot live entirely without air, and if they are excited by being exposed to atmospheric changes, or by being disturbed, a very loud humming may be heard in the interior of their hives, and they need quite as much air as in warm weather. If at any time, by moving their hives, or in any other way, bees are greatly disturbed, it will be unsafe to confine them, especially in warm weather, unless a very free admission of air is given to them, and even then, the air ought to be admitted above, as well as below the mass of bees, or the ventilators may become clogged with dead bees, and the swarm may perish. Under close confinement, the bees become excessively heated, and the combs are often melted down. When bees are confined to a close atmosphere, especially if dampness is added to its injurious influences, they are sure to become diseased, and large numbers, if not the whole colony, perish from dysentery. Is it not under circumstances precisely similar, that cholera and dysentery prove most fatal to human beings? How often do the filthy, damp, and unventilated bodies of the abject poor become perfect lazar houses to their wretched inmates? I examined, last summer, the bees of a new swarm, which had been suffocated for want of air, and found their bodies distended with a yellow and noisome substance, just as though they had perished from dysentery. A few were still alive, and instead of honey, their bodies were filled with this same disgusting fluid, though the bees had not been shut up more than 2 hours. In a medical point of view, I consider these facts as highly interesting, showing as they do, under what circumstances, and how speedily, disease may be produced. In very hot weather, if thin hives are exposed to the sun's rays, the bees are excessively annoyed by the intense heat, and have recourse to the most powerful ventilation, not merely to keep the air of the hive pure, but to carry off, as much as possible, its internal warmth. They often leave the interior of the hive, almost in a body, and in thick masses, cluster on the outside, not simply to escape the close heat within, but to guard their combs against the danger of being dissolved. At such times they are particularly careful not to cluster on the combs containing sealed honey, for as most of these combs have not been lined with the cocoons of the larvae, they are, for this reason, as well as on account of the extra amount of wax used for their covers, much more liable to be melted than the breeding cells. Apiarians have often noticed the fact, that as a general thing, the bees leave the honey cells almost entirely bare, as soon as they have sealed them over, but it seems to have escaped their observation, that in hot weather, there is often an absolute necessity for such a course. In cool weather, on the contrary, the bees may often be found clustered among the sealed honeycombs, because there is then no danger of their melting down. Few things in the range of their wonderful instincts, are so well fitted to impress the mind with their admirable sagacity, as the truly scientific device, by which those wise little insects ventilate their dwellings. I was on the point of saying that it was almost like human reason, when the painful and mortifying reflection presented itself to my mind, that in respect to ventilation, the bee is immensely in advance of the great mass of those who consider themselves as rational beings. It has, to be sure, no ability to make an elaborate analysis of the chemical constituents of the atmosphere, and to decide how large a proportion of oxygen is essential to the support of life, and how rapidly the process of breathing converts this important element into a deadly poison. It has not, like Liebig, been able to demonstrate that God has set the animal and vegetable world, the one over against the other, so that the carbonic acid produced by the breathing of the one, furnishes the aliment of the other, which, in turn, gives out its oxygen for the support of animal life, and that, in this wonderful manner, God has provided that the atmosphere shall, through all ages, be as pure as when it first came from his creating hand. But shame upon us, that with all our intelligence, the most of us live as though pure air was of little or no importance, while the bee ventilates with a scientific precision and thoroughness, that puts to the blush our criminal neglect. To this it may be replied that ventilation in our case cannot be had, without considerable expense. Can it be had for nothing by the industrious bees? Those busy insects, which are so indefatigably plying their wings, are not engaged in idle amusement, nor might they, as some would-be utilitarian may imagine, be better employed in gathering honey, or in superintending some other department in the economy of the hive. They are at great expense of time and labor, supplying the rest of the colony with pure air, so conducive in every way to their health and prosperity. I trust that I shall be permitted to digress, for a short time, from bees to men, and that the remarks which I shall offer on the subject of ventilation in human dwellings, may make a deeper impression, in connection with the wise arrangements of the bee, than they would, if presented in the shape of a mere scientific discussion; and that some who have been in the habit of considering all air, except in the particular of temperature, as about alike, may be thoroughly convinced of their mistake. Recent statistics prove that consumption, and its kindred diseases, are most fearfully on the increase, in the northern, and more especially in the New England states, and that the general mortality of Massachusetts exceeds that of almost every other state in the Union. In these states, the tendency of increasing attention to manufacturing and mechanical pursuits, is to compel a larger and larger proportion of the population to lead an indoor life, and to breathe an atmosphere more or less vitiated, and thus unfit for the full development of vigorous health. The importance of pure air can hardly be overestimated. Indeed, the quality of the air we breathe seems to exert an influence much more powerful, and hardly less direct, than the mere quality of our food. Those who, by active exercise in the open air, keep their lungs saturated as it were, with the pure element, can eat almost anything with impunity; while those who breathe the sorry apology for air which is to be found in so many habitations, although they may live upon the most nutritious diet, and avoid the least excess, are incessantly troubled with headache, dyspepsia, and various mental as well as physical sufferings. Well may such persons, as they witness the healthy forms and happy faces of so many of the hardy sons of toil, exclaim with the old Latin poet, "O dura messorum ilia!" It is with the human family very much as it is with the vegetable kingdom. Take a plant or tree, and shut it out from the pure air, and the invigorating light, and though you may supply it with an abundance of water and the very soil, which by the strictest chemical analysis is found to contain all the elements that are essential to its vigorous growth, it will still be a puny thing, ready to droop, if exposed to a summer's sun, or to be prostrated by the first visitation of a winter's blast. Compare now, this wretched abortion, with an oak or maple which has grown upon the comparatively sterile mountain pasture, and whose branches, in summer are the pleasant resort of the happy songsters, while, under its mighty shade, the panting herds drink in a refreshing coolness. In winter it laughs at the mighty storms, which wildly toss its giant branches in the air, and which serve only to exercise the limbs of the sturdy tree, whose roots deep intertwined among its native rocks, enable it to bid defiance to anything short of a whirlwind or tornado. To a population who, for more than 2/3 of the year, are compelled to breathe an atmosphere heated by artificial means, the question of how can this air be made, at a moderate expense, to resemble, as far as possible, the purest ether of the skies, is, or as I should rather say ought to be, a question of the utmost interest. When open fires were used, there was no lack of pure air, whatever else might have been deficient. A capacious chimney carried up through its insatiable throat immense volumes of air, to be replaced by the pure element, whistling in glee, through every crack, crevice, and keyhole. Now the house builder and stove maker, but with few exceptions, seem to have joined hands in waging a most effectual warfare against the unwelcome intruder. By labor-saving machinery, they contrive to make the one, the joints of his woodwork, and the other, those of his ironwork, tighter and tighter, and if it were possible for them to accomplish fully their manifest design, they would be able to furnish rooms almost as fatal to life as the Black Hole of Calcutta. But in spite of all that they can do, the materials will shrink, and no fuel has yet been found, which will burn without any air, so that sufficient ventilation is kept up, to prevent such deadly occurrences. Still they are tolerably successful in keeping out the unfriendly element, and by use of huge cooking stoves with towering ovens, and other salamander contrivances, the little air that can find its way in, is almost as thoroughly cooked, as are the various delicacies destined for the table. On reading an account of a runaway slave, who was for a considerable time closely boxed up, a gentleman remarked that if the poor fellow had only known that a renewal of the air was necessary to the support of life, he could not have lived there an hour without suffocation. I have frequently thought that if the occupants of the rooms I have been describing could only know as much, they would be in almost similar danger. Bad air, one would think, is bad enough, but when it is heated and dried to an excessive degree, all its original vileness is stimulated to greater activity, and thus made doubly injurious by this new element of evil. Not only our private houses, but our churches and schoolrooms, our railroad cars, and all our places of public assemblage, are, to a most lamentable degree, either unprovided with any means of ventilation, or, to a great extent, supplied with those which are so wretchedly deficient that they "keep the word of promise to our ear, and break it to our hope." That ultimate degeneracy must surely follow such entire disregard of the laws of health, cannot be doubted; and those who imagine that the physical stamina of a people can be undermined, and yet that their intellectual, moral and religious health will suffer no eclipse or decay, know very little of the intimate connection between body and mind, which the Creator has seen fit to establish. The men may, to a certain extent, resist the injurious influences of foul air, as their employments usually compel them to live much more out of doors; but alas, alas, for the poor women, in the very land where women are treated with more universal deference and respect than in any other, and where they so well deserve it, there often, no provision is made to furnish them with that great element of health, cheerfulness and beauty, heaven's pure fresh air. In southern climes, where doors and windows may be safely kept open for a large part of the year, pure air is cheap enough, and can be obtained without any special effort; but in northern latitudes, where heated air must be used for nearly 3/4 of the year, the neglect of ventilation is fast causing the health and beauty of our women to disappear. The pallid cheek, or the hectic flush, the angular form and distorted spine, the debilitated appearance of a large portion of our females, which to a stranger, would seem to indicate that they were just recovering from a long illness, all these indications of the lamentable absence of physical health, to say nothing of the anxious, care-worn faces, and premature wrinkles, proclaim in sorrowful voices, our violation of God's physical laws, and the dreadful penalty with which He visits our transgressions. Our people must, and I have no doubt that eventually they will be most thoroughly aroused to the necessity of a vital reform on this important subject. Open stoves, and cheerful grates and fireplaces will again be the vogue with the mass of the people, unless some better mode of warming shall be devised, which, at less expense, shall make still more ample provision for the constant introduction of fresh air. Houses will be constructed, which, although more expensive in the first cost, will be far cheaper in the end, and by requiring a much smaller quantity of fuel to warm the air, will enable us to enjoy the luxury of breathing air which may be duly tempered, and yet be pure and invigorating. Air-tight and all other lung-tight stoves will be exploded, and economizing in fuel only when they allow the smallest possible change of air, and thus squandering health and endangering life. The laws very wisely forbid the erection of wooden buildings in large cities, and in various ways, prescribe such regulations for the construction of edifices as are deemed to be essential to the public welfare, and the time cannot, I trust, be very far distant, when all public buildings erected for the accommodation of large numbers, will be required by law, to furnish a supply of fresh air, in some reasonable degree adequate to the necessities of those who are to occupy them. I shall ask no excuse for the honest warmth of language, which will appear extravagant only to those who cannot, or rather will not, see the immense importance of pure air to the highest enjoyment, not only of physical, but of mental and moral health. The man who shall succeed in convincing the mass of the people of the truth of the views thus imperfectly presented, and whose inventive mind shall devise a cheap and efficacious way of furnishing a copious supply of pure air for our dwellings and public buildings, our steamboats and railroad cars, will be even more of a benefactor than a Jenner, or a Watt, a Fulton, or a Morse. To return from this lengthy, and yet I trust not unprofitable digression. In the ventilation of my hive, I have endeavored, as far as possible, to meet all the necessities of the bees, under the varying circumstances to which they are exposed. In our uncertain climate, whose severe extremes of temperature impresses most forcibly upon the bee keeper, the maxim of the Mantuan bard, Ultraque vis pariter apibus metuenda. Extremes of heat or cold, alike are hurtful to the bees. In order to make artificial ventilation of any use to the great majority of bee keepers, it must be simple, and not as in Nutt's hive, and many other labored contrivances, so complicated as to require almost as constant supervision as a hotbed or a greenhouse. The very foundation of any system of ventilation should be such a construction of the hive that the bees shall need a change of air only for breathing. In the chapter on protection, I have explained the construction of my hives, and of the protector by which the bees being kept warm in winter, and cool in summer, do not require, as in thin hives, a very free introduction of air, in hot weather, to keep the combs from softening, or a still larger supply in winter, to prevent them from molding, and to dry up the moisture which runs from their icy tops and sides, and which, if suffered to remain, will often affect the bees with dysentery, or as it is sometimes called, the rot. The intelligent Apiarian will perceive that I thus imitate the natural habitation of the bees in the recesses of a hollow tree in the forest, where they feel neither the extremes of heat nor cold, and where through the efficacy of their ventilating powers, a very small opening admits all the air which is necessary for respiration. In the chapter on the requisites of a good hive, I have spoken of the importance of furnishing ventilation, independently of the entrance. By such an arrangement, I am able to improve upon the method which the bees are compelled to adopt in a state of nature. As they have no means of admitting air by a wire cloth, and at the same time, of effectually excluding all intruders, they are obliged in very hot weather, and in a very crowded state of their dwellings, to employ a larger force in the laborious business of ventilation, than would otherwise be necessary, while in winter, they have no means of admitting air which is only moderately cool. I can keep the entrance so small, that only a single bee can go in at once, or I can, if circumstances require, entirely close it, and yet the bees need not suffer for the want of air. In all ordinary cases, the ventilators will admit a sufficient supply of duly tempered air from the Protector, and the bees can, at any time, increase their efficiency by their own direct agency, while yet they will, at no time, admit a strong current of chilly air, so as to endanger the life of the brood. As bees are, at all times, prone to close the ventilators with propolis, they must be placed where they can easily be removed, and cleansed, by soaking them in boiling water. As respects ventilation from above, as well as from below, so as to allow a free current of air to pass through the hive, I am decidedly opposed to it, as in cool and windy weather, such a current often compels the bees to retire from the brood, which in this way is destroyed by a fatal chill. In thin hives, ventilation from above may be desirable in winter, to carry off the superfluous moisture, but in properly constructed hives, standing over a Protector, there is, as has already been remarked, little or no dampness to be carried off. The construction of my hives will allow, if at all desirable, of ventilation from above, and I can always make use of it, when the bees are to be shut up for any length of time, in order to be moved, as in this case there is always a risk that the ventilators on the bottom board may be clogged by dead bees, and the colony suffocated. As the entrance of the hive may in a moment be enlarged to any desirable extent, without in the least perplexing the bees, any quantity of air may be admitted, which the necessities of the bees, under any possible circumstances, may require. It may be made full 18 inches in length, but as a general rule, in summer, in a large colony, it need not exceed 6 inches, while in spring and fall, 2 or 3 inches will suffice. In winter it should be entirely closed, unless in latitudes so warm that even with the Protector, the bees cannot be kept quiet. The beekeeper should never forget that it is almost certain destruction to a colony, to confine them when they wish to fly out. The precautions requisite to prevent robbing, will be subsequently described. In northern latitudes, in the months of April and May, I prefer to keep the ventilators entirely closed, as the air of the Protector, at such times, like the air of a cellar in spring, is uncomfortably cool, and has a tendency to interfere with breeding. Note: Since the remarks on the neglect of ventilation were put in type, my attention has been called by Hon. M. P. Wilder, of Dorchester, to an article on the same subject, in the November number of the Horticulturist, for 1850, from the pen of the lamented Downing. It seems to have been written shortly after his return from Europe, and when he must have been most deeply impressed by the woeful contrast, in point of physical health, between the women of America and Europe. While he speaks in just and therefore glowing terms of the virtues of our country women, he says, "But in the signs of physical health, and all that constitutes the outward aspect of the men and women of the United States, our countrymen, and especially country women, compare most unfavorably with all but the absolutely starving classes on the other side of the Atlantic." Close stoves he has most appropriately styled "little demons," and impure air, the favorite poison of America. His article concludes as follows: "Pale countrymen and countrywomen, rouse yourselves! Consider that God has given us an atmosphere of pure health giving air 45 miles high, and ventilate your houses." End of chapter 9. First chapter 10 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. First chapter 10. Natural Swarming and Hiving of Swarms. Part 1. The swarming of bees has been justly regarded as one of the most beautiful sights in the whole compass of rural economy, although, for reasons which will hereafter be assigned, I prefer to rely chiefly on artificial means for the multiplication of colonies. I should be very unwilling to pass a season without participating, to some extent, in the pleasant excitement of natural swarming. "Up mounts the chief, and to the cheated eye, 10,000 shuttles dart along the sky, as swift through ether rise the rushing swarms, gay dancing to the beam their sun bright forms, and each thin form, still lingering on the sight, trails as it shoots, a line of silver light. High poised on buoyant wing, the thoughtful queen, in gaze attentive, views the varied scene, and soon her far-fetched ken discerns below, the light laburnum lift her polished brow, wave her green leafy ringlets over the glade, and seem to beckon her friendly shade. Swift as the falcon's sweep, the monarch bends, her flight abrupt, the following host descends. Round the fine twig, like clustered grapes they close, in thickening wreaths, and court a short repose." Evans. The swarming of bees, by making provision for the constant multiplication of colonies, was undoubtedly intended both to guard the insect against the possibility of extinction, and to make its labors in the highest degree useful to man. The laws of reproduction in those insects which do not live in regular colonies, are such as to secure an ample increase of numbers. The same is true in the case of hornets, wasps, and humble bees, which live in colonies only during the warm weather. In the fall of the year, all the males perish, while the impregnated females retreat into winter quarters and remain dormant, until the warm weather restores them to activity, and each one becomes the mother of a new family. The honey bee differs from all these insects, in being compelled, by the laws of its physical organization, to live in communities, during the entire year. The balmy breezes of spring will quickly thaw out the frozen veins of a torpid wasp, but the bee is incapable of enduring even a moderate degree of cold. A temperature as low as 50° speedily chills it, and it would be quite as easy to recall to life the stiffened corpses in the charnel house of the convent of the great Saint Bernard, as to restore to animation a frozen bee. In cool weather, they must therefore associate in large numbers, in order to maintain the animal heat which is necessary to their preservation, and the formation of new colonies, after the manner of wasps and hornets, is clearly impossible. If the young queens left the parent stock in summer, and were able, like the mother wasps, to lay the foundations of a new colony, they could not maintain the warmth requisite for the development of their young, even if they were able, without any baskets on their thighs, to gather bee bread for their support. If all these difficulties were surmounted, they would still be unable to amass any treasures for our use, or even to lay up the stores requisite for their own preservation. How admirably are all these difficulties obviated by the present arrangement! Their domicile is well supplied with all the materials for rearing a brood, and long before any of the insects which depend upon the heat of the sun, are able to commence breeding, the bees have added thousands in the full vigor of youth to their already numerous population. They are thus able to send off in season, colonies sufficiently powerful to take advantage of the honey harvest, and provision the new hive against the approach of winter. From these considerations, it is very evident that swarming, so far from being, as some Apiarians have considered it, a forced or unnatural event, is one, which in a state of nature could not possibly be dispensed with. Let us now inquire under what circumstances it ordinarily takes place. The time when swarms may be expected, depends of course, upon climate, season, and the strength of the stocks. In the northern and middle states, bees seldom swarm before the latter part of May, and June may be considered as the great swarming month. The importance of having powerful swarms early in the season, will be discussed in another place. In the spring, as soon as a hive well filled with comb and bees, becomes too much crowded to accommodate its teeming population, the bees begin the necessary preparations for emigration. A number of royal cells are commenced about the time that the drones first make their appearance, and by the time that the young queens arrive at maturity, the drones are always found in the greatest abundance. The first swarm is invariably led off by the old queen, unless she has previously died from accident or disease, in which case it is accompanied by one of the young queens reared to supply her loss. The old mother leaves soon after the royal cells are sealed over, unless delayed by unfavorable weather. There are no signs from which the Apiarian can, with certainty, predict the issue of a first swarm. I devoted annually much attention to this point, vainly hoping to discover some infallible indications of first swarming, until taught by further reflection that, from the very nature of the case, there can be no such indications. The bees, from an unfavorable state of the weather, or the failure of the blossoms to yield an abundant supply of honey, often change their minds, and refuse to swarm, even after all their preparations have been completed. Nay more, they sometimes send out no new colonies that season, when a sudden change of weather has interrupted them on the very day when they were intending to emigrate, and after they had taken a full supply of honey for their journey. If on a fair, warm day in the swarming season, but few bees leave a strong hive, while other colonies are busily at work, we may, unless the weather suddenly prove unfavorable, look with great confidence for a swarm, as the old queens, which accompany the first swarm, are heavy with eggs, and fly with considerable difficulty. They are shy of venturing out, except on fair, still days. If the weather is very sultry, a swarm will sometimes issue as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, but from 10 to 2 is the usual time, and the majority of swarms come off from 11 to 1. Occasionally, a swarm will venture out as late as 5 p.m. An old queen is seldom guilty of such a piece of indiscretion. I have in repeated instances witnessed the whole process of swarming, in my observing hives. In the day fixed for their departure, the queen appears to be very restless, and instead of depositing her eggs in the cells, she travels over the combs, and communicates her agitation to the whole colony. The emigrating bees fill themselves with honey, some time before their departure. In one instance, I noticed them laying in their supplies, more than 2 hours before they left. A short time before the swarm rises, a few bees may generally be seen, sporting in the air, with their heads turned always to the hive, occasionally flying in and out, as though they were impatient for the important event to take place. At length, a very violent agitation commences in the hive. The bees appear almost frantic, whirling around in a circle, which continually enlarges, like the circles made by a stone thrown into still water, until at last the whole hive is in a state of the greatest ferment, and the bees rush impetuously to the entrance, and pour forth in one steady stream. Not a bee looks behind, but each one pushes straight ahead, as though flying for dear life, or urged on by some invisible power, in its headlong career. The queen often does not come out, until a large number have left, and she is frequently so heavy, from the large number of eggs in her ovaries, that she falls to the ground, incapable of rising with the colony into the air. The bees are very soon aware of her absence, and a most interesting scene may now be witnessed. A diligent search is immediately made for their missing mother. The swarm scatters in all directions, and I have frequently seen the leaves of the adjoining trees and bushes, almost as thickly covered with the anxious explorers, as they are with drops of rain after a copious shower. If she cannot be found, they return to the old hive, though occasionally they attempt to enter some other hive, or join themselves to another swarm if any is still unhived. The ringing of bells, and beating of kettles and frying pans, is one of the good old ways, more honored by the breach than the observance. It may answer a very good purpose in amusing the children, but I believe that as far as the bees are concerned, it is all time thrown away, and that it is not a whit more efficacious than the custom practiced by some savage tribes, who, when the sun is eclipsed, imagining that it has been swallowed by an enormous dragon, resort to the most frightful noises, to compel his snakeship to disgorge their favorite luminary. If a swarm has selected a new home previous to their departure, no amount of noise will ever compel them to alight, but as soon as all the bees which compose the emigrating colony have left the hive, they fly in a direct course, or bee line, to the chosen spot. I have noticed that, when bees are much neglected by those who pretend to take care of them, such unceremonious leave taking is quite common. On the contrary, when proper attention is bestowed on them, it seldom occurs. It can seldom if ever occur to those who manage their bees according to my system, as I shall show in the chapter on artificial swarming. If the Apiarian perceives that his swarm instead of clustering, begins to rise higher and higher in the air, and evidently means to depart, not a moment is to be lost. Instead of empty noises, he must resort to means much more effective to stay their vagrant propensities. Handfuls of dirt cast into the air, or water thrown among them, will often so disorganize them as to compel them to alight. Of all devices for stopping them, the most original one that I have ever heard of, is to flash the sun's rays among them, by the use of a looking glass. I have never had occasion to try it, but the anonymous writer who recommends it, says that he never knew it to fail. If they are forcibly prevented from eloping, then special care must be taken, or they will be almost sure soon after hiving, to leave for their selected home. The queen should be caught and confined for several days in a way which will be subsequently described. The same caution must be exercised when new swarms abandon their hive. If the queen cannot be caught, and there is reason to dread a desertion, the bees may be carried into the cellar, and confined in total darkness, until towards sunset of the third day after they swarmed, being supplied in the meantime with water and honey to build their combs. If a colony decides to go, they look upon the hive in which they are put as only a temporary stopping place, and seldom trouble themselves to build any comb in it. If the hive is so constructed as to permit inspection, I can tell by a glance whether bees are disgusted with their new residence, and mean before long to clear out. They not only refuse to work with that energy so characteristic of a new swarm, but they have a peculiar look, which to the unexperienced eye at once proclaims the fact that they are staying only upon sufferance. Their very attitude, hanging as they do with a sort of dogged or supercilious air, as though they hated even so much as to touch their detested abode, is equivalent to an open proclamation that they mean to be off. My numerous experiments in attempting from the moment of hiving, to make the bees work in observing hives, exposed to the full light of day, instead of keeping them, as I now do in darkness for several days, have made me quite familiar with all their graceless, do-nothing proceedings before their departure. Bees sometimes abandon their hives very early in the spring, or late in summer or fall. They exhibit all the appearance of natural swarming, but they leave, not because the population is crowded, but because it is either so small, or the hive so destitute of supplies, that they are discouraged or driven to desperation. I once knew a colony to leave the hive under such circumstances, on a spring-like day in December. They seem to have a presentiment that they must perish if they stay, and instead of awaiting the sure approach of famine, they sally out to see if something cannot be done to better their condition. At first sight, it seems strange that so provident an insect should not always select a suitable domicile before venturing out on so important a step as to abandon the old home. Often before they are safely housed again, they are exposed to powerful winds and drenching rains, which beat down and destroy many of their number. I solved this problem in the economy of the bee, in the same manner that I have solved so many others, by considering in what way this arrangement conduces to the advantage of man. The honey bee would have been of comparatively little service to him, if instead of tarrying until he had sufficient time to establish them in a hive, in which to labor for him, their instinct impelled them to decamp, without any delay, from the restraints of domestication. In this, as in many other things, we see that what on a superficial view, appeared to be a very obvious imperfection, proves, on closer examination, to be a special contrivance to answer important ends. To return to our new swarm. The queen sometimes alights first, and sometimes joins the cluster after it has commenced forming. It is a very rare thing for the bees ever to cluster, unless the queen is with them, and when they do, and yet afterwards disperse, I believe that usually the queen, after first rising with them, has been lost by falling into some spot where she is unnoticed by the bees. In 2 instances I performed the following interesting experiment. Perceiving a hive in the very act of swarming, I contracted the entrance so as to secure the queen when she made her appearance. In each case, at least 1/3 of the bees came out, before the queen presented herself to join them. When I perceived that the swarm had given up their search for her, and were beginning to return to the parent hive, I placed her, with her wings clipped, on the limb of a small evergreen tree. She crawled to the very top of the limb, as if for the purpose of making herself as conspicuous as possible. A few bees noticed her, and instead of alighting, darted rapidly away. In a few seconds the whole colony were apprised of her presence, flew in a dense cloud to the spot, and commenced quietly clustering around her. I have often noticed the surprising rapidity with which bees communicate with each other, while on the wing. Telegraphic signals are hardly more instantaneous. See chapter on the loss of the queen. That bees send out scouts to seek a suitable abode, it seems to me, can admit of no serious question. Swarms have been traced to their new home, either in their flight directly from their hive, or from the place where they have clustered, and it is evident, that in such instances, they have pursued the most direct course. Now such a precision of flight to a terra incognita, an unknown home, would plainly be impossible, if some of their number had not previously selected the spot, so as to be competent to act as guides to the rest. The sight of the bees for distant objects, is wonderfully acute, and after rising to a sufficient elevation, they can see the prominent objects in the vicinity of their intended abode, even although they may be several miles distant. Whether the bees send out their scouts before or after swarming, may admit of more question. In cases where the colony flies without alighting, to its new home, they are unquestionably dispatched before swarming. If this were their usual course, then we should naturally expect all the colonies to take the same speedy departure; or if, for the convenience of the queen over fatigued by the excitement of swarming, or for any other reason, they should see fit to cluster, then we should expect that only a transient tarrying would be allowed. Instead of this, they often remain until the next day, and instances of a more protracted delay are not unfrequent. The cases which occur, of bees stopping in their flight, and clustering again on any convenient object, are not inconsistent with this view of the subject. For if the weather is hot, and the sun shines directly upon them, they will often leave before they have found a suitable habitation, and even when they are on the way to their new home, the queen being heavy with eggs, and unaccustomed to fly, is sometimes from weariness, compelled to alight, and her colony clusters around her. Queens, under such circumstances, sometimes seem unwilling to entrust themselves again to their wings, and the poor bees attempt to lay foundations of their colony, on fence rails, haystacks, or other most unsuitable places. I have been informed by Mr. Henry M. Zollicoffer of Philadelphia, a very intelligent and reliable observer, that he knew a swarm to settle on a willow tree in that city, in a lot owned by the Pennsylvania Hospital. It remained there for some time, and the boys pelted it with stones, to get possession of its comb and honey. The absolute necessity for scouts or explorers, is evident from all the facts in the case, unless we admit that bees have the faculty of flying in an air line to a hollow tree, or some suitable abode which they have never seen, though they cannot find their hive, if, in their absence, it is moved only a few rods from its former position. These obvious considerations are abundantly confirmed by the repeated instances in which a few bees have been noticed prying very inquisitively into a hole in a hollow tree, or the cornice of a building, and have been succeeded, before long, by a whole colony. The importance of these remarks will be more obvious, when I come to discuss the proper mode of hiving bees. Having discussed the common method of procedure pursued by the new swarm, when left without interference to their natural instincts, it is time to return to the parent stock from which they emigrated. In witnessing the immense number which have abandoned it, we might naturally suppose that it must be almost entirely depopulated. It is sometimes asserted that as bees swarm in the pleasantest part of the day, the population is replenished by the return of large numbers of workers, that were absent in the fields. This, however, can seldom be the case, as it is rare for many bees to be absent from the hive at the time of swarming. To those who limit the fertility of the queen to 200 or at most 400 eggs per day, the rapid replenishing of the hive after swarming must ever be a problem incapable of solution. But to those who have a clear demonstration that she can lay from 1 to 3,000 eggs a day, it is no mystery at all. A sufficient number of bees is always left behind, to carry on the domestic operations of the hive, and as the old queen departs only when the population of the hive is superabundant, and when thousands of young bees are hatching daily, and often 30,000 or more, are rapidly maturing, in a short time the hive is almost as populous as it was before swarming. Those who assert that the new colony is composed of young bees, which have been forced to emigrate by the older workers, have certainly failed to use their eyes to much advantage, or they would have seen, in hiving a new swarm, that it is composed of both young and old, some, having wings ragged from hard work, while others are evidently quite young. After the tumult of swarming is entirely over, not a bee that did not participate in it, seeks afterwards to join the new colony, and not one that did, seeks to return. What determines some to go, and others to stay, we have no certain means of knowing. How wonderfully abiding the impression made upon an insect, which in a moment causes it to lose all its strong affection for the old home in which it was bred, and which it has entered, perhaps hundreds of times, so that when established in another hive, though only a few feet distant, it never afterwards pays the slightest attention to its former abode. Often, when the hive into which the new swarm is put, is not removed from the place where the bees were hived, until some have gone to the fields, on their return, they fly for hours, in ceaseless circles about the spot where the missing hive stood. I have often known them to continue the vain search for their companions until they have, at length, dropped down from utter exhaustion, and perished in close proximity to their old homes. It has been already stated that the old queen, if the weather is favorable, generally leaves about the time that the young queens are sealed over, to be changed into nymphs. In about 8 days more, one of these queens hatches, and the question must now be decided whether any more colonies are to be sent out that season, or not. If the hive is well filled with bees, and the season in all respects promising, this question is generally decided in the affirmative, although colonies often refuse to swarm more than once when they are very strong, and when we can assign no reason for such a course, and they sometimes swarm repeatedly, to the utter ruin of both the old stock and the after swarms. If the bees decide to swarm again, the first hatched queen is allowed to have her own way. she rushes immediately to the cells of her sisters, and, as was described in the chapter on physiology, stings them to death. From some observations that I have made, I am inclined to think that the other bees aid her in this murderous transaction. They certainly tear open the cradles of the slaughtered innocents, and remove them from the cells. Their dead bodies may often be found on the ground, in front of the hive. When a queen has emerged in the natural way from her cell, the bees usually nibble away the now useless abode, until only a small acorn cup remains. But when by violence she has met with an untimely end, they take down entirely the whole of the cell. By counting these acorn cups, it can always be ascertained how many young queens have hatched in a hive. Before the queens emerge from their cells, a fluttering sound is frequently heard, which is caused by the rapid motion of their wings, and which must not be confounded with the piping notes which will soon be described. If the bees of the parent stock decide to swarm again, the first hatched queen is prevented from killing the others. A strong guard is kept over their cells, and as often as she approaches them with murderous intent, she is bitten, or otherwise rudely treated, and given to understand by the most uncourtier-like demonstrations, that she cannot, in all things, do just as she pleases. When thus repulsed, like men and women who cannot have their own way, she is highly offended, and utters an angry sound, given forth in quick succession of notes, and which sounds not unlike the rapid utterance of the words peep peep. I have frequently, by holding a queen in the closed hand, caused her to make the same noise. To this angry note, one or more of the queens still unhatched, will respond, in a somewhat hoarser key, just as chicken cocks, by crowing, bid defiance to each other. These sounds are entirely unlike the usual steady hum of the bees, and when heard, are the most infallible indications that a second swarm will soon issue. They are occasionally so loud that they may be heard at some distance from the hive. About a week after first swarming, the Apiarian should, early in the morning or at evening, when the bees are still, place his ear against the hive, and he will, if the queens are piping, readily recognize their peculiar sounds. If their notes are not heard, at the very latest, 16 days after the departure of the first swarm, by which time the young queens are mature, even if the first colony left as soon as the eggs were deposited in the royal cells, it is an infallible indication that the first hatched queen is without rivals in the hive, and that swarming is over, in that stock, for the season. The second swarm usually issues on the second or third day after this sound is heard, although I have known them to delay coming out until the 5th day, in consequence of a very unfavorable state of the weather. Occasionally, the weather is so unfavorable, that the bees permit the oldest queen to kill the others, and refuse to swarm again. This is a rare occurrence, as the young queens, unlike the old ones, do not appear to be very particular about the weather, and sometimes venture out, not merely when it is cloudy, but even when rain is falling. On this account, if a very close watch is not kept, they are often lost. As piping ordinarily commences about 8 or 9 days after first swarming, the second swarm generally issues 10 or 12 days after the first. It has been known to issue as early as the 3rd day after the first, and as late as the 17th. Such cases, however, are of rare occurrence. It frequently happens, in the agitation of swarming, that several of the young queens emerge from their cells at the same time, and accompany the colony. When this is the case, the bees often alight in 2 or more separate clusters. Young queens not having their ovaries burdened with eggs, are much more quick on the wing than the old ones, and fly frequently much farther from the parent stock, before they alight, though I never knew a second swarm to depart the woods without clustering at all. After the departure of a second swarm, the oldest of the remaining queens leaves her cell, and if another swarm is to be sent forth, piping will still be heard, and so, before the issue of each swarm after the first. I once had 5 stocks issue from one swarm, and they all came out in about 2 weeks. In warm latitudes more than twice this number of swarms have been known to issue in one season from a single stock. The third swarm commonly makes its appearance on the second or third day after the second swarm, and the others at intervals of about a day. After swarms, or casts, these names are given to all swarms after the first, reduce very seriously the strength of the parent stock, for after the departure of the old queen, no more eggs are deposited in the cells until all swarming is over. It is a very wise arrangement that the second swarm does not ordinarily issue until all the eggs left by the first queen are hatched, and the young are fed and sealed over, so as to require no further care. The departure of the second swarm earlier than this, would leave too few laborers to attend to the wants of the young bees. As it is, if the weather after swarming suddenly becomes chilly, and the hives are thin and admit too much air, the bees are too much reduced in numbers, to maintain the heat requisite for the proper development of the brood, and numbers are destroyed. End of first chapter 10, part 1. First chapter 10, part 2 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. First chapter 10, part 2, continued from part 1. In the chapter on artificial swarming, I shall discuss the effects of too frequent swarming, on the profits of the apiary. If the beekeeper desires to have no casts, he can, by the use of my hives, very easily prevent their issue. As soon as the first swarm is hived, the parent stock may be opened, and all the queen cells except one removed. How much better this is than to attempt to return the after swarms to the parent hive, can only be appreciated by one who has thoroughly tried both plans. If the Apiarian desires the most rapid multiplication of colonies possible, where natural swarming is relied on, full directions will be furnished, in the sequel, for building up all after swarms, however small, into vigorous stocks. It will be remembered that both the parent stock from which the swarm issues, and all the colonies except the first, have a young queen. These queens never leave the hive for impregnation, until after they have been established as the acknowledged heads of independent families. They generally go out for this purpose, the first pleasant day after they are thus acknowledged, early in the afternoon, at which hour the drones are flying in the greatest numbers. On first leaving their hive, they always fly with their heads turned towards it, and enter and depart often several times before they finally soar up into the air. Such precautions on the part of a young queen, are highly necessary, that she may not mistake her own hive on her return, and lose her life by attempting to enter that of another colony. Mistakes of this kind are frequently made when hives stand near, and closely resemble each other, and are fatal, not only to the queen, but to her whole colony. In this new hive there is no brood at all, and in the old one it is too far advanced towards maturity to answer for raising new queens. Such calamities, in my hive, admit of a very easy remedy, as I shall show in the chapter on the loss of the queen. To guard the young queen against such frequent mistakes, I paint the covered fronts of my hives, with the alighting boards, and blocks guarding the entrance, of different colors. This answers the same purpose as to paint the whole surface of the boxes, some of one color, and some of another. The only proper color for a hive, when exposed to the weather, is a perfect white. Any shade of color will absorb the heat of the sun, so as to warp the woodwork of the hive, besides exposing the bees to a pent and suffocating heat. When a young queen leaves the hive for the purpose above mentioned, the bees, on missing her, are often filled with alarm, and rush from the hive, just as though they were intending to swarm. Their agitation soon calms down, if she returns to them in safety. I shall give through the medium of the Latin tongue, some statements which are important only to the scientific naturalist and entomologist. Post coitum fucus stratum perit, penis ejecto, et ergo compere, lenum compressum fuci venteris, consequetur, et fucus exemplo similis fulmine taco moriter. Dominus Huber saepe videbent fuci organum post congressum in corpore feminae hasie. Vidi semel tam firme inherens, ut nisi disproportione regae veneris, non possum divellere. The queen commences laying eggs, about 2 days after impregnation, and for the first season, lays none but the eggs of workers, no males being needed in colonies which will throw no swarm till another season. It is seldom until after she has commenced replenishing the cells with eggs, that she is treated with any special attention by the bees; although if deprived of her before this time, they show, by their despair, that they thoroughly comprehended her vast importance to their welfare. I shall now give such practical directions for the easy hiving of swarms, as will, I trust, greatly facilitate the whole operation, not merely to the novice, but even to many experienced bee keepers; and I shall try to make these directions sufficiently minute, to guide those who having never seen a swarm hived, are very apt to imagine that the process must be a formidable one, instead of being, as is usually to those who are fond of bees, a most delightful entertainment. Experience in this, as in other things, will speedily give the requisite skill and confidence, and the cry of "the bees are swarming," will soon be hailed with greater pleasure than an invitation to the most sumptuous banquet. The hives for the new swarms should all be in readiness before the swarming season begins, and should be painted long enough beforehand, to have the paint most thoroughly dried. The smell of fresh paint is well known to be exceedingly injurious to human beings, and is such an abomination to the bees, that they will often desert a new hive sooner than put up with it. If the hives cannot be painted in ample season, then such paints should be used, as contain no white lead, and they should be mixed in such a manner as to dry as quickly as possible. Thin hives ought never to stand in the sun, and then, when heated to an insufferable degree, to be used for a new swarm. Bees often refuse to enter such hives at all, and at best, are very slow in taking possession of them. It should be borne in mind that bees, when they swarm, are greatly excited, and unnaturally heated. The temperature of the hive, at the moment of swarming, rises very suddenly, and many of the bees are often drenched with such a profuse perspiration, that they are unable to take wing and join the departing colony. The attempt to make bees enter a heated hive in a blazing sun, is as irrational as it would be to try to force a panting crowd of human beings into the suffocating atmosphere of a close garret. If bees are to be put in hives through which the heat of the sun can penetrate, the process should be accompanied in the shade; or if this cannot conveniently be done, the hive should be covered with a sheet, or shaded with leafy boughs. If a hive with my movable frames is used, these should all be furnished, or at least, every other one, with a small piece of worker comb, attached to the center of the frame, with melted wax or rosin. Without such a guide comb, the bees will almost always work some of the combs out of the true direction, and this will interfere with their easy removal. A sheet of comb, not larger than 5 inches square, will answer for all the frames of one hive. If even so small a piece of comb as this cannot be procured, let a thin line of melted wax be drawn, lengthwise, over the middle of each frame, and let the colony be examined, on the second day after hiving, and all the frames which contain a regular comb be removed. This comb may be cut off, and attached so as to serve as a proper guide to the bees. The possession of 6 frames containing good worker comb, and wrought with perfect accuracy, may be made by the following device, to answer a most admirable end. Put them into a hive with 6 empty frames, first a frame with comb, then an empty one, etc. After the bees have had possession of this hive 2 or 3 days, visit them, and very politely inform them that the full frames were intended as a loan, and not as a gift, and that having secured to set them an example of how they should work, you must now have them to teach other young swarms the same useful lesson, and that the new combs which they have built with such admirable regularity, are beautiful patterns for the empty ones, which you must give them. In this way, the same combs may be made to answer for many successive swarms. Drone combs should never be attached to the frames as a guide, unless it is desired to have the bees follow the pattern, and build large ranges of drone comb, to breed a vast horde of useless consumers. Such comb, if white, may be used to great advantage in the surplus honey boxes; if old and discolored, it should be melted for wax. I am now engaged in a course of experiments which I hope, will enable me to dispense with the necessity of guide combs for my frames, as they are sometimes difficult to be procured by those who have just commenced bee keeping. As a general thing, however, everyone, after a few weeks' experience, may have enough and to spare for such purposes. Every piece of good worker comb, if large enough to be attached to a frame, should be used for both its intrinsic value, and because bees are so wonderfully pleased when they find such unexpected treasures in a hive, that they will seldom desert it. A new swarm has been known to take possession of an old hive without any occupants, but well stored with comb. Though dozens of empty hives may be in the Apiary, they never unless under such circumstances, enter a hive, of their own accord. It might seem as though an instinct impelling them to do so, would never have been a most admirable one, and so doubtless it may seem to some, that it would have been much better for man, if the earth had only brought forth spontaneously all things requisite for the support of man and beast, without any necessity for the sweat of the brow. The first and last frames in my hive are placed about 1/4 of an inch from the ends, and the others just half an inch apart. When first put in, it will be advisable to attach them slightly with a very little glue or melted wax, to keep them in their places, until they are fastened with propolis, by the bees. The rubbing of hives with various kinds of herbs or washes, has always seemed to me, useless, and often positively injurious. There ought always to be some small trees near the hives, on which the swarms can cluster, and from which they can be easily gathered. If there are none, limbs of trees about 6 feet high, evergreens are best, may be fastened into the ground, a few rods in front of the hives, and they will answer a very good temporary purpose. It will inspire the inexperienced Apiarian with much greater confidence, to remember that almost all the bees in a swarm have filled themselves with honey, before leaving the parent stock, and are therefore in a very peaceable mood. If he is at all timid or liable, as some are, to suffer severely from the sting of a single bee, he should, by all means, furnish himself with the protection of a bee dress. See bee dress. I shall, in another place, give the best remedies for the relief of a sting. As soon as the bees have quietly clustered around their queen, preparation should be made to hive them without any unnecessary delay. The headlong haste of some Apiarians, which, by throwing them into a profuse perspiration, renders them very liable to be stung, is altogether unnecessary. The very fact that the bees have clustered, after leaving the parent stock, is almost equivalent to a certainty that they will not leave, for at least 1 or 2 hours. All convenient dispatch should be used, however, lest other colonies issue before the first one is hived, and attempt to add themselves, as they frequently do, to the first swarm. The proper course to be pursued in such a case, will be subsequently explained. If my hives are used, the entrance on the whole front must be open, so that the bees may have every chance to enter as rapidly as possible, and a sheet must be fastened to the alighting board, to keep the bees from being separated from each other or soiled by dirt, for a bee thoroughly covered with dust or dirt is almost sure to perish. Unless the bees cluster at a considerable distance from the place where they are intended to be permanently stationed, the new hive which receives them may stand on the protector in its proper place, with the sheet tacked or pinned to the alighting board, and spread out over the mound in front of the entrance. If the common hives are used, they must generally be carried to the swarm, and propped up on the sheet, so as to give the bees a free admission. When the bees alight where they can be easily reached from the ground, the limb on which they have clustered, should, with one hand, be shaken, so that they may gently fall into a basket held under them, by the other. If the basket is sufficiently open to admit the air freely, and not so open as to allow the bees to get through the sides, it will answer all the better. The bees should now be carried very slowly to their new home, and be gently shaken, or poured out, on the sheet, in front of it. If they seem at all reluctant to enter, take up a few of them in a large spoon, a cup will answer equally well, and shake them close to the entrance. As they go in, they will fan with their wings, and raise a peculiar note, which commences the joyful news that they have found a home, to the rest of their companions, and in a short time, the whole swarm will enter, and they are thus safely hived, without injury to a single bee. When bees are once shaken down on the sheet, the great mass of them are very unwilling to take wing again, for they are loaded with honey, and like heavily armed troops, they desire to march slowly and sedately to the place of encampment. If the sheet hangs in folds, or is not stretched out, so as to present an uninterrupted surface, they are often greatly confused, and take a long time to find the entrance to the hive. If it is desired to have them enter sooner than they are sometimes inclined to do, they may be gently separated with a feather or leafy twig, when they cluster in bunches on the sheet. On first shaking them down into the basket, multitudes will again take wing, and multitudes more will be left on the tree, but they will speedily form a line of communication with those on the sheet, and enter the hive with them, for many of them will follow the Apiarian as he slowly carries the basket to the hive. It sometimes happens that the queen is left on the tree. In this case, the bees will either refuse to enter the hive, or if they go in, will speedily come out, and all take wing again, to join their queen. This happens much more frequently in the case of after swarms, whose young queens, instead of exhibiting the gravity of the old matron, are apt to be constantly flying about, and frisking in the air. When the bees cluster again on the tree, the process of hiving must be repeated. If the Apiarian has a pair of sharp pruning shears, and the limb on which the bees have clustered is of no value, and so small that it can be cut without jarring them off, this may be done, and the bees carried on it and then shaken off on the sheet. If the bees settle too high to be easily reached, the basket should be fastened to a pole, and raised directly under the swarm. A quick motion of the basket will generally cause the mass of the bees to fall into it, when it may be carried to the hive, and the bees poured out from it on the sheet. If the bees light on the trunk of a tree, or anything from which they cannot easily be gathered in a basket, place a leafy bough over them. It may be fastened with a gimlet, and if they do not mount it of their own accord, a little smoke will compel them to do so. If the place is inaccessible, and this is about the worst case that occurs, they will enter a basket well shaded by a cotton cloth fastened around it, and elevated so as to rest with its open top sideways to the mass of the bees. When small trees, or limbs fastened onto the ground, are placed near the hives, and there are no large trees near, there will seldom be found any difficulty in hiving swarms. If two swarms light together, I advise that they should be put into one hive, and abundant room at once be given them for storing surplus honey. This can always be readily done in my hives. Large quantities of honey are generally obtained from such stocks, if the season is favorable, and they have issued early. If it is desired to separate them, place in each of the hives which is to receive them, a comb containing brood and eggs, from which, in case of necessity, a new queen may be raised. Shake a portion of the bees in front of each hive, sprinkling them thoroughly, both before and after they are shaken out from the basket, so that they will not take wing to unite again. If possible, secure the queens, so that one may be given to each hive. If this cannot be done, the hives should be examined the next day, and if the two queens entered the same hive, one will have killed the other, and the queenless hive will be found building royal cells. It should be supplied with a sealed queen nearly mature, taken from another hive, not only to save time, but to prevent them from filling their hive with comb unfit for the rearing of workers. See artificial swarming. Of course, this cannot be done with the common hives, and if the Apiarian does not succeed in getting a queen for each hive, the queenless one will refuse to stay, and will go back to the old stock. The old-fashioned way of hiving bees, by mounting trees, cutting and lowering down large limbs, often to the injury of valuable trees, and placing the hive over the bees, frequently crushing large numbers and endangering the life of the queen, should be entirely abandoned. A swarm may be hived in the proper way with far less risk and trouble, and in much less time. In large apiaries managed on the swarming plan, where a number of swarms come out on the same day, and there is constant danger of their mixing, the speedy hiving of swarms is an object of great importance. If the new hive does not stand where it is to remain for the season, it should be removed to its permanent stand as soon as the bees have entered; for if allowed to remain to be removed in the evening, or early next morning, the scouts which have left the cluster, in search of a hollow tree, will find the bees when they return, and will often entice them from the hive. There is the greater danger of this, if the bees have remained on the tree, a considerable time before they were hived. I have invariably found that swarms which abandon a suitable hive for the woods, have been hived near the spot where they clustered, and allowed to remain to be moved in the evening. If the bees swarm early in the day, they will generally begin to work in a few hours, or in less time if they have empty comb, and many more may be lost by returning next day to the place where they were hived, than would be lost by removing them as soon as they have entered. In this latter case, the few that are on the wing will generally be able to find the hive if it is slowly moved to its permanent stand. If the Apiarian wishes to secure the queen, the bees should be shaken from the hiving basket, about a foot from the entrance to the hive, and if a careful lookout is kept, she will generally be seen as she passes over the sheet to the entrance. Care must be taken to brush the bees back from the entrance when they press forward in such dense masses that the queen is likely to enter unnoticed. An experienced eye readily catches a glance of her peculiar form and color. She may be taken up without danger, as she never stings, unless engaged in combat with another queen, as it will sometimes happen, even to careful beekeepers, that swarms will come off when no suitable hives are in readiness to receive them. I shall show what may be done in such an emergency. Take any old hive, box, cask, or measure, and hive the bees in it, placing them with suitable protection against the sun, where their new hive is to stand. When this is ready, they may, by a quick jerking motion, be easily shaken out on a sheet, and hived in it, just as though they were shaken from the hiving basket. If they are to remain in the temporary hive over the second day, they ought to be shaken out on a sheet, and after their comb is taken from them, allowed to enter it again, or else there will be danger of crushing the queen by the weight of the comb. I have endeavored, even at the risk of being tedious, to give such specific directions as will qualify the novice to hive a swarm of bees, under almost any circumstances, for I know the necessity of such directions, and how seldom they are to be met with, even in large treatises on beekeeping. Vague or imperfect directions always fail, just at the moment that the inexperienced attempt to put them into practice. Before leaving this subject, I will add to the directions for hiving already given, a method which I have practiced with good success. When the situation of the bees does not admit of the basket being easily elevated to them, the beekeeper may carry it with him to the cluster, and then after shaking the bees into it, may lower it down by a string, to an assistant standing below. That natural swarming may, with suitable hives, be made highly profitable, I cannot for a moment question, as it is the most simple and obvious way of multiplying colonies, and the one which requires the least amount of knowledge or skill. It will undoubtedly, for many years at least, be the favorite method with a large number of bee keepers. I have therefore been careful to furnish suitable directions for its successful practice, and before I discuss the question of artificial increase, I shall show how it may be more profitably conducted than ever before, many of the most embarrassing difficulties in the way of its successful management being readily obviated by the use of my hives. 1. The common hives fail to furnish adequate protection in winter, against cold, and those sudden changes to unseasonable warmth, by which bees are tempted to come out and perish in large numbers on the snow, and the colonies are thus prevented from breeding on a large scale, as early as they otherwise would. Under such circumstances, they can make no profitable use of the early honey harvest, and they will swarm so late, if they swarm at all, as to have but little opportunity for laying up surplus honey, while often they do not gather enough even for their own use, and their owner closes the season by purchasing honey to preserve them from starvation. The way in which I give the bees that amount of protection in winter, which concedes most powerfully to early swarming, has already been described in the chapter on protection. 2. Another serious objection to all the ordinary swarming hives is the vexatious fact that if the bees swarm at all, they are liable to swarm so often as to destroy the value of both the parent stock and the after swarms. Experienced beekeepers obviate this difficulty by uniting second swarms, so as to make one good colony out of two, and they return to the parent stock all swarms after the second, and even this if the season is far advanced. Such operations consume much time, and often give much more trouble than they are worth. By removing all the queen cells but one, after the first swarm is left, second swarming in my hives will always be prevented, and by removing all but two, provision may be made for the issuance of second swarms, and yet all after swarming be prevented. The process of returning after swarms is not only objectionable, on account of the time it requires, having often to be repeated again and again before one queen is allowed to destroy the others, but it also causes a large portion of the gathering season to be wasted, for the bees seem unwilling to work with energy, so long as the pretensions of several rival queens are unsettled. 3. Another very serious objection to natural swarming, as practiced with the common hives, is the inability of the Apiarian, who wishes rapidly to multiply his colonies, to aid his late and small swarms, so as to build them up into vigorous stocks. The time and money which are ordinarily spent upon small colonies, are almost always thrown away. By far the larger proportion of them never survive the winter, and the majority of those that do, are so enfeebled, as to be of little or no value. If they escape being robbed by stronger stocks, or destroyed by the moth, they seldom recruit in season to swarm, and very often the feeding must be repeated, the second fall, or they will at last perish. I doubt not that many of my readers will, from their own experience, endorse every word of these remarks, as true to the very letter. All who have ever attempted to multiply colonies by nursing and feeding small swarms, on the ordinary plans, have found it attended with nothing but loss and vexation. The more a man has of such stocks, the poorer he is, for by their weakness they are constantly tempting his strong swarms to evil courses, so that at last, they prefer to live as far as they can, by stealing, rather than by habits of honest industry, and if the feeble colonies escape being plundered, they often become mere nurseries for raising a plentiful supply of moths, to ravage his whole apiary. I have already shown, in what way by the use of my hives, the smallest swarms that ever issue, may be so managed as to become powerful stocks. In the same way the Apiarian can easily strengthen all his colonies which are feeble in spring. 4. As the loss of the young queens in the parent stock after it has swarmed, and in the after swarms, is a very common occurrence, a hive which like mine, furnishes the means of easily remedying this misfortune, will greatly promote the success of those who practice natural swarming. A very intelligent bee keeper once assured me that he must use at least one such hive in his apiary for this purpose, even if in other respects it possessed no superior merits. 5. Bees, as is well known, often refuse to swarm at all, and most of the swarming hives are so constructed, that proper accommodations for storing honey cannot be furnished to the superabundant population. Under such circumstances, they often hang for several months, in black masses on the outside of the hive, and are worse than useless, as they consume the honey which the others have gathered. In my hives, an abundance of room for storing honey can always be given them, not all at once, so as to prevent them from swarming, but by degrees, as their necessities require, so that if they are indisposed for any reason to swarm, they may have suitable receptacles easily accessible, and furnished with guide comb to make them more attractive, in which to store up any amount of honey that they can possibly collect. 6. In the common hives, but little can be done to dislodge the bee moth, when once it has gained the mastery of the bees, whereas in mine, it can be most effectually rooted out when it has made a lodgment. See remarks on bee moth. 7. In the common hives, nothing can be done except with great difficulty, to remove the old queen when her fertility is impaired, whereas in my hives, as will be shown in the chapter on artificial swarming, this can easily be effected, so that an apiary may constantly contain a stock of young queens, in the full vigor of their reproductive powers. I trust that these remarks will convince intelligent Apiarians, that I have not spoken boastfully or at random, in asserting that natural swarming can be carried on with much greater certainty and success by the use of my hives, than in any other way, and that they will see that many of the most perplexing embarrassments and mortifying discouragements under which they have hitherto prosecuted it, may be effectually remedied. End of first chapter 10. Second chapter 10 of Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, August 2009, Alexandria, Virginia. Langstroth on the Hive and the Honey Bee by L. L. Langstroth. Second chapter 10. Artificial Swarming. Part 1 of 4. The numerous efforts which have been made for the last 50 years or more, to dispense with natural swarming, plainly indicate the anxiety of Apiarians to find some better mode of increasing their colonies. Although I am able to propagate bees by natural swarming, with a rapidity and certainty unattainable except by the complete control of all the combs in the hive, Still there are difficulties in this mode of increase, inherent to the system itself, and therefore entirely incapable of being removed by any kind of hive. Before describing the various methods which I employ to increase colonies by artificial means, I shall first enumerate these difficulties, in order that each individual bee keeper may decide for himself, in which way he can most advantageously propagate his bees. 1. The large number of swarms lost every year, is a powerful argument against natural swarming. An eminent Apiarian has estimated that 1/4 of the best swarms are lost every season. This estimate can hardly be considered too high, if all who keep bees are taken into account. While some bee keepers are so careful that they seldom lose a swarm, the majority, either from the grossest negligence, or from necessary hindrances during the swarming season, are constantly incurring serious losses, by the flight of the bees to the woods. It is next to impossible, entirely to prevent such occurrences, if bees are allowed to swarm at all. 2. The great amount of time and labor required by natural swarming, has always been regarded as a decided objection to this mode of increase. As soon as the swarming season begins, the apiary must be closely watched almost every day, or some of the new swarms will be lost. If this business is entrusted to thoughtless children, or careless adults, many swarms will be lost by their neglect. It is very evident that but few persons, who keep bees, can always be on hand to watch them and to hive the new swarms. But, in the height of the swarming season, if any considerable number of colonies is kept, the Apiarian, to guard against serious losses, should either be always on the spot himself, or have some one who can be entrusted with the care of his bees. Even the Sabbath cannot be observed as a day of rest, and often, instead of being able to go to the house of God, the bee keeper is compelled to labor among his bees, as hard as on other days, or even harder. That he is as justifiable in hiving his bees on the Sabbath, as in taking care of his stock, can admit of no serious doubt, but the very liability of being called to do so, is with many a sufficient objection against Apiarian pursuits. The merchant, mechanic, and professional man, are often so situated that they would take great interest in bees, if they were not deterred from their cultivation by inability to take care of them, during the swarming season, and they are thus debarred from a pursuit which is intensely fascinating, not merely to the lover of nature, but to everyone possessed of an inquiring mind. No man who spends some of his leisure hours in studying the wonderful habits and instincts of bees, will ever complain that he can find nothing to fill up his time out of the range of his business, or the gratification of his appetites. Bees may be kept with great advantage, even in large cities, and those who are debarred from every other rural pursuit, may still listen to the soothing hum of the industrious bee, and harvest annually its delicious nectar. If the Apiarian could always be on hand during the swarming season, it would still, in many instances, be exceedingly inconvenient for him to attend to his bees. How often is the farmer interrupted in the business of haymaking, by the cry that his bees are swarming, and by the time he has hived them, perhaps a shower comes up, and his hay is injured more than his swarm is worth. In this way, the keeping of a few bees, instead of a source of profit, often becomes rather an expensive luxury, and if a large stock is kept, the difficulties and embarrassments are often most seriously increased. If the weather becomes pleasant after a succession of days unfavorable for swarming, it often happens that several swarms rise at once, and cluster together, to the great annoyance of the Apiarian, and not unfrequently in the noise and confusion, other swarms fly off, and are entirely lost. I have seen the Apiarian so perplexed and exhausted under such circumstances, as to be almost ready to wish that he had never seen a bee. 3. The managing of bees by natural swarming must, in our country, almost entirely prevent the establishment of large apiaries. Even if it were possible, in this way, to multiply bees with certainty and rapidity, and without any of the perplexities which I have just described, how few persons are so situated as to be able to give almost the whole of their time in the busiest part of the year, to the management of their bees. The swarming season is with the farmer, the very busiest part of the whole year, and if he proposes to keep a large number of swarming hives, he must not only devote nearly the whole of his time, for a number of weeks, to their supervision, but at a season when labor commands the highest price, he will often be compelled to hire additional assistants. I have long been convinced that, as a general rule, the keeping of a few colonies in swarming hives, costs more than they are worth, and that the keeping of a very large number is entirely out of the question, unless with those who are so situated that they can afford to devote their time, for about 2 months every year, almost entirely to their bees. The number of persons who can afford to do this must be very small, and I have seldom heard of a beekeeper, in our country, who has an apiary on scale extensive enough to make beekeeping anything more than a subordinate pursuit. Multitudes have tried to make it a large and remunerating business, but hitherto, I believe that they have nearly all been disappointed in their expectations. In such countries as Poland and Russia, where labor is deplorably cheap, it may be done to great advantage, but never to any considerable extent in our own. 4. A serious objection to natural swarming is the discouraging fact that bees often refuse to swarm at all, and the Apiarian finds it impossible to multiply his colonies with any certainty or rapidity, even although he may find himself in all respects favorably situated for the cultivation of bees, and may be exceedingly anxious to engage in the business on a much more extensive scale. I am acquainted with many careful beekeepers, who have managed their bees according to the most reliable information they could obtain, never destroying any of their colonies, and endeavoring to multiply them to the best of their ability, who yet have not as many stocks as they had 10 years ago. Most of them would abandon the pursuit, if they looked upon beekeeping simply in the light of dollars and cents, rather than as a source of pleasant recreation, and some do not hesitate to say that much more money has been spent, by the mass of those who have used patent hives, than they have ever realized from their bees. It is a very simple matter to make calculations on paper, which shall seem to point out a road to wealth, almost as flattering as a tour to the gold mines of Australia or California. Only purchase a patent beehive, and if it fulfills all or even a part of the promises of its sanguine inventor, a fortune must, in the course of a few years, be certainly realized. But such are the disappointments resulting from the bees refusing often to swarm at all, that if the hive could remedy all the other difficulties in the way of beekeeping, it would still fail to answer the reasonable wishes of the experienced Apiarian. If every swarm of bees could be made to yield a profit of $20 a year, and if the Apiarian could be sure of selling his new swarms at the most extravagant prices, he could not, like the growers of mulberry trees, or the breeders of fancy fowls, multiply his stock so as to meet the demand, however extensive, but would be entirely dependent upon the whims and caprices of his bees, or rather, upon the natural laws which control their swarming. Every practical beekeeper is well aware of the utter uncertainty of natural swarming. Under no circumstances can its occurrence be confidently relied on. While some stocks swarm regularly and repeatedly, others, strong in numbers and rich in stores, although the season may, in all respects, be propitious, refuse to swarm at all. Such colonies, on examination, will often be found to have taken no steps for raising young queens. In some cases, the wings of the old mother will be found defective, while in others, she is abundantly able to fly, but seems to prefer the riches of the old hive, to the risks attending the formation of a new colony. It frequently happens, in our uncertain climate, that when all the necessary preparations have been made for swarming, the weather proves unpropitious for so long a time, that the young queens coming to maturity before the old one can leave, are all destroyed. This is a very frequent occurrence, and under such circumstances, swarming is almost certain to be prevented, for that season. The young queens are frequently destroyed, even although the weather is pleasant, in consequence of some sudden and perhaps only temporary suspension of the honey harvest; for bees seldom colonize, even if all their preparations are completed, unless the flowers are yielding an abundant supply of honey. From these and other causes which my limits will not permit me to notice, it has hitherto been found impossible, in the uncertain climate of our northern states, to multiply colonies very rapidly, by natural swarming; and beekeeping, on this plan, offers very poor inducements to those who are aware how little has been accomplished, even by the most enthusiastic, experienced and energetic Apiarians. The numerous perplexities which have ever attended natural swarming, have for ages, directed the attention of practical cultivators, to the importance of devising some more reliable method of increasing their colonies. Columella, who lived about the middle of the first century of the Christian era, and who wrote 12 books on husbandry, De Re Rustica, has given directions for making artificial colonies. He says, "You must examine the hive, and view what honeycombs it has; then afterwards from the wax which contains the seeds of the young bees, you must cut away that part wherein the offspring of the royal brood is animated; for this is easy to be seen, because at the very end of the wax works there appears, as it were, a thimble-like process, somewhat similar to an acorn, rising higher, and having a wider cavity than the rest of the holes, wherein the young bees of vulgar note are contained." Hyginus, who flourished before Columella, had evidently noticed the royal jelly, for he speaks of cells larger than those of the common bees, "filled as it were with a solid substance of a red color, out of which the winged king is at first formed." This ancient observer must undoubtedly have seen the quince-like jelly, a portion of which is always found at the base of the royal cells, after the queens have emerged. The ancients generally called the queen a king, although Aristotle says that some in his time called her the mother. Swammerdam was the first to prove by dissection, that the queen is a perfect female, and the only one in the hive, and that the drone is the male. For reasons which I shall shortly mention, the ancient methods of artificial increase appear to have met with but small success. Towards the close of the last century, a new impulse was given to the artificial production of swarms, by the discovery of Sirach, a German clergyman, that bees are able to rear a queen from worker brood. For want however of a more thorough knowledge of some important principles in the economy of the bee, These efforts met with slender encouragement. Huber, after his splendid discoveries in the physiology of the bee, perceived at once the importance of multiplying colonies by some method more reliable than that of natural swarming. His leaf or book hive consisted of 12 frames, each an inch and a half in width, any one of which could be opened at pleasure. He recommends forming artificial swarms, by dividing one of these hives into 2 parts, adding to each part 6 empty frames. After using a Huber hive for a number of years, I became perfectly convinced that it could only be made serviceable by an adroit, experienced and fearless Apiarian. The bees fasten the frames in such a manner with their propolis, that they cannot, except with extreme care, be opened without jarring the bees, and exciting their anger, nor can they be shut without constant danger of crushing them. Huber nowhere speaks of having multiplied colonies extensively by such hives, and although they have been in use more than 60 years, they have never been successfully employed for such a purpose. If Huber had only contrived the plan for suspending his frames, instead of folding them together like the leaves of a book, I believe that the cause of Apiarian science would have been 50 years in advance of what it is now. Dividing hives of various kinds have been used in this country, after giving some of the best of them a thorough trial, and inventing others which somewhat resembled the Huber hive, I found that they could not possibly be made to answer any valuable end in securing artificial swarms. For a long time I felt that the plan ought to succeed, and it was not until I had made numerous experiments with my hive substantially as now constructed, that I ascertained the precise causes of failure. It may be regarded as one of the laws of the beehive, that bees, when not in possession of a mature queen, seldom build any comb, except such as being designed merely for storing honey, is too coarse for the rearing of workers. Until I became acquainted with the discoveries of Dzierzon, I supposed myself to be the only observer who had noticed this remarkable fact, and who had been led by it to modify the whole system of artificial swarming. The perusal of Mr. Wagner's manuscript translation of that author, showed me that he had arrived at precisely similar results. It may seem at first, very unaccountable that bees should go on to fill their hives with comb unfit for breeding, when the young queen will so soon require worker cells for her eggs; but it must be borne in mind, that bees, under such circumstances, are always in an unnatural state. They are attempting to rear a new queen in a hive which is only partially filled with comb, whereas, if left to follow their own instincts, they never construct royal cells except in hives which are well filled with comb, for it is only in such hives that they make any preparations for swarming. It must be confessed that they do not show their ordinary sagacity in filling a hive with unsuitable comb, but if it were not for a few instances of this kind of bad management, we should perhaps form too exalted an idea of their intelligence, and should almost fail to notice the marked distinction between reason in man, and even the most refined instincts of some of the animals by which he is surrounded. The determination of bees, when they have no mature queen, if they build any comb at all, to build such as is suited only for storing honey, and unfit for breeding, will show at once the folly of attempting to multiply colonies by the dividing hives. Even if the Apiarian has been perfectly successful in dividing a colony, and the part without a queen takes the necessary steps to supply her loss, if the bees are sufficiently numerous to build a large quantity of new comb, and they ought to be in order to make the artificial colony of any value, They will build this comb in such a manner that it will answer only for storing honey, while they will use the half of the hive with the old comb, for the purposes of breeding. The next year, if an attempt is made to divide this hive, one half will contain nearly all the brood and mature bees, while the other, having most of the honey, in combs unfit for breeding. The new colony formed from it will be a complete failure. Even with the Huber hive, the plan of multiplying colonies by dividing a full hive into two parts, and adding an empty half to each, will be attended with serious difficulties, although some of them may be remedied in consequence of the hive being constructed so as to divide into many parts. The very attempt to remedy them, will be found to require a degree of skill and knowledge far in advance of what can be expected of the great mass of bee keepers. The common dividing hives, separating into two parts, can never, under any circumstances, be made of the least practical value, and the business of multiplying colonies by them, will be found far more laborious, uncertain and vexatious, than to rely on natural swarming. I do not know of a solitary practical Apiarian, who, on trial of this system, has not been compelled to abandon it, and allow the bees to swarm from his dividing hives in the old-fashioned way. Some Apiarians have attempted to multiply their colonies by putting a piece of brood comb containing the materials for raising a new queen, into an empty hive, set in the place of a strong stock which has been removed to a new stand when thousands of its inmates were abroad in the fields. This method is still worse than the one which has just been described. In the dividing hive, the bees already had a large amount of suitable comb for breeding, while in this having next to none, they build all their combs until the queen is hatched, of a size unsuitable for rearing workers. In the first case, the queenless part of the dividing hive may have had a young queen almost mature, so that the process of building large combs would be short of continuance, for as soon as the young queen begins to lay, the bees at once commence building combs adapted to the reception of worker eggs. In some of my attempts to rear artificial swarms by moving a full stock, as described above, I have had combs built of enormous size, nearly 4 inches through, and these monster combs have afterwards been pieced out on their lower edge, with worker cells for the accommodation of the young queen. So uniformly do the bees with an unhatched queen, build in the way described, that I can often tell at a single glance, by seeing what kind of comb they are building, that a hive is queenless, or that having been so, they have now a fertile young queen. When a new colony is formed, by dividing the old hive, the queenless part has thousands of cells filled with brood and eggs, and young bees will be hourly hatching, for at least 3 weeks, and by this time, the young queen will be laying eggs, so that there will be an interval of not more than 3 weeks, during which no accessions will be made to the numbers of the colony. But when a new swarm is formed by moving, not an egg will be deposited for nearly 3 weeks, and not a bee will be hatched for nearly 6 weeks, and during all this time, the colony will rapidly decrease, until by the time that the progeny of the young queen begins to emerge from their cells, the number of bees in the new hive will be so small that it would be of no value, even if its combs were of the best construction. Every observing beekeeper must have noticed how rapidly even a powerful swarm diminishes in number, for the first 3 weeks after it has been hived. In many cases, before the young begin to hatch, it does not contain 1/2 its original number, so very great is the mortality of bees during the height of the working season. I have most thoroughly tested, in the only way in which it can be practiced in the ordinary hives, this last plan of artificial swarming, and do not hesitate to say that it does not possess the very slightest practical value, and as this is the method which Apiarians have usually tried, it is not strange that they have almost unanimously pronounced artificial swarming to be utterly worthless. The experience of Dzierzon on this point has been the same with my own. Another method of artificial swarming has been zealously advocated, which, if it could only be made to answer, would be, of all conceivable plans the most effectual, and as it would require the smallest amount of labor, experience, or skill, would be everywhere practiced. A number of hives must be put in connection with each other, so as to communicate by holes which allow the bees to travel from any one apartment to the others. The bees, on this plan, are to colonize themselves, and in time, a single swarm will, of its own accord, multiply so as to form a large number of independent families, each one possessing its own queen, and all living in perfect harmony. This method, so beautiful and fascinating in theory, has been repeatedly tried with various ingenious modifications, but in every instance, as far as I know, it has proved an entire failure. It will always be found, if bees are allowed to pass from one hive to another, that they will still, for the most part, confine their breeding operations to a single apartment, if it is of the ordinary size, while the others will be used, chiefly for the storing of honey. This is almost invariably the case, if the additional room is given by collateral or side boxes, as the queen seldom enters such apartments for the purpose of breeding. If the new hive is directly below that in which the swarm is first lodged, then if the connections are suitable, the queen will be almost certain to descend and lay her eggs in the new combs, as soon as they are commenced by the bees. In this case, the upper hive is almost entirely abandoned by her, and the bees store the cells with honey as fast as the brood is hatched, as their instincts impel them always, if they can, to keep their stores of honey above the breeding cells. So long as bees have an abundance of room below their main hive, they will never swarm, but will use it in the way that I have described. If the room is on the sides of their hive, and very accessible, they seldom swarm, but if it is above them, they frequently prefer to swarm rather than to take possession of it. But in none of these cases do they ever, if left to themselves, form separate and independent colonies. I am aware that the Apiarian, by separating from the main hive with a slide, an apartment that contains brood, and directing to it by some artificial contrivance a considerable number of bees, may succeed in rearing an artificial colony, but unless all his hives admit of the most thorough inspection, as he can never know their exact condition, he must always work in the dark, and will be much more likely to fail than succeed. Success indeed can only be possible when a skillful Apiarian devotes a large portion of his time to watching and managing his bees, as to compel them to colonize, and even then it will be very uncertain, so that this plausible theory to be reduced to even a most precarious practice, requires more skill, care, labor and time than are necessary to manage the ordinary swarming hives. The failure of so many attempts to increase colonies by artificial means, as well in the hands of scientific and experienced Apiarians, as under the direction of those who are almost totally ignorant of the physiology of the bee, has led many to prefer to use non-swarming hives. In this way, very large harvests of honey are often obtained from a powerful stock of bees. But it is very evident that if the increase of new colonies were entirely discouraged, the insect would soon be exterminated. To prevent this, the advocates of the non-swarming plan must either have their bees swarm, to some extent, or rely upon those who do. My hive may be used as a non-swarmer, and may be made more effectually to prevent swarming, than any with which I am acquainted, as in the spring, see No. 34, page 104, ample accommodations may be given to the bees, below their main works, and when this is seasonably done, swarming will never take place. There are certain objections, however, which must always prevent the non-swarming plan from being the most successful mode of managing bees. To say nothing of the loss to the beekeeper, who has, after some years, only one stock, when if the natural mode of increase had been allowed, he ought to have a number. It is usually found that after the bees have been kept in a non-swarming hive for several seasons, they seem to work with much less vigor than usual. Of this, any one may convince himself, who will compare the industrious working of a new swarm, with that of a much more powerful stock in a non-swarming hive. The former will work with such astonishing zeal, that to one unacquainted with the facts, it would be taken to be by far the more powerful stock. As the fertility of the queen decreases by age, the disadvantage of using non-swarming hives of the ordinary construction, will be obvious. This objection to the system can be remedied in my hive, as the old queen can be easily caught and removed, but when hives are used in which this cannot be done, the apiary, instead of containing a race of young queens in the full vigor of their reproductive powers, will contain many that have passed their prime, and these old queens may die, when there are no eggs in the hive to enable the bees to replace them, and thus the whole colony will perish. If the beekeeper wishes to winter only a certain number of stocks, I will, in another place, show him a way in which this can be done, so as to obtain more honey from them, than from an equal number kept on the non-swarming plan, while at the same time, they may all be maintained in a state of the highest health and vigor. I shall now describe a method of artificial swarming, which may be successfully practiced with almost any hive, by those who have sufficient experience in the management of bees. About the time that natural swarming may be expected, a populous hive, rich in stores is selected, and what I shall call a force swarm is obtained from it by the following process. Choose that part of a pleasant day, say from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., when the largest number of bees are abroad in the fields. If any bees are clustered in front of the hive, or on the bottom board, puff among them a few whiffs of smoke from burning rags or paper, so as to force them to go up among the combs. This can be done with greater ease, if the hive is elevated, by small wedges, about 1/4 of an inch above the bottom board. Have an empty hive or box in readiness, the diameter of which is as nearly as possible, the same with that of the hive from which you intend to drive the swarm. Lift the hive very gently, and without the slightest jar, from its bottom board, invert it and carry it in the same careful manner, about a rod from its old stand, as bees are always much more inclined to be peaceable when removed a short distance, than when any operation is performed on the familiar spot. If the hive is carefully placed on the ground, upside down, scarcely a single bee will fly out, and there will be little danger of being stung. Timid and inexperienced Apiarians will, of course, protect themselves with a bee dress, and they may have an assistant to sprinkle the hive gently with sugar water as soon as it is inverted. After placing the hive in an inverted position on the ground, the empty hive must be put over it, and every crack from which a bee might escape, must be carefully closed with paper or any convenient material. The upper hive ought to be furnished with 2 or 3 slats, about 1.5 inches wide, and fastened 1/3 of the distance from the top, so as to give the bees every opportunity to cluster. As soon as the Apiarian is perfectly sure that the bees cannot escape, he should place an empty hive upon the stand from which they were removed, so that the multitudes which return from the fields may enter it, instead of dispersing to other hives, where some of them may meet with a very unkind reception. Although as a general rule, a bee with a load of freshly gathered honey, after the extent of his resources is ascertained, is almost always welcomed by any hive to which he may carry his treasures, while a poor unfortunate that ventures to present itself empty and poverty stricken, is generally at once destroyed. The one meets with as friendly a reception as a wealthy gentleman who proposes to take up his abode in a country village, while the other is as much an object of dislike as a pauper who is suspected of wishing to become a parish charge. To return to our imprisoned bees. Beginning at the top, or what is now, as the hive is upside down, the bottom, their hives should be beaten smartly with 2 small rods on the front and back, or on the sides to which the combs are attached, so as to run no risk of loosening them. If the hive when removed from its stand was put upon a stool or table, or something not so solid as the ground, the drumming will cause more motion, and yet be less apt to start any of the combs. These rappings, which certainly are not of a very spiritual character, produce nevertheless a most decided effect upon the bees. Their first impulse is to sally out and wreak their vengeance upon those who have thus rudely assailed their honeyed home, but as soon as they find that they are shut in, a sudden fear that they are to be driven from their treasures, seems to take possession of them. If the 2 hives have glass windows, so that all the operations can be witnessed, the bees, in a few moments, will be seen most busily engaged in gorging themselves with honey. During all this time, the rapping must be continued, and in about 5 minutes, nearly every bee will have filled itself to its utmost capacity, and they are now prepared for their forced emigration. A prodigious hum is heard, and the bees begin to mount into the upper box. In about 10 minutes from the time the rapping began, the mass of the bees with their queen will have ascended, and will hang clustered, just like a natural swarm. The part with the expelled bees must now be gently lifted off, and should be placed upon a bottom board with the gauze wire ventilator, so that the bees may be confined, and yet have plenty of air. A shallow vessel or a piece of old comb containing water, ought to be first placed on the bottom board. If no gauze wire bottom board is at hand, the hive must be wedged up, so as to admit an abundance of air, and be set in a shady place. The hive from which the bees were driven, must now be set, without crushing any of the bees, on its old spot, in the place of the decoy hive, that all the bees which have returned from abroad may enter. Before this change is made, these bees will be running in and out of the empty hive. See page 72. But as soon as the opportunity is given them, they will crowd into their well-known home, and if there are no royal cells started, will proceed, almost at once, to construct them, and the next day they will act as though the forced swarm had left of its own accord. When the operation is delayed until about the season for natural swarming, the hive will contain immature queens, if the bees were intending to swarm, and a new queen will soon take the place of the old one, just as in natural swarming. If it is performed too early, and before the drones have made their appearance, the young queen may not be seasonably impregnated, and the parent stock will perish. It will be obvious that this whole process, in order to be successfully performed, requires a knowledge of the most important points in the economy of the bee hive. Indeed the same remark may be made of almost any operation, and those who are willing to remain ignorant of the laws which regulate the breeding of bees, ought not to depart in the least, from the old-fashioned mode of management. All such deviations will only be attended with a wanton sacrifice of bees. A man may use the common swarming hives a whole lifetime, and yet remain ignorant of the very first principles in the physiology of the bee, unless he gains his information from other sources, while, by the use of my hives, any intelligent cultivator may, in a single season, verify for himself the discoveries which have only been made by the accumulated toil of many observers, for more than 2,000 years. The ease with which Apiarians may now, by the sight of their own eyes, gain a knowledge of all the important facts in the economy of the hive, will stimulate them most powerfully, to study the nature of the bee, and thus to prepare themselves for an enlightened system of management. In giving directions for the creation of forced swarms, I advise that it should be done during the pleasantest part of the day, when the largest number of bees are foraging abroad. If the operation is performed when all the bees are at home, and they are all driven into the empty hive, the old hive will be so depopulated that many of the young will perish for want of suitable attention, and the parent stock will be greatly deteriorated in value. If only a part of the bees are expelled, the queen may be left behind, and the whole operation will be a failure, and at best, it will be difficult to make a suitable division of the hives between the two hives. Indeed, under any circumstances, this is the most difficult part of the process, and it requires no little judgment to equalize the two colonies. Some recommend placing the forced swarm on the old stand, and removing the parent hive with the bees that are deemed sufficient, to a new place. If this is done, and the bees have their liberty, so many of them will leave for the familiar spot, that the hive will be almost deserted, and a very large proportion of its brood will perish. The bees in this hive, if it is to be set in a new place, must have water given to them, and be so shut up as to have an abundance of air, until late in the afternoon of the third day, when the hive may be open, and they will take wing, almost as though they were intending to swarm. Some will even then, return to the place where they originally stood, and join the forced swarm, but the most of them, after hovering in the air for a short time, will re-enter the hive. During the time that they have been shut up, thousands of young bees will have emerged from their cells, and these, knowing no other home, will aid in taking care of the larvae, and in carrying on the work of the hive. Instead of trying to make an equitable division at the time of driving out the bees, I prefer to expel all that I can, and to rely upon the bees returning from their gatherings, to replenish the old stock. If the number appears to be too small, I open temporarily the entrance of the hive containing the forced swarm, and permit as many as I judge best, to come out and enter their old abode. It must here be borne in mind, that bees which are thus ejected from a hive, do not, in all respects, act like a natural swarm, which having left the parent stock, of its own accord, never seeks, unless it has lost its queen, to return; whereas, many of the forced swarm, as soon as they leave the hive into which they have been driven, will return to their former abode. The same is true of bees which are moved to any distance not far enough to be beyond the limits of their previous excursions in search of food. If we could only make our bees when moved, or forced to swarm, adhere to their hives as faithfully as a natural swarm, many difficulties which now perplex us, would be at once removed. Having ascertained that the parent hive contains a sufficient number of bees to carry on operations, about sunset, after the bees are all at home, it may be removed to a new stand, and the bees, after being supplied with water, must be shut up, according to the directions previously given. If the hive is so constructed that water cannot be conveniently given them, the following plan I have found to answer most admirably. Bore a small hole towards the top on the front side, and with a straw, water may be injected with scarcely any trouble. A mouthful once or twice a day will be sufficient. If the bees are confined without water, they will not be able to prepare the food for the larvae, and multitudes of them must necessarily perish. The expelled colony must be placed, on the same evening, precisely where the hive from which they were driven stood, and have their liberty given to them. The next morning, they will work with as much vigor as though they had swarmed in the natural way. The directions which have here been given for creating forced swarms, will be found to differ in some important respects from any which other Apiarians have previously furnished. I have already shown that it is difficult to secure the right number of bees for the parent stock, unless it is set temporarily on its old stand, so as to catch up the returning bees. The common plan has been to try to leave in it as many bees as are needed, and then to shut it up for a few days, having placed it in a new spot, while the forced swarm is immediately replaced, so that all the stragglers may be added to it. If we could always be sure of driving out the queen, and with her, as many bees as we want, and no more, this would undoubtedly be the simplest plan, but for the reasons already assigned, it will be found a very precarious operation. Some Apiarians recommend putting the forced swarm in a new place in the Apiary, but as large numbers of the bees will be sure, when they go out to work, to return to the familiar spot, the new colony will often be so seriously depopulated as to be of but little value. If the Apiarian can remove his forced swarms, some 2 or 3 miles off, he may give them their liberty at once, and in the course of a few weeks he can, without risk, bring them back to his Apiary. If he chooses, he may allow the parent stock to remain on the old stand, and confine the forced swarm, until about an hour before the sunset of the 3rd day. They must in the meantime be supplied with both honey and water, and if they cannot be kept cool and quiet, they should be removed into the cellar, until they are placed in their new position. Many will even then return to the old spot, but not enough to interfere seriously with their prosperity. If the bees cannot, as in my hives, be kept cool and dark, they will be excessively uneasy, and may suffer very seriously from so long confinement. Hence the very great importance of settling them in the cellar. It may seem strange that bees, when their hive is moved, or when they are forcibly expelled from it, should not adhere to the new spot, just as when they have swarmed of their own accord. In each case, as soon as a bee leaves its new place, it flies with its head turned towards the hive, in order to mark the surrounding objects, that it may be able to return to the same spot; but when they have not emigrated of their own accord, many of them seem, when they rise in the air, or return from work, entirely to forget that their location has been changed, and they return to the place where they have lived so long, and if no hive is there, they often die on the deserted and desolate, yet homelike spot. If on the contrary, they swarmed of their own accord, they seldom, if ever, make such a mistake. It may truly be said that, "A bee removed against its will, Is of the same opinion still." I have been thus minute in describing the whole process of creating forced swarms, not merely on account of the importance of this plan in multiplying colonies, but because the driving or drumming out of bees from a common hive, is employed with great success, in a variety of ways which will be hereafter specified. I doubt not that many bee keepers, on reading this mode of creating colonies, are ready to object, that it not only requires more skill, but more time and labor, than to allow them to swarm, and then to hive them in the old fashioned way. As practiced with ordinary hives, it is undoubtedly liable to this serious objection, and I would easily with my basket hiver undertake to hive 4 natural swarms, in the time that it would require to create 1 forced swarm, to say nothing of the care which must be bestowed upon the artificial swarms, with their parent stocks, after the driving process has been completed. For this reason, I do not advise the bee keeper to force his swarms from the common hives, until he has first ascertained that they are not likely to swarm in tolerably good season, of their own accord, unless he is afraid that they will come out during his absence, and decamp to the woods. End of second chapter 10. End of part 1 of 4.